A Marriage of Convenience by VaingloriousHound on fanfiction.net. Chapter 1. She'd been sitting in this bed for an hour now. Idly, she wondered when he would come back. He just went to talk to the doctor, after all. Setting her book aside, she looked out of the window. It was getting dark outside. She felt it was time for lunch. But her musings were stopped when her sensitive ears picked up the coming storm that brewed, or better yet, marched through the hallways. Oh fuck no. Sighing, she braced herself for what could only be the longest evening in her life. Damn being bedridden. The door burst open with a loud bang, startling a man in a white coat that she could see outside. He glared at the offenders who were all too happy with completely ignoring him and rushing into the room. Auntie. The chorus of voices assaulted her ears. Four little shits, as she dearly called them, stood at attention around her bed. They were rapid-firing questions at her, none of which she even tried to understand. "Quiet you brats," she shouted. It had the desired effect. For 7 seconds. "How long will you be in here, Auntie? Is it time already? Does it hurt? Where is Dash?" "I said quiet," she hollered, so loud that the two girls jumped in fright. "I swear your parents suck at bringing up children." She shook her head. "What the hell are all of you doing here?" The blonde girl spoke up, hopping up and down excitedly. "Mommy said we should keep you company until, she scrunched up her face, obviously trying to remember her mother's exact wording. Then her eyes lit up and she smiled. "Until that moron of a moron has gathered his dim wits about him." She smiled proudly. The pink-haired girl nodded excitedly. "Yeah. So we gathered everyone and came here." "I can see that, Pinky," the woman laughed. "I swear you're as bad as your mother." The boy with brown hair and the facial markings spoke up. "Tell us a story," he demanded. His black-haired friend nodded. "Yeah. A story." The woman sighed. There was no way to sway these little brats from anything if they ever set their mind upon something. "Fine. What do you brats want to hear?" Oh, I know," the blonde girl exclaimed, bouncing up and down. "Tell us how you met." Her face scrunched up again, pale blue eyes narrowed in thought. "How you met that moron of a moron." With a snort the woman sat up a little straighter in bed. "Fine. You better sit down then." It was like. "How old are you again, Pinky?" The girl looked deeply offended. "Auntie. I'm 5. The woman waved her hand dismissively. Right. Then it was some 7 years ago. You remember I told you how I was in a coma?" They all nodded. "Well, it was the day I woke up that I met him. Funny thing, I was married to him before I even woke up." The message came, with an ANBU Naruto didn't recognize, early in the morning hours just as he had finished his run. As soon as he had closed the door behind him, the ANBU appeared before him, pushed the scroll into Naruto's hand. It left him dumbfounded for about a minute as he stood there with the nondescript scroll in his hand, staring at the spot the ANBU had occupied for no longer than a second. Eventually he shrugged it off and decided to clean himself up before he even looked at the scroll. Naruto wasn't sure why an ANBU would deliver messages to him in the first place. These special ninja were only ever on the move by orders of the Hokage, and why Tsunade needed to see him now was beyond him. If it was about Jiraiya's inheritance, he didn't need it. If it was about the aftermath of Pain's attack, the seal was tightened again, or that was what he told her. She hadn't spoken a word to him ever since, and she sure as hell had no real reason to do so now. Oh, he was bitter. Bitter about Nagato, about Uchiha motherfucking Madara, about the loss of Jiraiya that still burned him inside. Bitter about everyone worshipping him a hero for 2 days and treating him like a time bomb on the 3rd. He had, after all, single-handedly defeated the man who crushed most of the village with one technique. Now, or so he guessed, they feared him to do the same. It was ironic. He had longed for their recognition. Longed to be more than just the demon brat. He had that now. He now was that monster that they had defeat another monster for them. And it killed him inside that his aspirations were met with such contempt. And something became apparent to him. Something that he had mulled over for a very long time now. Naruto learned that words meant nothing despite their necessity in the world. He learned that no one gave a damn about what he said. They didn't care for his promises, his claims, or his tales. They just judged him by action. Action they couldn't even grasp within their feeble minds. Whatever he said wouldn't matter, whatever he promised wouldn't matter if they just saw him bring down a monster. Then he was a monster to them. It was easy. For them. He opened the scroll after his shower and scowled at the short message. He was to report to the Hokage. That was all. Nothing more. Then he reminded himself that words meant nothing. He would judge her by action, not word. Not even written word. Still scowling down at the floor, he got himself dressed. Black pants, black combat boots, tight long-sleeved shirt in a deep blue and a hooded jacket, just as blue as the shirt. No need to draw any more unwanted attention than he already got. Make no mistake, he still wanted to be acknowledged, but not like this. Not as a monster they throw at other monsters to keep them safe. He didn't want to be respected out of fear. He wanted respect because he was Naruto Uzumaki. But no one seemed willing to give him that. He reached the tower within minutes and entered the office by means that were taught to him by Jiraiya. Through the window. If Tsunade's scowl was any indication, she wasn't the least bit happy that he had picked up on that peculiar habit of his late teacher. "You're late," she snapped at him. Still scowling, she bid him to get the hell into the office and sit lest she'd kick him right back to his apartment. Tsunade said nothing about his change of clothing. Instead she peered into his eyes as if to discern what to do next, as if she wasn't sure how to proceed. The awkward silence stretched for about a minute before Naruto rolled his eyes. "Geez, Granny. Get this over with already." His voice wasn't as whiny as it usually was when he addressed her in impatience. He sounded genuinely annoyed. "Fine," she said carefully and opened a folder that lay in front of her. "We have a problem." Naruto said nothing, waiting for her to continue. His words wouldn't change anything about it, so he chose not to waste them. "With the village's recent destruction," she continued, "other villages have set their sights on us. Not all of them allies and some far from it. Relations with IWA had always been brittle, to say the least. We have been severely weakened and we can't let anyone take advantage of that. Not to mention the threat of Madara?" Naruto frowned. What did any of that have to do with him? "We need a show of strength, of power. We need to show our allies and enemies alike that we are still strong." Tsunade sighed and stood up, turning to look outside over the still vastly ruined-in village. "And that's where you come in. Your clan, to be precise." "My clan?" Tsunade whirled around faster than any calm person should need to. The question had been too cool, too harsh for Naruto. But it was still him sitting there. But his eyes were hard, fists clenched and his face carefully and unsuccessfully kept of any anger. "Yes," she finally said, nearly choking on the word, "the Uzumaki were dash." "I know who the Uzumaki are, Tsunade. I just don't understand what a dead clan could do for you." She swallowed. What was this aura he had? Then you know that they were widely feared in all of the elemental nations? She didn't bother asking how he even knew about them. She didn't want to know. She had bigger things to worry about. "We need that image to protect Konoha?" Naruto scowled, something he did terribly often nowadays. "But they are extinct. My mother was the last of them." Tsunade nodded, a sour expression settled in her face. "Exactly. She was your mother. You are an Uzumaki?" Things started to rotate in Naruto's head and the picture it produced was not one he was quite so fond of. If he was the last Uzumaki, that meant that Tsunade wanted him involved in the return of the clan. Now how does a clan return? Children, of course, his children would be Uzumaki by default. They wanted him to restart the clan. "Fuck. No. No," he said instantly. "You won't turn me into a fucking stud horse. I refuse. What the hell is wrong with you to even think that in the first place?" Was she seriously considering this? Tsunade sighed. "Naruto, I wasn't about to have you knock up a whole lot of women." Naruto visibly deflated, the relief washed over him. Thank God Tsunade hadn't lost it yet. "Good," he sighed. "It's just one." Naruto nearly fell out of his chair. "What the hell did I just tell you, Granny?" "I'm not going to do this," he shouted at her, rising from his chair so fast that it toppled over backwards. The resounding crack of wood on the stone floor echoed like a bell through the office as Tsunade remained stoic. "Naruto," she began with a grave tone, "this is not for you to decide." "What? You are a shinobi. One of my shinobi, to be precise. I am your Kage, so you do as I order you." She stood up, her face more serious than Naruto had ever seen it. "Didn't you claim to become Hokage one day? What do you think I am doing here? What does your dumb head spit out about this? What would you do in my situation?" Naruto bit down on his tongue and scowled. He said nothing. Tsunade scoffed. "I thought as much. The village is weak, Naruto. The Uchiha are gone now that Sasuke is officially a missing nin with the stunt he pulled against Killer Bee. Our walls are torn down, our resources have taken hits so hard I don't even want to think about it. Though we had no casualties thanks to Nagato reviving everyone that died, we are weaker than we were after the Kyuubi's attack. Now tell me, Naruto. What is the Hokage's foremost task?" Naruto mumbled something she didn't hear. "Speak up," she ordered him. He blanched. "To protect the village?" "Exactly." Tsunade walked around the table and stood in front of him. He noted that he was taller than her. When had that happened? "And right now that's what I'm trying to do. The Hyuga are already as strong as their reputation can get. Neither Itachi nor his brat of a brother will return to us. Neither the Yamanaka, the Nara or any other clan for that matter have a reputation strong enough to protect us. The Senju clan can't be revived. Believe it or not, but I am too old to have children. She grimaced. We tried. You weren't the first choice. The Uzumaki are the only name left strong enough to keep us from falling into a war we would most definitely lose. Even with Yamato doing his best to rebuild the village with his wood release, Naruto swallowed and continued to stare at Tsunade's unwavering gaze. Could he do this? Revive his clan? Protect the village from yet another war? Have children, let alone make children with some woman they would push onto him? But it was as Tsunade said. She was Hokage. And the Hokage has to do everything within her power to protect the village. Even if it is ordering the revival of a near-extinct clan. Even if it was him who had to do it. With a sigh he broke eye contact, reached for the toppled-over chair and sat in front of the desk again. He waited. Without a word Tsunade took her seat once more. Good, you seem to understand. I am not doing this because I think it is fun or want to have grandkids before I go down. She allowed a smile at the thought and Naruto blinked. She thought of herself as some kind of parent to him? It made him happy. The thought of a family had always made him happy. He desperately wanted one, after all, for as long as he could remember. Maybe this wasn't too bad after all. Just maybe. Now, Tsunade continued, you are right that your mother was an Uzumaki, but she wasn't the last. The blonde's eyes widened. You mean I have a family out there? A clan member, Naruto, Tsunade explained. The Uzumaki clan was vast. Blood relations in between them are as thin as it got, but that didn't make any of them any less of an Uzumaki. The girl here I am talking about isn't related to you as far as I know and dash. Naruto's fist impacted with her desk and she jumped a little as the hardwood splintered. You what? His voice was eerily calm. You have another Uzumaki, a member of my clan, of my family, here and you didn't tell me? His eyes had darkened considerably and his chakra staled the air, dropping the room temperature significantly. Listen, she snapped, I am doing things for a reason, so keep yourself in check or you will just have to meet her and figure out who she is face to face with her. Naruto continued to glare but nodded. She is a prisoner of war. She was part of the invasion and one of the 4 that tried to escort Sasuke out of the land of fire. Her name is Tayuya? Tsunade looked up in surprise. You know? Naruto scoffed. I was part of the retrieval squad. You do remember that, do you? She punched me in the face. But as far as I remember, Shikamaru told me that Temari buried her underneath the forest. Tsunade nodded. She did. It's just, she survived. We picked her up, put her in prison and while we made a file for her we found out she was an Uzumaki. It wasn't important back then. She was a prisoner, and a cripple. The air grew chilly again. And you didn't think I would at least like to know of her? She was part of the team that helped Orochimaru kill Sarutobi. Naruto's teeth ground together as his jaw clenched shut. Exactly what I thought, Tsunade said. She stood once more and pulled a bottle from underneath her table, taking a generous drink from it. Now let's get this shit over with. He followed Tsunade down into a meeting room. He remembered giving a report here after the attack of pain. At the dimly lit table were 3 figures he didn't think he'd have to see again so soon. Danzo was among them. The other 2 were Hiruzen's old teammates and he didn't bother remembering their names. Hamura and Koharu, as their names were, looked up at him and promptly proceeded to ignore him as they started to talk to Tsunade. Danzo made no move to acknowledge either of them. Tsunade, you sure took your time, Koharu rasped. Hamura nodded. This matter is important, Hamura spoke, not looking at her. The sooner this gets out public the better for us. Tsunade's eye narrowed as she sat down. I am sure you meant to say, for the village? She received no answer but she hadn't expected one anyways. Matters have been settled far enough to proceed. She motioned for an ANBU. Bring her. Not a minute later the chamber doors were thrown open and a girl in a wheelchair was shoved inside. Naruto had only just turned around to see her when he felt it. Ever since the seal was fixed, and subsequently altered, if not disposed of, by his father, things were different. He could feel things. He could tell when someone was angry, or sad. But this girl, she felt something different, something so permanent that it clouded her mind. But he couldn't discern what it was. Her hair was long, impossibly so. Red hair reached down to her ankles, even as she sat there in this wheelchair. Naruto frowned. Her legs looked wrong, as if something was broken within them. He guessed that's what an entire forest does to you if dropped atop of them. She was clad in the standard gray prison uniform, baggy and surprisingly clean. Her skin seemed to be still damp and slightly irritated. They must have scrubbed her down hard to get her clean. His jaw set but he said nothing. Her eyes were a deep violet, if not amethyst. A beautiful color, visible even in the dim light, but they were dull, clouded by the permanent feeling he got of her. The more she was shoved into the light, the more she saw how tired she looked. The bags under her eyes had nearly reached Gaara's level and her stature slouched harder than he had after he found out Jiraiya had died. Was this really someone responsible for the old man's death? Good, Danzo said, speaking up for the first time, we can begin. They shoved her into the space besides Naruto and he thought the urge to growl. Why was she in such a bad shape? He knew that prisoners were usually treated with a bare minimum of respect and all that, but they weren't abused. She was one of the Sound Four, the personal guard of Orochimaru. She had upheld the barrier that prevented anyone from aiding the third Hokage in his fight. She was responsible for his death. But Naruto had grown over the years, even though people wouldn't ever say the same about him. To them, he was just dumb old Naruto, the guy they throw at every threat too big for them to handle. But with all he had been put through, he had grown wiser, grown patient, grown to understand. And he understood. He understood that ninja took orders from their superior and executed them to the best of their ability. But that made nothing easier. Danzo and Tsunade had started discussing something but Naruto didn't listen. He tried to figure out those feeling that was constantly rolling of her. It felt familiar. It's dread, human. Dread and agony. She's in pain. He didn't flinch when the Kyuubi's voice rumbled through his head. How could she be in pain? He asked back instead. Why would I tell you? Naruto had no answer to that. After all, the fox was still pissed that his escape attempt failed. Naruto tuned out the others and looked at Tayuya's dead and clouded eyes instead. They were arguing about him only taking one woman. Inwardly, he scoffed. He hadn't even really taken her yet and the thought of forcefully taking her made him sick. She was a former subordinate of Orochimaru. That meant, aside from the fact that she was most likely from the Sound Village, she was also bearing a curse mark and had endured severe experimentation. If he remembered correctly, she had used a flute and sound-induced genjutsu to fight. Including that, she also summoned monstrosities to fight for her. Naruto knew that the prisoners weren't caused any pain. If she had been tortured for information, it had been a long time ago. Naruto remembered how Sasuke received his curse mark. It caused him unbelievable pain. Was that going on here? Was her curse mark inducing her with so much pain for such a long time that her mind dulled down? The Kyuubi's grumbling laugh resounded in his head. You are far more observant than I ever gave you credit for, human. You are correct. Her curse mark is trying to kill her. He was silent again and Naruto was in no mood to have another scathing conversation with the fox with the anger problem. What did you just dash? Wincing, Naruto closed of the connection lest his head exploded. He returned his attention to Tayuya. Leaning forward slightly, he couldn't see the curse mark, but there was a patch of skin just above her shoulder that appeared inflamed. Was that it? So he and her will sign the contract. Within 2 years we expect results, Tsunade. Koharu's raspy voice brought him back to reality as an open scroll slid in front of him. He blinked and tried to skim through it. It appeared to be a simple contract that stated that he, as clan head of the Uzumaki, would marry Tayuya and take her as his first wife. He frowned at that. They would reside in Konoha and represent the Uzumaki as such. Even their place of residence was written down here. Sign just besides the Uzumaki symbol, Danzo instructed. Naruto looked up to see that he wasn't even looking at him. This was it. Could he enter this marriage for the sake of the village? His stomach turned sideways. Was this his life now? Married to a woman that appeared to be mentally shut down because of her curse mark? Now question was, what would happen if he refused? What would they do then? Force him to do something? Kill the girl off? Breed her? Or even him? He ground his teeth. Whatever he did, marrying her was the better choice for the both of them. The mere thought of her, of anyone, being used in such a way made him unbelievably angry. But could he? Could he live with her? With this girl who helped kill the old man? He shook his head. She had her orders. She did what she was told to do. Just as he always had. But, with gritted teeth he signed with a flourish. The ANBU that had led Tayuya into the room slid the scroll over to the girl. As Naruto expected, she didn't respond. Sign it, girl, Danzo snapped, but she didn't even blink. Obviously annoyed, he motioned for the ANBU to do something. The guard stepped forward and pressed the pen into her hand, but she didn't respond and the writing tool dropped from her fingers. Again the ANBU grabbed her hand and moved it. Then Naruto heard her whimper and the feeling she radiated doubled. She was in even more pain than before. Naruto's hand gripped the ANBU's forearm like a vice. Let go, he whispered harshly. The ANBU tried to ignore him and continue with his task, but Naruto's grip tightened considerably. With one hard shove the ANBU was sent backwards a few steps. This girl, she was supposed to be his wife. His family, and he would be damned if he'd let anyone hurt her, even if he couldn't stand her at the moment. Tsunade glanced at him but remained silent. Naruto stood up and gently took her hand, careful not to cause her any more pain than she was already in. He guided her hand to the designated space and leaned over her shoulder. He whispered into her ear. I don't know if you can hear me, but if you want to get out of here, I need you to sign your name here. Her hand twitched and the pen jerked over the paper. It left behind an unreadable mess, but it was enough. The scroll was snatched out from under her hands as soon as the pen left the paper. Good, Hamura spoke as he put the scroll away, that makes it official. The wedding will be held in 3 months at the Hokage Tower. Get her presentable by then. With that the elders stood and left the room faster than their age should allow. Tsunade sighed and rubbed her temples. She looked at Naruto, who stared at Tayuya with a calculating look in his eyes. She's in pain, he said, has been for a long time. The curse mark is trying to drive her insane, to kill her, but her mind shut down a long time ago. Tsunade nodded. I know, but I can't do anything about it. This seal is beyond me, keeping us from healing her correctly. Naruto frowned. You knew she was in constant agony and basically psychologically out cold and still let them force her into this? She can't even speak. That did not matter to them, Tsunade said sadly. As long as she can have children she might as well be in a coma. How did you even let it come to this? Don't answer, I know that it is necessary, somehow. That doesn't mean I like it though. Naruto sighed and looked over to where Tayuya sat. Well, for now I will see about getting her better. I can't leave her like this, no matter what she did. Using the body flicker to get her into his apartment was easy. It also seemed to increase her pain only a little. Naruto had not the faintest idea how he could possibly remove the seal from her neck. He wasn't a seal master, and while Orochimaru wasn't either, he was still better than Naruto, who had looked into sealing only a month prior. Frowning as he carefully sat Tayuya down on his couch, he tried to recall what exactly the cursed seal did. It took him about 12 minutes of diving through his memories until he stumbled upon one of his more recent ones. He was sitting at the edge of the nature toad oil pond, meditating as requested and trying to gather nature chakra inside his body, though the oil applied to his skin. Naruto could feel it, the influx of it, the expanding of his own chakra within him to accommodate the nature chakra. He tried to lessen the flow, but he slipped. He could feel his hand change as the chakra overran his cells, but a sharp slap of a wooden stick snapped him awake. The nature chakra left his body and he exhaled. Ah, shit, he groused, this is not getting any easier. A green toad with a black cloak and a tuft of gray hair complete with an equally gray beard hit him once more with the wooden stick. Don't you go cursin' round now, it chided and jumped down from the stone statue of a toad he had resided on. Boy, you gotta get a hang of it. We ain't not doing this like you snake-faced turd out there. Naruto frowned. What do you mean, Pa? Are you talking about Orochimaru? The elder toad nodded. Sure am, boy. The old snake uses the mean thing of a seal to infuse his pawns with good old nature chakra. 'Cause their body ain't trained to handle that, the brats transform, but in a contained way. Can't say that it makes 'em strong as the usual way, but makes 'em strong anyways. Nature chakra. So the seal infused the body with nature chakra. If that was the case, then he should be able to sense it, control it even. Naruto plopped down in front of Tayuya in a meditative stance on the floor. Within minutes he had gathered enough to allow him through inspection of Tayuya's chakra. And indeed, as soon as Naruto expanded his senses to feel her chakra, he nearly recoiled at the vast amount of it that streamed through her. So much nature chakra would have him be a stone in seconds. So the pain comes from the seal fighting the transformation, there's no other way. The fox suddenly scoffed in his head. You sure put a lot of effort into aiding her. Did she not help kill the third? Did she not lead Sasuke out of the village? Naruto chose to ignore him. It was better this way. He could help her, so he would. She was his family now. It was the right thing to do. Hopefully. Is it? The fox questioned, what will you do if she comes to hate you? Konoha held her a prisoner for years. Do you really think she'd accept you? That is all just wishful thinking. You are desperate for a family. You always were. I can tell that you are happier with this than you would ever admit. But know this, she will leave you, hate you like all the others do. Shut up, he growled back. He didn't need that damn fox to mess with his mind. He set about getting a grasp on the chakra in her systems. It was a bit different from his own, but he should be able to absorb it. He took a deep breath and prepared to take it all in. He needed to absorb hers at the same rate as he expelled it. He took her hands and began pulling the chakra. It sounded easier than it was. The pain was excruciating. The nature chakra that came from the seal was like acid in his veins and burned the tenketsu in his back where he expelled it again. It became nearly impossible to contain the balance in his own system. He could feel his body rapidly degenerating before restoring again. He coughed, the taste of blood filled his mouth, but he didn't let up. He was nearly there, the influx of nature chakra in her body was nearly gone. With a final gasp of effort, it was over. There was an audible crack behind him as the sheer mass of nature chakra broke his table and the wall behind it. She felt sore. Sore all over and beyond what she thought possible. Her mind was a mess of fragmented memories after. Tayuya remembered the fight with the shadow user and how the Sunanin came and aided him. She lost and then. She was buried beneath hundreds of trees. But she didn't die. Now that she was finally able to think, she remembered that she was dragged out from under the trees and then there was pain. Nothing more. Her senses returned slowly, crawling into her addled brain after years of disuse. She was exhausted, she was hungry, everything felt numb but there was no pain. But something was missing. The prying presence in her mind, the whisper in her head, the burning on her neck. It was gone. The curse mark was gone. She had been abandoned. Apparently Orochimaru didn't even bother killing her. It dawned on her that she was a prisoner or even another test subject yet again. If only she could pry her heavy eyes open she could see a blonde guy hacking up blood while holding her hands. Not what she had expected, but better than a dank cell. For now. She tried to look around, only to realize that she couldn't even move her eyes. A curse burned on her tongue but she couldn't speak. A wave of nausea hit her when she realized just how empty her stomach was. A grunt escaped her lips as she strained her body to move. Even though it had been a quiet noise, it was loud enough to snap the blonde's eyes up to hers. Orange markings around his golden eyes with a strangely rectangular pupil that lay in his eyes like a small black horizontal bar of obsidian. And while it did remind her of Orochimaru, she was not afraid of him. She noticed that he held her hands and in his hands she could feel it. The chakra of her curse mark. It was in him, he had leached it out of her somehow. That was strange. She had no love for Orochimaru. In fact, she hated the bastard as much as one could. He had experimented on her after kidnapping her from a little village in Iwa. All because she was an Uzumaki. She didn't even remember her mother's face anymore. But she remembered that she would always play on the flute for her before she went to sleep. It had been such a haunting melody, so soft and slow, she hummed it to herself in her cell every night. When she displayed an aptitude for genjutsu, she had focused on sound-based genjutsu and managed to get a flute to use them. She loved to play, it reminded her of her mother. However, even if she hated Orochimaru, being abandoned like that, it still hurt. She was alone again. Well, save for that blonde guy there who was still bleeding from his mouth. Then he stood up, hands still on hers and the gold faded from his eyes, being replaced by crystal clear blue. She could only see it for a moment before he stood too tall for her to still see him. Are you feeling better? Fuck no. I'm sore all over, hungry as shit and I can't even fucking move. But of course her mouth did not work on her. Instead she managed to groan incoherently. He crouched down in front of her and frowned. He placed a hand on her forehead. She tried to move away but her stiff body failed her completely. You're not running a fever, he mumbled. Good, then let's get you something to eat. Ah, how can I As if in response, her stomach growled loudly. Her body wasn't even able to produce a blush anymore. There was a puff of smoke somewhere to her left and out of the corner of her eye she saw a second person stand there. A clone, probably. It left immediately. Suddenly, she was picked up and the feeling of his arms around her had her mind recoil in disgust and anger, but her body didn't follow through. She was helpless. Fear gripped her heart. What was he going to with her? They were walking but she could only see him and a part of the ceiling as he cradled her against his chest. Then he laid her down and she realized that it must be a bed. Her fear tripled, her body went cold as he stood over her. No. No, 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 no. Don't touch me. She snarled in her mind, doing her damnedest to move, to protect herself. Get the fuck away from me. But he already leaned over, his hands reaching over her body and she managed to clamp her eyes shut. And then something was placed atop of her. Slowly her eyes opened, even though SH had intended to snap them open. A blanket covered her up to the chin. The blonde was nowhere where she could see him. Fatigue hit her as a crushing wave, the warmth of the blanket pleasantly suffocating the cold in her body and her grip on consciousness faded. Naruto closed the door when he saw her eyes close and her face relax. With a sigh, he slid down to the floor, leaning against the closed door. What the hell was he doing? He had nearly killed himself for her and they hadn't even exchanged 2 words yet. He shook his head. Stupid hero complex. It's the red hair, I tell you. Naruto's eye twitched but he decided to ignore the fox for now. As if her red hair, her beautiful, wonderful, soft red hair. Okay, maybe it had something to do with that. Red was a beautiful color after all. But nothing beat orange. Aside from her hair. His eye twitched once more. Shut up, he shouted at his feet. With a sigh, he stood up. If she was going to live here now, she would need some clothing. No way he'd let his family wear a prison jumpsuit. You do realize that you once wore the same in orange, right? I hate you so much. You mean Uncle Kurama was teasing him? She snorted. The fuzzball did nothing but tease him. I do have to thank him for that later. Tayuya woke when someone opened the window at her side. She was still tired and sore, but she felt by far better than yesterday, good even. She cracked her eyes open only the tiniest bit and saw the blonde guy hang out a blanket. He then turned to something that stood at her bedside just outside of her field of vision. When a cold feeling invaded her veins in her arm, her head jerked to the side and she saw that she was connected to N4. The blonde didn't notice her movement and turned away. How long will she need these infusions? He asked someone she couldn't see. A woman answered. Until she has absorbed enough nutrients to rebuild herself. I still can't believe you took the seal of her. Anko will come hounding you for that when she returns. He laughed tiredly. I expected as much. Has Shizen found some suitable clothing? Tayuya could hear the smirk in the woman's voice. You beat down pain on your own but are afraid of buying undergarments for a woman? That. Shut up, Granny. The woman laughed. Anyways, with the cursed seal gone, she'll recover quickly, her legs are as good as new as well. Her throat should be fine by tomorrow, maybe even tonight already. She is an Uzumaki after all. Thank you, Granny. Naruto, I swear if you don't stop calling me that I'll use my position as Hokage to put you on D ranks for the rest of your life. Maybe even worse. There was no laugh in the blonde's voice when he responded. Worse than this? You had me marry a stranger for the sake of the village. He gestured to her and she nearly stopped breathing. You had me marry her, a girl that aided killing the old man. How much worse could it get? Married? What the actual flying fuck? Tayuya refused to be talked about as if she wasn't there and forced her body to move, to make them notice her. They wouldn't kill her. They had already gone great lengths to ensure that she recovered. Naruto noticed the ruffling of sheets behind him and was at her side immediately. The woman walked into her field of vision and she stared. Was that Tsunade? You can't speak, I suppose? The blonde asked. Tayuya growled in annoyance. Figured as much. Then let me explain what happened. Or better yet, he turned to Tsunade. I let her explain, because we are in this mess because of her anyways. Tsunade grumbled something under her breath but came and took Naruto's place at her side. So, how am I going to explain this? Okay, you are aware that you were taken into custody, yes? Just blink twice for yes and once for no. Tayuya rolled her eyes but blinked twice. Tsunade nodded. That has been some 5 years ago. While you were in prison, the cursed seal on your neck tried to drive you insane, kill you off, but before that happened your mind shut down, putting you in a coma and effectively halting the seal in its attempt to kill you. And since Naruto here somehow took the seal off you, your mind returned. But, your body is in a bad state. Tayuya rolled her eyes. You don't say, bitch. You don't fucking say. Because you barely moved, your muscles atrophied severely, your vocal cords are brittle from disuse and you are malnourished all over because they couldn't get you to eat, Tsunade continued. She sighed and glanced at Naruto, who was currently outside of Tayuya's field of vision. While you were incarcerated, our village was attacked and nearly destroyed entirely. In the wake of our weakness, we are faced with the threat of war. To stop that from happening, we needed to show power. That power being, the Uzumaki? I don't like where this is going. Did they say I'm married? Oh fuck. Tayuya's mind was reeling. Did they plan on breeding her? Shit. She couldn't even bite her own tongue. Had they already impregnated her? These bastards. Tsunade knew not of Tayuya's inner panic attack so continued to speak. You have been released from your incarceration yesterday and were formally married to the last male Uzumaki. In an official ceremony a few months from now you will be required to display the return of the Uzumaki clan to Konoha. Tsunade sighed and stepped back. She glared at Naruto. Happy? The blonde scoffed. Happy? Far from it. And neither is she. Can't you see it in her eyes? She must think you already had her raped or something. For which I will murder you if that is true, by the way. Choice or not, she is an Uzumaki, a part of my family. And even if she is my wife only on paper I will do whatever it takes to keep my family safe. He glanced at Tayuya who was looking intensely at him. He met her gaze evenly, not looking away. There was no real warmth in his eyes but they weren't outright cold. Still, Tayuya's mind had enough for the day and shut down. As her eyes rolled into the back of her head he sighed. This was going to take a long, long time. The next week was straining. For both Naruto and Tayuya. Tayuya struggled to regain her body's functionality. It was by far harder than she had even imagined it, even if it went even faster than Tsunade had predicted. Naruto on the other hand was struggling with himself. He didn't know if he should kill her or try his best to help her. Her regained ability to talk, read, curse, made it even harder. She refused his help with every breath she took. Leave me fucking alone already, she shouted at him, throwing a pillow after him. He closed the door before it even hit. That was the sum of how it went for 4 days now. As soon as she could open her mouth again, she cursed him, the village and every other human being that had her brought in this situation. On the last part, Naruto felt like agreeing. Family, huh? He mumbled to himself and went out to work, get some missions done. To support both of them, he needed more money and curiously enough, his mother's savings were nowhere to be found. The elders were going to pay, Naruto decided, one way or another. He decided to stay out of her sight then, help her recover first and everything else later. Hopefully before the ceremony. Her breakfast was in her room when she woke up, her clothes laid out for her and nowhere was a sign of Naruto. Tayuya eyed the cup of instant ramen warily and with much distaste, but she ate it anyways. She was surprised to see her clothes laid out for her and one of his hoodies. A deep blue one. Shrugging, she only put on the hoodie, it was far too big anyways, and tried to stand up. Of course, she failed. Her legs were too damn weak. And so were her arms, too weak to hold her on the handlebar, she couldn't even do physical therapy. Her life was a goddamn mess, a considerably less painful mess than before, but not better to her in the slightest. She was trapped with this blonde bastard in a village that held her captive for 4 damn years, none of which she could even remember. Tayuya snarled as she pushed herself forcefully onto her feet. They gave in an instant. She crumpled onto the floor in a heap and made no move to get up. She just lay there, and cried. It was one of the hardest things I ever did, learning to walk again. The black-haired boy nodded. Dad said that there is barely anything more taxing. Not even losing his arm was as hard on him. The woman nodded. Yeah, I remember that, but I will come to that later anyways. Besides, your father does know that we can regrow his damn arm, right? What? She ignored the chorus and continued her story. Anyways, it wasn't getting easier. It seemed to her that the blonde one had just abandoned her as well. She hadn't even seen him the past week. All she did was trying desperately to walk, eat and then fall asleep, either on the bed or on the floor. Crying and cursing in both cases. Fuck, she screamed at the top of her lungs as her legs gave away once more and she fell. Why, she screamed at the carpet, why is this happening to me? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she tried to crawl back to the bed, but she wasn't strong enough. Her body failed her and she cried quietly there on the floor. But then, the door opened. Tayuya didn't move, pretending to be passed out. She was lifted from the hard ground far more gently than she had expected and placed in the bed again. The blankets were pulled over her and the steps began to retreat again. Before the door shut, however, she heard a quiet, "I'm sorry." The day after, it was Naruto who woke her. He told her that he would need to leave the village for a day or two for a mission. She steadfastly ignored him, even as he placed the meal in front of her. She was surprised to see that it wasn't instant ramen. Tayuya looked up to him and saw that his eyes were bloodshot, he looked paler than she remembered and he had dark rings under his eyes. She fought down a biting remark and said nothing. He left without a word. Tayuya was surprised when not Naruto, but some brown-haired girl opened her room's door the next morning. What happened to shithead? She asked, ignoring the woman's introduction and greeting. She scowled. He left for a mission yesterday evening? Tayuya dimly remembered him saying something like that. The redhead snorted. The bastard goes ahead and marries me and then has the gall to just fucking up and leave me here. It was sarcasm to some degree, but Shizune, as the woman introduced herself, did not seem to think it funny. Her scowl deepened. It's not like he has a choice. Your treatment is expensive and since they forced the clan onto him he has to fund everything himself. The smirk slipped from Tayuya's face. He takes 12 missions a day. 12? And all the money goes into your medication. I doubt he even eats anymore. Tayuya snarled at the woman. I didn't ask for this, she shouted at the woman. I didn't ask him to do this, I didn't ask any of you fuckers to heal me. Oh, we wouldn't. We wouldn't give a damn. As it is, the elders don't need you fully functioning. The fact that you can bear children is all that counts, but Naruto insists upon the fact that you are his family while you damn well don't act like it. With an annoyed shout the woman slammed the tablet down on the small desk besides the bed and stormed out of the room. Tayuya didn't eat that day. She just remained in bed and stared out of the window. Naruto returned 2 days later. He was tired, beaten up but successful. Stupid A-rank missions. Why did these always turn S-rank on him? When he pushed into his apartment he was prepared to simply fall onto the couch and sleep. Only that it was occupied. Tayuya was asleep on the couch, on the table in front of it were 2 meals. Honestly, they didn't appear edible. He wondered how she made it into the kitchen anyways. He knew her legs didn't work, so she probably crawled around all day, if the front of her white shirt was any indication. Why didn't she use the wheelchair? He sat down and watched her sleep with a thoughtful expression. Maybe she was actually willing to accept her situation. After all, she had apparently made food for him. And that warmed his heart far more than it should have. With a short sigh he downed the contents of the plate farthest away from her sleeping form, guessing it was intended for him. He smiled, despite the fact that it tasted terrible. Too much salt. He remained sitting on the floor beside the couch and watched her sleep. Eventually he too fell asleep to the sound of her rhythmic breathing. The loud squeal from the blonde girl startled her. "Oh, that's so sweet. Geez, kid," she snapped, "you are as bad as your mother." The girl looked positively ashamed and backed down again. "So what did he do?" the pink-haired girl asked. "You brats would know already if you'd stop interrupting me." A strange feeling against his cheek woke him the next morning. It was warm and soft as it drifted over his whisker marks. His left eye opened a tad to see Tayuya, studying his face with a thoughtful expression. She didn't even notice him being awake. Not until he slowly grasped her hand and moved it away as he sat up, bright red in the face. It took a second before Tayuya even fully realized that he had just sat up, and she drew her hand back so fast she hit herself in the chest. Her ears turned scarlet and melded into her hair, but her expression was defiant, as if daring him to say anything. Naruto swallowed and stood up. He picked up his empty plate. Tayuya's eyes widened as she saw it. "It was awful," he said as he walked towards the kitchen. He halted in the doorway. "But, thank you." A smile he couldn't see hushed over Tayuya's lips before she scowled fiercely. "Fuck you," she shouted after him. He laughed aloud, for the first time in what felt like ages. "You want to do what?" Naruto asked again, for the third time. Tayuya rolled her eyes. "I want to sell my information on Orochimaru to the village." "Are you really too dumb to listen?" Naruto scowled as he helped her settle down on a chair in the kitchen. "I just don't see why you want to do this. If you declare that you even have information, they'll drag you back to TNI faster than I can react. And then Danzo will try to get his hands on you." Shoving his arms away from her person, she scowled and looked away. "Money is money, right? Could always use it." Naruto walked around the kitchen table and sat down opposite of her. "There is no need for you to get your mind messed with. Money is no problem." "It damn well is." Tayuya snapped back. "I won't have you work yourself into the ground for my crippled ass, you maggot." Indeed, Tayuya was not happy being weak. Her being cared for, it made it only all the more obvious to her. She needed to do something, anything to help herself. Being helpless was not something she liked to be. Being helpless had hurt her before. Naruto sat back in his chair and sighed. "Technically, you are my wife, so caring for you is only natural," he said with a shrug. He didn't know if he really meant that, but it was nice coming home to someone, not an empty and cold apartment. Even if the one he came home to was cursing worse than any sailor out there. Still, Tayuya scowled. "Fuck you," there was no real bite in it. Then her eyes leapt up to his. "But that also make you my husband, doesn't it?" she exclaimed, somewhat triumphantly, "so I have to care for you as well. So let me fucking do this." Naruto blinked, and blinked once more for good measure. Then he blushed. Tayuya reflected his expression to AT as she realized what she had just said. She tried to turn away, hands pushing against the table, but her legs were too weak to turn herself, so she just ended up pushing the table into a stunned Naruto, who promptly fell over, chair included, followed after by his bowl of ramen. The moment was broken and Tayuya started laughing. Tears came to her eyes as she damn near fell of the chair herself. Naruto pushed himself up, the bowl along with its contents atop his head and a frown on his face as a noodle clung to the bridge of his nose. He scowled at her, the noodle slipping completely of his nose before he, too, broke down laughing. Still laughing, he pulled himself up and pushed the table back to where it belonged. Tayuya was wheezing, her laughter ringing loud and clear through the kitchen. She hadn't laughed so hard in ages, a decade even. Eventually, she laid down against the tabletop, breathing hard, the occasional laugh still escaping her. She wheezed, "You're trying to kill me, damn it. I'll have you know that I did my damnedest to achieve the opposite." Naruto huffed, bending down to clean up the remains of his meal. Another laughed gasp escaped her. "Stop, damn it. I can't breath." Naruto scowled a little. "How is that funny?" "You're such a shithead," she laughed, clutching her sides. Rolling his eyes, he chucked the bowl in the sink. Yeah. Still, I can't just throw you at them and expect them to not drive you insane for every bit of information you have. Orochimaru hurt this village big time. They'll go far to get him. So, Tayuya growled, "You are allowed to go out and risk your ass, but I am not?" Naruto halted before he even began. He wasn't one to deny others the right to fight. It had been done to him far too often. My ass isn't as nice as yours, and besides, I'm doing just fine out there," he huffed indignantly. His lame attempt at dissuading her only serving to have him blush madly. Tayuya's left eye twitched, but she ignored it. "So let me do this, idiot. I won't let you work for me like I'm some cripple. Even though she was at the moment, the feeling just made her sick. Naruto took a deep breath and sat down again. Having her sell information on Orochimaru no less, would bring a whole lot of money. More than a few S-ranked missions. But the Yamanaka clan took enormous casualties both times Orochimaru messed with the village. He kidnapped many children and experimented on them when he was still in Konoha and made sure to kidnap even more when he invaded Konoha during the Chunin exam. Inoichi may be impartial to most prisoners but to a former personal guard of Orochimaru? The man had lost a brother and 2 sisters to the snake. There was just no way he wouldn't mess Tayuya's mind up. And Naruto would be damned before he let his family be driven insane by some man on a vengeance frenzy. The fact that he tried to hate Tayuya for the sake of his own vengeance escaped the blonde hypocrite. Fine, he said, but it won't let you go alone. The Yamanaka have one of the worst grudges against Orochimaru and I won't have him tear your mind apart. Tayuya snorted in distaste. She didn't need a bloody bodyguard. As if anyone could tear her mind further apart than it already was. But she nodded slowly. She had been quite wrong. And for the first time since she woke up, she was truly glad that Naruto had been there. When she was wheeled into the TNI building, the first thing that happened was the ANBU that informed Naruto of a meeting he had to attend. Before Tayuya could even panic about being left alone here, Naruto shot him down. The Uzumaki clan has business to attend, the meeting can wait, he said and ignored the ninja as he continued to wheel Tayuya into the prepared room. Inside was no other than the clan head Inoichi Yamanaka himself. Curious, Naruto asked innocently, was there not a clan meeting for us to attend? Is there anything specific you needed, Lord Yamanaka? Tayuya stiffened. This man was the clan head. Why would he be the one to search her mind? The man shrugged. I am here to make sure that everything is done to the best of our abilities. The information she offers to sell is, after all, quite valuable. Naruto did not appear convinced by that but placed Tayuya's wheelchair into the ceiling circle. Before entering it though, he studied it for a moment before nodding to himself. Inoichi stepped in front of Tayuya, face carefully blank and extended a hand towards her head. She closed her eyes and hoped for it to be over soon. But nothing followed. When she opened her eyes, Inoichi's hand was but a hair's breadth from touching her forehead. Naruto had tightly grasped the man's wrist. I trust you will only see what you need to see, he said, eyeing the man suspiciously. The Yamanaka's eye twitched but his mask held. Of course, he grit out. Tayuya wasn't prepared for what happened next. Suddenly his hand felt like it sank into her head, pushing her back inside her own body before her vision swam and she saw her memories from the outside. The Taki base is compromised, we move further down south. Now go, children, kukukuku. The Uchiha is important because I say he is important. You dare question me? My. What a bad girl, Tayuya. Kabuto. Take her away. Kukukukuku. A new concoction is ready. The invasion is going as planned. Move to create the barrier as soon as Lord Orochimaru gives the signal. What? Why was he viewing this? This had nothing to do with their bases. You are to leave the area immediately, the troops are on their way to the clans to do some damage. Is that so? Tayuya froze within the confines of her own mind. That was the Yamanaka's voice. Indeed, little girl. You will show me what I want to see. I care little for the bases. I want the names and faces of those who killed my siblings. The memories flickered and an image appeared she had nearly forgotten. It was her mother's face, but she was dead. Suppressed memories. Aren't they full of surprises? You will show me the names? There was pressure all around her, as if her memories were piling upon her, the heavy weight squeezing the air out of her lungs as images she didn't want to remember were shot into her. She was tied to a wall. The cursed seal had malfunctioned and nearly burned her shoulder off. Orochimaru walked up to her, not a word was spoken as he rammed a spike of sorts through her shoulder and poured his chakra into her. She screamed in agony. The mission had been a failure. Kidamaru had lost an arm and was bleeding out fast. She didn't need to be tortured again for losing a teammate, so she and the others hurried inside of the base. Orochimaru wasn't there. It was Kabuto who greeted them. You failed, was all he said before the poison darts hit them. It burned her blood until she lost consciousness. There was fire everywhere. Red flames licking at the stairs down. She couldn't run away, the way was blocked. Arms pulled her back into a warm embrace, her mother hummed into her ear and said, all will be all right, baby girl. And tomorrow we will get you your own flute, okay? Just as she tired around to smile at her mother despite the fear, the fire and the smoke, she saw the snake tear her mother's throat apart. She fell backwards into her room. Blood gurgled from her throat as the man with the yellow eyes stepped over the corpse like she was a lump of rags. He sneered. There you are, little Uzumaki. Come with me. Kukukuku. She was flung into a room, the seal didn't even stop burning yet. The pain was too much, everything was too much. Mother hadn't wanted this. She wanted her mother. She wanted her back. The door opened and Orochimaru stepped inside. There was a syringe in his hand as he smiled evilly down at her writhing form. He opened his mouth and it stopped, the images vanished and she could breathe again. Her eyes stung with tears and she blinked to clear her vision so she could get away. Before her stood Naruto, his back towards her. His chakra was all around her, filling out the room as he stood between her and Inoichi. "You are finished," he snapped. The pressure he applied to the Yamanaka's arm had the man wince in pain as he nodded stiffly. He turned to Tayuya with golden eyes, the orange marking around them. Unsteadily she met his gaze and he nodded. He pushed her out of the room and halted in the doorway. "Do that again and you will never have the chance to try it on anyone else ever again?" Naruto never mentioned that he had seen the memories as well. He grit his teeth. He felt like he was going bipolar just because of her. "Grandpa did that." The blonde girl looked downright awful at the thought. The woman grimaced and reached over to pat her head. "Don't worry too much. He was an asshole at the time but he redeemed himself. Now just be quiet already." The money earned was enormous. It seemed that Inoichi had added a sizable sum to keep their mouths shut. Naruto didn't like it, and even less so did Tayuya, so they formed a formal complaint. With Tayuya's words, Naruto was sure that neither Tsunade nor Inoichi had ever seen so many foul words written on one piece of paper. Of course, they kept the money. Naruto had at first wanted to return it but Tayuya saw no reason to give the guy that tried to mind rape her even a single coin back. After that fiasco, Tayuya seemed to forego her outright hate for Naruto. She didn't really trust him, but things got better. Naruto on the other hand, he wasn't sure if he could keep disliking her. The past was in the past, and even though he tried blaming her for his misery, it didn't work in the slightest. It was 3 days after the interrogation when Tayuya woke up from another nightmare. They frequented her, haunted her every night. She cursed that Yamanaka for pulling these memories up from the depth she had banished them to. She rubbed her bloodshot eyes and prepared herself to once again battle the threshold of the door of her room with her wheelchair. But it never happened. When she pushed herself as hard as possible through the door, she didn't meet any resistance of the protruding wooden threshold, instead she slid right over a flat surface and into the couch. With a soft umph, she flopped over the armrest. "God damn it," she sighed. Lifting her head she found her face in Naruto's lap. The blonde's eyes were wide open, mouth hanging and moving in silent curses as his hands cupped his family jewels. Realizing that her forehead must have smashed his bits to bits, she snorted a laugh and pushed herself back of the couch into the wheelchair. With a groan Naruto rolled of the couch and hit the carpet. He rolled onto his back and glared mildly at Tayuya. "This," he groaned, "this is not how I imagined being woken by my wife for the first time." Tayuya wheeled herself closer to him and kicked his leg. It wasn't more than a weak poke, wasn't capable of more, but it was the gesture that counted. "Shut up you wimp. Be glad I didn't outright castrate you." She glanced back to the door she had shot trough. The wooden threshold appeared to have been sanded down. "You fixed the door?" "Of course," Naruto said as he pushed himself onto the couch again, sitting in an awkward position as to lessen his pain. "You should at least be able to move freely here until you can walk again." Tayuya nodded. "Thanks," she whispered, and, "Sorry." Naruto blinked in surprise. He didn't remember her thanking him ever before. "Don't mention it. You are my wife after all," he added with a grin. "Ha, you and your busted nuts aren't much for a husband. I'll have you know that they work perfectly fine." Tayuya faked gagging. "I didn't fucking want to know that." Danzo Shimura had been a patient man. He knew when to wait and when to act. If it was necessary for the village to prosper, Danzo would do it and nothing could ever deter him from his path. Not even the village's resident Jinchuriki. But Danzo had made a mistake. Patience may have been a virtue but his had held long enough now. He had let Tsunade set up the revival of the Uzumaki clan. He scoffed internally at it. How could the clan be revived by just one woman? And one so foul at that? Still, she was an Uzumaki as well, it was imperial for her to carry children. And it had to happen fast. But from what his agents told him, the relationship between husband and wife was strained and would not bear children in the foreseeable future. This woman would change the Jinchuriki. That could not be allowed. Measures had to be taken. Tayuya awoke with a strangled gasp, cold sweat on every inch of her shaking body as she cursed violently. Another nightmare. The 7th in a row. Sighing, she fell back into the, by now, damp pillow. She didn't have enough strength left to be disgusted anymore. She was tired, so eternally tired, but sleep refused to come to her without those rotten nightmares. Tayuya swallowed and noticed how raw her throat felt. Cursing under her breath, she sat up. Outside the sun was already rising again. She hadn't slept a wink yet. Shaking her head, she decided that she needed something to drink for her parched throat. Still, it came as a surprise when she saw the glass of cool water rest at her bedside. Tayuya frowned. She didn't remember it being there when she went to bed yesterday. She didn't remember it being there when she woke up the last time, which was barely an hour ago. The door opening startled her. She had focused solely on the glass. Naruto walked inside, seemingly set on not acknowledging her awakened state. In his hands was a steaming kettle and a cup. He set it down on her nightstand and took the glass. Standing there at her bedside, he seemed conflicted about something, his brow knitted tightly together. Finally his eyes met hers. "It's herbal tea," he said carefully, "helps with the nightmares." He didn't wait for any kind of response before turning around on the spot, fully intending to leave the room as soon as possible. But his sleeve was caught and his arm jerked back. He froze in place. Tayuya's voice was hoarse, the words like nails in her throat. Why are you doing this?" Naruto didn't move. He swallowed audibly and stepped back a little so her hold on his sleeve was no longer pulling him back. He opened his mouth, but no words came forth. He tried again but nothing. Shaking his head, he downed the glass of water in his hand in one go and spun around so fast that Tayuya nearly jumped in surprise. His expression was uncertain, confused. "I don't know," he said weakly. "I'm telling myself that I simply did as I was ordered, that I just managed to prevent you from being thrown into a breeding program. That I did what I had to." He carefully sat down on the bedside, looking out of the window. "You know, I am really trying to hate you. Trying really hard." He looked at her, smiling weakly. "But I can't. I try to hold you responsible for the old man's death, for Sasuke's betrayal, but I can't. You are just like me, caught up in this grand scheme of bullshit. Things that are beyond us laid our paths. Some bastards toyed with us, lied to us, and now we are here. Married for fuck's sake." Tayuya gave his arm a light push. He looked at her questioningly. Her smile was even weaker than his. You don't." She grimaced. She had never been one for many words. Shaking her head, she gazed into his eyes, something aggressive settling in. "Fuck, I'm not good at this." Before Naruto could tell her that it was okay, she pulled him into a bone-breaking hug. He winced, throughout confused and surprised. But he didn't move. "I'm not going to say I'm sorry," she whispered, "but I would understand if you'd fucking hate me. I did a lot of shit in my life, never because I enjoyed it. I did what I had to survive. Maybe I'd not do all of that fucking shit again. I'm not proud of it, but..." She pulled back a little and looked into his tired eyes. "But I'm not ashamed either. So hate me if you must, I won't fault you, shithead." His head fell forwards with a tired sigh, leaning against her forehead. "I told you, Tayuya," he whispered, meeting her eyes again, "I can't hate you for that." "Then what else will you do?" she asked quietly. His smile was a little stronger than before. "You are my wife, you know? Maybe I could try loving you instead." She expected the squeals this time and had enough time to cover her ears. The brown-haired boy wasn't as lucky. His rapt attention was broken and he fell of the bedside with a yelp. She grinned down at him. "We both knew that was gonna happen." The boy just scoffed, an incredibly adorable action for a 4-year-old. "Now," she said to all of them, "if you want to hear what happened when we woke up, you better be quiet." She woke up to comforting warmth around her. No nightmare woke her, no one entered her room to drag her off to training or another experiment. She wasn't woken by her instincts, she didn't feel endangered. She felt safe. A feeling she hadn't had in over a decade. And exactly that set her on edge. She wasn't safe. She never was. Safe wasn't right. Safe was something she didn't get to feel. But sleep clung heavily to her, the warmth pleasantly suffocating her fears. Still, she pried her eyes open and came to face the wall. That in itself was already strange. Never would she allow herself to sleep without securing the entrance to her sleeping place. Then she noticed the strangest thing that had happened to her yet. There was a pair of arms wrapped around her waist. Tayuya wasn't dumb. She was a shinobi after all, and even if she was cuddly warm, completely confused and just about to fall asleep again, she knew whose arms were wrapped around her. So the only question left to answer was, why? That was not as easily answered. She didn't remember falling asleep like that, or did she? The warmth made her head fuzzy. Why was this so comfortable? Didn't that guy hate her or something? Stupid bipolar fuck. Tayuya squirmed a little and tried to turn around. She managed to lay on her back, but his arm still had her trapped. Tilting her head sideways, she looked at his face. Naruto looked surprisingly peaceful when asleep. It had been the same when he had fallen asleep on the coffee table. There was no frown, no stress visible. He didn't look as haggard as he had before. Maybe this was his first fully slept-through night, just like hers, in a long time. She couldn't find herself to get angry. Not after what he had told her last night. He said he could try to love her. It made her smile, even now. A stupid smile, so why'd it hurt her face, not used to the motion? How could he say that? How could he just decide to not hate her, even love her? Tayuya owed him a lot. She didn't want to imagine what would have happened to her if that Danzo guy would have gotten his hands on her. She blinked when he nuzzled his face into her hair. Maybe having it cut wasn't necessary after all. She shook her head mentally. Could he even do that? Was that even allowed? To just try and love her? Hell, could she even do the same? Now, aside from the fact that his admittedly handsome face was not an inch from hers, he wasn't that bad of a guy. He was compassionate, honest, hard-working and so, caring. Caring for her, whom he hadn't even known, who had just been pushed onto him. He had helped her without expecting anything. He was patient beyond what she had ever imagined possible, he was a good cook, he was funny. No one had ever made her laugh so hard before, or made her laugh in general. He protected her, and even though it bugged her that there was the need to do that at all, it was a wonderful feeling. Her husband was an amazing guy. In retrospect, aside from her being a cripple, this was the best thing to ever happen to her. She smiled, she just couldn't help it. It wasn't like her to feel that giddy. Looking over his short blonde hair, she spotted the tea kettle on her nightstand. She dimly remembered him placing it there when she cried, into his shoulder. Embarrassment washed over her and her ears burned as red as her hair. What was wrong with her? Since when did she cry, let alone in the presence of another? She had cried because she felt alone, cried because she felt hopeless, hurt and wounded. She felt weak, but he assured her he'd help her be strong. She felt alone and he told her he'd be there. There was pain and he promised to stand through to with her. What was wrong with this guy? Her heart fluttered uncontrollably when she thought about it. Never had anyone ever been so nice to her. So good. The concept in itself felt foreign. On what grounds could he make these promises? She couldn't think of a single reason why he wouldn't just get rid of her. Of course Naruto had been awake from the moment she stirred in his arms. How she even ended up there? In essence, she passed out crying against him, clinging to his shirt. He just couldn't leave her then, not when she truly needed him. Not that he could have left if he wanted to. Her grip on his shirt was vice-like. She squirmed in his arms and turned onto her back. He tried his hardest to remain undetected yet he awaited the punch or shove to come. But she didn't. He could feel her breath against his lips and her eyes on him. Why wasn't she pushing him away? Then her hand came to rest on his cheek and he couldn't help but open his eyes. Violet eyes stared back at him, her expression bordering serene as her hand drifted slowly up his temple and into his hair. She had no sneer on her lips, no frown marred her face, no pain in her features. She was beautiful. Gorgeous. How had he missed that before? Her lips parted slightly. Your hair, she whispered, it's changing color. Is it? He found himself asking, just as breathless as she had. Her nod was small as her fingers scrapped along his scalp. It's getting darker. Is orange by now, she murmured as he tired not to give in to her touch. It sent tingles down his spine all the way to his toes. He decided he had to ask. Ask the question she must have had as well. What are we going to do? A smile tugged on her lips. I have no fucking clue. He smiled as well. Yeah, neither have I fucking sucks. Her smile widened as he cursed. I'm already rubbing off on you. His shrug was small, not to disturb their position. Could be a clan thing. Tayuya laughed. You better fucking bet it is. So, he began, what are we going to do about this? He could see her ears redden. Fuck off, she asked uncertainly. It was so very much unlike her, it was downright unsettling. Naruto frowned and pulled back. Her hand stayed at his cheek until he was out of reach, dropping away painfully slow. Her eyes were glued to his until she blinked a few times and looked at her hand. She blushed. Breakfast, he suggested. She just nodded and pulled her hand back, hugging it to her chest and turning to the wall again. Naruto stared at her back. He wasn't sure what to think, what he was allowed to think. He walked out of the door when he heard a quiet thank you. And knew it was okay. Is that why you are here now, auntie? Because you slept with him? Her eyebrows rose high. Kid, you are 4, right? What did your dumbass of a father tell you about that? The little Inuzuka shrugged. I asked how Akamaru got all these little pups and daddy told me that if someone loves his mate and they sleep together, little pups come out. She sighed. Yes and no, kid. You have to ask your mother about it. Not your stupid father. Anyways, the summon from Tsunade was not any more personal than the last one. So Naruto decided to appear through the window as he had before. Damn it, I told you to use the damn door, Naruto? Ignoring the Hokage for the moment, Naruto strode over to the lone chair and sat down. Crossing his legs he asked, So? What is it? Tsunade was about to speak when she took in his appearance. What happened to your hair? She asked. He shrugged. Tayuya thinks it's my Uzumaki blood. Closer proximity to another Uzumaki triggers it. Or something like that? Closer proximity? Naruto shrugged again, though Tsunade could see the tips of his ears redden. Shaking her head, Tsunade motioned to the ANBU at the door. It swung open a few seconds later and a girl stepped in. Naruto didn't need an introduction to see that she was an Uzumaki. Shoulder-length red hair and violet eyes. She was a bit taller than Tayuya, an inch maybe, and by far more petite. He swallowed, his ears becoming even more red. Gods, why did he have to sleep in the same bed with her? Why was she so nice to hold? He mentally shook of these thoughts. Then he smiled. He smiled because his family had just extended even more. He stood as the girl walked closer to the Hokage, looking as nervous as they got. Karen, Tsunade said kindly, thank you for waiting. The girl bowed hastily. It was my pleasure. Tsunade smiled. Ease up, Karen. No need to be this formal. We are all family here. Though I am quite a bit farther away from you too. Karen's eyes, which Naruto noted had a slight pink tone to them, snapped up to meet his cerulean ones. The intensity of her gaze surprised him. He offered a weak high before she launched herself at him. He was about to pry her of himself when he noticed that she was crying. He looked helplessly over at Tsunade. The woman shrugged, much to Naruto's aggravation. It wasn't cool using his attitude against him. Hey, he said eventually after some gentle petting of her head. It's all right now. He had no idea what had been wrong to begin with, but he guessed a little assurance couldn't hurt. She jumped back, obviously embarrassed. I'm sorry. She offered meekly, trying to dry her tears with her sleeves. It's just. I never thought I would meet another Uzumaki again. He smiled. Yeah, I know what you mean. My mother told me that there were very little left, if any at all. Tsunade listened intently. How the hell could he have talked to his mother? For all intents and purposes the woman had been dead ever since Naruto had been born. She would need to inquire about that. Anyways, Tsunade said and stood up. Since Karen arrived with a lot of scrolls from the Uzumaki clan, it had been decided to finance the construction of a clan compound in the outskirts of the village. Yamato agreed to help and it should be done before the wedding. Wedding? Karen asked, turning pale. I don't want to dash. She looked at Naruto. Nothing against you, but I have no intentions of marrying the next best Uzumaki. He laughed. Didn't she just say she didn't imagine ever finding another Uzumaki? No need to worry. He turned to Tsunade with a slight frown. Or is there? No, there isn't. Tsunade sighed and sat back down again. For now, Karen and her cousin will come to live in the same apartment complex as you, Naruto. Make sure to introduce Tayuya to them. Cousin? Naruto asked, turning to Karen. She nodded. Her name is Sari. First cousin of mine. She's also somewhat a librarian of sorts. Karen smiled sadly. She's mute, her windpipe had been crushed by one of Orochimaru's lackeys when they came for us. Her healing ability isn't as strong, so her vocal cords never fully recovered. Naruto nodded sadly. I see. Then his smile brightened. But she is part of the family all the same. I look forward to meeting her. He then stuck his hand out to her. I'm Naruto, by the way. She smiled and shook his hand. Karen. Tayuya was waiting for Naruto to return. She found herself in need to talk to him. She wanted to get out of here, even if she had to be pushed around in her wheelchair. Being indoors all the time was driving her crazy. And without Naruto here, it was boring. He was fun to be around and he took her coarse language in a stride, even picking it up to some degree. It made her smile. The Uzumaki, known for sealing, red hair and cursing till kingdom come. She wanted out, roll around for all she could. Tayuya also wanted her flute back, or at least a new one. Imagine her surprise when she saw Naruto walking up to the apartment building, pulling a cart together with two red heads. She ripped the window open and leaned outside. Oh, shithead. Who's that? He looked up to her. Waving, he shouted back to her. Hey there. We have gained 2 more clan members in just one day. You married another? And 2 at the same time? She exclaimed, scowling something fierce. She didn't think he'd be that type of guy. Asshole, didn't he already have her? What? No, he shouted back up, waving his hands frantically in denial. I didn't. I swear. Tsunade made sure that they can't force me to marry another woman. Tayuya nodded to herself. Good. Then she promptly turned bright red. Where did the jealousy come from? She shook herself out of it. Then come get your ass up here, shithead. Naruto sighed as she slammed the window shut. Karen and Sari walked up to his side. The mute girl held up a piece of paper. It read Mad Wife, and Naruto snorted. You could say that. We were kind of forced into this, but a smile tugged at his lips. We're getting along. Karen smiled. She seems energetic. Naruto laughed. That's one way of putting it. The window overhead was thrown open again. I heard that, idiot. Now move it. Yes ma'am, he mock saluted and began pushing the cart again. Fuck you. Tayuya shouted back, her ears tinged red. Sari held a piece of paper out to Karen, who took it. It read, if they were forced into this, then whoever did it was a damn good matchmaker. Karen smiled. So it seems, she told the girl. Sari was shorter than Karen, shorter than even Tayuya. Her red hair was short and straight, her bangs shadowing her deep violet eyes. She wore a gray traveling tunic, just like Karen, and a red choker that hid the scars left on her throat. Sari's skin was incredibly fair, her red lips a stark contrast in her face. Karen's had a more natural color and her skin wasn't as pale. One could see that they were family. They had the same nose and the ears were distinctively similar. But Tayuya looked different, showing the wide spread of the Uzumaki clan. Where Tayuya's nose and cheekbones were distinct and sharp, Karen and Sari shared softer features and a kinder, less sharp eye form than Tayuya. Pushing the cart behind the building and parking it underneath the stars that lead up to the first floor, the three Uzumaki made their way to the apartment Naruto and Tayuya lived in. Karen's and Sari's was just the neighboring one. He led them inside and was nearly run over by Tayuya in her wheelchair. Took you long enough. Come on. Let's get the fuck out of here. She glared at Naruto who was sticking to the wall besides her on all fours, using chakra. Let's fucking go. She grinned when she saw the other two's amused expression. I'm Tayuya, she told them. And as it stands, I'm a cripple and that idiot's wife. Now come on. Naruto was calmly pushing Tayuya through the streets of Konoha, pointing out buildings and the occasional memory of a D-rank mission to her and the two newest Uzumaki. Tsunade had arranged for furniture to be moved into the apartment building and until that was over, they had nothing better to do than go shopping. The markets of Konoha were bustling with people and merchants, even in the late afternoon hours. Naruto didn't expect anything out of the ordinary to happen. The rebuilt market was mostly hastily set up stands from foreign merchants. The locals were still recovering and most funds were put into regaining the village's infrastructure and medical institutions. Food and water supply were up there in the priority list before the local economy was kick-started again. It would take some time but the village was on a good way. But just as he noticed Tayuya staring intensely at a vendor to their left, someone called out to him. Oi! Naruto! Naruto groaned as he heard Kiba's voice. How was he going to explain these three? Was he even allowed to tell anyone about the clan? Or that he was married? Then again, did it even matter? He sighed and turned around. Kiba, Shino and Hinata were walking towards them. He could also spot Ino and Sakura bickering about something behind Team 8. Naruto was relieved to see that Shikamaru wasn't there. He could have identified Tayuya as a former sound ninja. Hey guys, he said with a wide smile, how's the reconstruction effort going? Kiba waved him off as his eyes drifted over his companions. Good, you know, he said as his eyes zeroed in on Tayuya. But what's way more important, who are those babes? Tayuya had yet to take her eyes off a sleek black flute she could see in one of the displays but being called babe had her eyebrow twitch violently. Now listen here dash. Tayuya stopped short as her words seemed to come from Naruto's mouth. This, Naruto said with a voice so hard it could crush feeble spirits, as he put a hand on Tayuya's shoulder, is Tayuya. And like Karen and Sari here, he motioned to the girls, Shiza and Uzumaki. His semi-friendly attitude dropped and he outright glared at Kiba. Besides, she's married. Tayuya's mouth shut with a loud clack of her teeth as her ears began to redden and she tried to sink into her chair. Why the hell would he simply proclaim that? Stupid, sweet, shithead. Kiba raised his hands defensively in front of him, sweating bullets as he took a step back. Whoa. Alright, backing off, dude. Ever the gossip queen, Ino appeared from behind Kiba. Uzumaki? Is she, like, your sister or something? She asked. Are all of them? They don't look like you at all. What happened to your hair by the way? Who's the husband? Did you get taller by any chance? As Ino continued to rumble off questions that would not find any answer soon, Sakura stepped forward and shoved Ino's head. Shut it, piggy. Then she looked expectantly at Naruto. They, by now, deep orange-haired boy sighed. No, they aren't my sisters. They are fellow Uzumaki. From the Uzumaki clan? He tried to think of something to tell them real quick. I've known Tayuya for a while and Karen and Sari arrived today. He purposefully left out the question about the husband. Why the hell did he bring it up anyways? And yeah, I've been made clan head, since I'm the only remaining male Uzumaki. Kiba nodded along, then he suddenly grimaced. Oh shit, dude. They aren't going to pull the CRA on you, are they? Naruto quickly shook his head. And no. I got out of that without them getting to breed me. They did try though. Stupid elders. Shino pushed his shades up. You have been really lucky then. Why? Because right now, Konoha can use every bit of power we can get. Tayuya's blood returned from her ears and she noticed the Hyuga girl sigh in relief. She narrowed her eyes. What did that bitch have to be relieved about? As Naruto got drawn into a conversation, Tayuya noticed that he seemed uncomfortable. Her eyes swayed from him and over his friends. She frowned. If one could call those cowering in fear friends. Tayuya knew fear, she could see it in all of them, practically smell it in the air. She glanced around and found that everyone looked upon Naruto with awe and fear. Aside from the children, they were afraid of him. All of them. Kiba stood too far away from him, his posture too diminutive for an Inuzuka. Shino was as tense as it got, and the Hyuga girl, well, she might have been a nutcase. Sakura and Ino walked up to her, but she noticed that they placed her between them and Naruto. What the hell? Karen and Sari had taken the opportunity to do some shopping with the money they had been given. It had been their money to begin with, but they just relented everything to their clan head, namely Naruto, once they arrived. How very nice of them. So you're married? Who's the husband? Ino asked excitedly. Tayuya was at loss for words. Should she just straight up tell them it was Naruto? Would he want that? But she was saved by Sakura. Shut up, piggy, we probably don't even know him. Tayuya relaxed but found her breath hitch when Sakura asked, so how is he? Tell us about him. Ino nodded. Yes. Is he handsome? Tayuya glanced at Naruto to make sure he wasn't listening. I guess so, yes. The girl squealed. Fuck, Tayuya cursed in surprise. Do you have to be so damn loud? She was ignored as the next question was fired. Is he nice? Yes. Is he strong? I suppose. And, how's he in bed? Tayuya's ears had camouflaged themselves and hid in her hair. Suspiciously enough, Naruto's also reddened considerably. Damn his enhanced hearing. What's wrong? Kiba asked him. Naruto laughed uneasily. It's a bit hot, you know? The Inuzuka shrugged. I guess. Anyways, we're headed to the Hokage, do some missions. He waved and retreated hastily. See you guys later? As his eyes lingered on Tayuya again, Naruto scowled. He shooed Ino and Sakura away from the steaming Tayuya as she cursed their entire existence under her breath and pushed her towards Karen and Sari, who were inspecting various articles of clothing from a foreign merchant. When no one was looking at him, he made a single clone that hinged immediately and sent it off. You found something? He heard Tayuya ask the two Uzumaki girls. As he returned his attention to them, his eyes drifted over the people around them. And for a second, he could have sworn to have met a pair of sad lavender eyes. Half an hour later he received the memories of his clone and he smirked. The smirk was wiped of his face when Tayuya jabbed him in the ribs. She glared up at him when he suddenly stopped in the middle of the street. Something up, shithead? She asked, none too little bite in her voice. He waved her off. Nah, everything's fine. Come on, it looks like Karen found a dress for you. Tayuya looked horrified. No, fuck you. Don't you dare just leaving me with them. No. Her screams of protest were smothered by layer upon layer of pink, fluffy dress gowns. I thought you didn't like dresses, auntie. She rolled her eyes at the blonde girl. And I still don't? But, the pink-haired girl spoke up in protest, a pout on her face. I saw you and Auntie Karen in that dress shop with all these white robes. That's something entirely different. Now shut up, I'm not yet finished yet. Tayuya was out on her own for once. Naruto had been called into Tsunade's office and Karen and Sari were dead set on looking at the place their compound was to be built on. She was just glad that she hadn't been dragged along. Tayuya still held it against the two of them that they had stuffed her into a frilly purple dress complete with a bow in her hair. A bow that was still present in her hair, not that she had noticed. Naruto had wanted to say something but she threw her shoe in his face so he remained silent instead. It was amazing how fast a majority of the village had been rebuilt. Not half a year ago the village had been but a crater. Now it was a village inside a crater. Which irritated her to no end because now there was always a slant in the road that would have her roll towards the center of the village. Thankfully, Naruto's apartment was dead center of Konoha. So if she ever got lost she just would head downhill and end up in front of the building. Because the roads got steeper the further she got from the center, Tayuya stayed relatively close by as she rolled herself through the busy streets, watching the construction workers and merchants argue, hissing at children that nearly ran her over, and lastly, and most unfortunately, meeting Sakura and Ino as she passed what she assumed to be the hospital. Tayuya. The girl cringed. Sakura's voice, the pitch it carried, it just grated her ears. She spun around with a frown. What? The two of them didn't even slow down at her obvious disdain for their presence. Ino took the liberty of pushing her wheelchair and Tayuya, for the simple reason that her arms were fucking tired, let her do it. We wondered, the girl suddenly said after some silence, What's the deal with you and Naruto? Sakura, walking ahead of turned around. Yeah. Like, what's your deal? Tayuya scowled. What's it to you? Shrugging, Ino pushed her into what appeared to be a park. He seemed smitten with you. Shame you're married, huh? Tayuya snorted. Fuck no. The guy's a shithead, nothing more. They came to halt underneath a tree that had been planted there recently. That so? Sakura wondered. I say he likes you. Well, fucking shame. I hate him, Tayuya hissed, tough her ears burned red. Ouch, Ino remarked. That's harsh. Tayuya grit her teeth. Stupid bitches. If I weren't in this fucking wheelchair, I wouldn't even be around him. Now let me the fuck go. Forcefully propelling herself forward, Tayuya rolled away from them, headed to wherever. She needed to think about this idiot whose name alone had her heart beat faster. Naruto, as it was, stood still atop the tree she had rested under. He had intended to pick her up after his meeting had finished. He didn't move, his eyes following her red hair in the crowd until her lost sight of her. He looked down at his hand, looking at his palm, each finger he inspected individually. Clenching it into a fist, he looked up at the sky. If he was a means to an end to her, so be it. It seemed that his hands couldn't hold on to the things he cared about. And he hated it. He vanished without a trace, determined to forget about her hurtful words. He had ignored them all his life. So why did hers hurt so much more? Happy birthday. Tayuya just blinked up at Naruto, mouth still agape and eyes wide. What? She asked, for the third time. Naruto rolled his eyes. You heard me, happy birthday. He held the small box out for her yet again. It was warped in bright orange paper, so orange that it seemed to gleam in the morning light. But my damn birthday's in February, she finally snapped back, scowling at him. And who told you that? Naruto asked. Orochi fuck. Tayuya sacked a little. But Naruto was quick to continue and pressed the box into her lap. So, since today you can get out of that wheelchair of yours, we are marking a new beginning in your life, if not the beginning. Meaning that today, the 9th of October, could be as good as your birthday. She stared at the box. And you got me a present? Not to mention that it was the first real present she got since the days she spent with her mother. Tayuya remembered telling Naruto that she didn't remember ever celebrating her birthday with her mother. That didn't mean they never did, just that she forgot. As far as Tayuya was aware, the 15th of February had been the day that Orochimaru had abducted her. And at every following birthday she got to try a new medicine or a technique the bastard had developed. Naruto placed a hand on his chest, looking deeply offended all of a sudden. Of course, he huffed indignantly, what kind of husband would I be if I didn't? Tayuya grimaced. You know, you don't have to act on it. They don't expect you to. With a sigh, he sat down on the bed, his back to her. It hurt, Tayuya thought, it hurt that he had dropped the act so willingly, so fast. But then he turned and frowned at her. I did say, I'd try to love you. I am acting no, I'm not acting at all, actually. I'm doing this because I want to. End of the story? He nudged her leg beneath the blanket. Now come on. Open it. Tayuya doubted his words, then again, it was he who had told her that words were empty until backed by action. She shook her head and tugged a little at the blue ribbon that sat atop the box, neatly creating the Uzumaki swirl. You had sorry packed this, right? She laughed when his face fell. With the mood lightened, she finally ripped the paper off. Underneath was a wooden box. The box itself was about as long as her forearm, hand included. Did he get her a knife? A short sword? A set of shuriken? She could use all of that, if only to throw it at him when he annoyed her. Pillows were too soft. Smiling a little, she opened it and stopped. Naruto swallowed nervously. Tayuya didn't move. She just stared into the open box and at the item that lay atop the velvet cushion inside. He reached out to get her attention but stopped when he saw her eyes. She was crying. With a deep breath, Naruto stood up and left her to her thoughts. He knew that this was a heavy gift to give. He just hoped she could appreciate it. Naruto left the room silently, put on his jacket and stepped out into the fresh morning air. He was about to go down to fetch something from the baker when the door beside him opened. It was the apartment that belonged to Karen and Sari. Both girls nearly ran into him, arms loaded with scrolls and, curiously enough, an enormous stuffed bear. Naruto. Karen exclaimed. Morning. So? How did she like it? Sari nodded as energetically as all the scrolls underneath her chin allowed it. He chuckled weakly. I don't know. She has to accept it yet. It is something special for her, after all. Karen nodded. Don't worry though. She'll love it. Now come help us carry that stuff over to the compound. The storage is finished. We'll have the party when Tayuya is fully awakened. Happy with her gift? Naruto nodded and reached for a big scroll in Sari's arms but then he stopped. Say, he began, why didn't you seal everything here in one scroll? Isn't that easier to carry? Karen smiled sheepishly. We could, she admitted. But neither me nor Sari have enough chakra to push that many potent sealing scrolls into a storage scroll without damaging them. But I do, remember? Naruto said, grinning when Karen's eyes widened. She turned to the door and banged her head against it. Damn it, she exclaimed. All right. Everything inside again. Ouch. Rubbing her shin at the calf of her other leg. She glared over at Sari, who had a piece of paper in her mouth. Naruto wondered how she even wrote it, but he laughed anyways as it read idiot, in big, bold letters. The compound was far bigger than Naruto had imagined. The walls surrounding it were made of ornate wood, no doubt created by Yamato. Inside these walls, a good dozen of workers were building the main house. It was big, far too big in Naruto's mind, and appeared to be relatively modern. They were building a real mansion here. The library was a separated building, many pillars with a spiral pattern holding up the tiled roof. Unsurprisingly, the tiles were bright red, and Naruto had no doubt about the fact that the mansion roof would also be bright red. The great wooden door was a deep blue and the Uzumaki swirl was engraved into the wood. Naruto could tell that it was actually a seal. As they approached the building, Naruto turned to Karen. Who of you engraved the seal? Karen smiled, holding the scroll in hands that they would store in the shrine-like building. Sari did. She styled it after the seal her mother taught her. She says it's the original from Uzushio. Naruto hummed as he stood in front of the seal. He inspected it for a moment before he bit his thumb, smeared a bit of blood over his palm and placed it against the seal. With a sharp twist of his wrist, the swirl rolled with the motion and unlocked the door. Karen grumbled something under her breath and Naruto looked at her questioningly. Sari tapped his shoulder and held up a note. She's salty because it took her 2 hours to figure out how to open it. Naruto laughed but quickly fell silent when Karen pouted angrily at him. The inside of the shrine was bare of everything but a stone pedestal in the middle. It was made to hold a singular scroll and stood in a cone of light that fell through the ceiling. Of course, there was no actual hole in the ceiling. It was just a one-way seal that allowed the light to fall through the roof. The walls were covered from the floor to the ceiling in shelves and holders for scrolls. Karen placed the scroll on the pedestal and the Uzumaki swirl, that was engraved into the stone, glowed red before chains emerged from it and wrapped itself around the scroll. She turned to Naruto. Now only the clan head can take it from this place, she told him. Are you talking about the scroll that you used to beat Orochimaru's head in? The black-haired boy asked. She looked strangely at him. How do you even know about that? He shrugged. Papa told me. Oh, she asked, a venomous tinge to her voice. Then you better tell your red-eyed moron of a father that he'd better keep his mouth shut. Or else I'll dig out the stories I have about him and the snake. The young Uchiha faltered. The story? She huffed. Yeah, I thought so. Naruto left it to Karen and Sari to oversee things with the workers. He had no idea how a building styled after the Uzumaki would look like, after all. The walk to his apartment was uneventful, though he did meet Ino once more. She apologized to Hai for what her father had done, and invited him and Tayuya over for dinner. The fact that she said, "You and your wife," gave away that she had been let in on the secret, if you could even call it that. Inoichi, apparently, was ashamed of himself and wanted to apologize. In the end, Naruto accepted, mainly because he knew that Tayuya would enjoy hearing the man try to amend, probably groveling before her. He was walking up the stairs when a haunting melody reached his ears and he stopped dead in his tracks. Never had he heard the tune before, but it carried such weight with it, so much emotion that Naruto had forgotten how to breathe. He shuddered, felt his skin tingle and his eyes widen. The sorrow of the music was palpable in the air, the pain it conveyed so deep he could barely grasp it. The notes climbed higher and higher, yet the mood didn't seem to lift with them. No, it decreased further. He stumbled up the stairs and lost his keys thrice while trying to unlock the door. And just as he pried it open, the music changed. Slowly and subtly, it evolved, from a deep depression into something akin to tranquility. Falling in over his own 2 feet, he stumbled through the living room, and just as he was about to open the door to Tayuya's room, the music took on a happy note. And he couldn't help but smile. Naruto swallowed thickly. For some reason he couldn't explain, he was out of breath. He grasped the doorknob carefully and slowly turned it. The door swung open and Tayuya, actually stood, by the window, the flute he had gifted her pressed to her soft lips as her fingers danced slowly over it, producing sounds that Naruto hadn't thought possible. He took a step towards her, and another, and slowly, almost reverently walked over to her. She stopped playing when he stopped at her side, and he was so close to beg her to continue. Her eyes opened and they were different. Her eyes were alive, her deep violet eyes, her amethyst eyes, were alight with so so many emotions and all of them her music had radiated through the air. But the most prominent one, the one visible in her features, was genuine happiness. Her smile so light, so freely given, it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. She was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. The fire in her eyes, the fire that burned in her soul had not been diminished by all the atrocities her life had led her though. She was proud, she was strong, she was beautiful. And, this woman, she was his wife. His mouth was dry, as if the desert had switched place with his tongue, so when he opened his mouth to say something to her, he couldn't. Just some sort of strangled noise escaped him, and she laughed. She laughed so hard she had to steady herself against him, and it took a considerable amount of willpower to not draw her into him right then and there. "Is that all?" she rasped, still laughing loudly. "That's all you idiot can say? You can't be freaking serious." She nearly doubled over and Naruto pulled her up again. He smiled sheepishly at her, still enchanted by her sheer beauty. "You did have me speechless right there." She knocked her forehead against his chin, still laughing a little. "Shut up. My music wasn't that good." He lifted her chin with his right hand and stared into her eyes. "I wasn't talking about the music." Tayuya's smile slipped away, making way for curiosity, for doubt and fear. She was afraid. Of him. Of what he could say. Naruto bit back his grimace and kept holding on to her. "But," he spoke again, "your music was just about the most beautiful thing I ever heard." He smiled reassuringly at her, and he could feel that it worked a little. "You remember, right? That I told you I would try to love you." He swallowed when she nodded carefully. "And, you're making it quite easy, you know?" "Ah, that's so sweet," the pink-haired girl squealed. She was hopping up and down at the foot of her bed. She smiled at the child. Mikoto, the pink-haired girl, daughter of Sakura Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, and her black-haired twin brother Shisui Uchiha, named after his honorary uncle. The parents did the kid a favor and didn't name him Itachi. Think of the burden of the name. These two were born on an eventful afternoon 5 years ago. Imagine Tayuya's surprise when Sakura announced that she was pregnant again. It was ridiculous, and Sasuke wasn't even in the village all that often. That horny bastard. The little Inuzuka, Kaiba, a name she'd never understand how Tamaki agreed to it, was the son of Kiba and Tamaki Inuzuka. The most surprising thing about him was the fact that his partner was a cat and not a dog, as it would have been custom with the Inuzuka. Speaking of the little kitten, she hadn't seen it yet. Then again, they were forbidden in the hospital, moreover so in the maternity ward. Finally, there was Ino's brat. Just 4 years old and already a gossip queen to boot. Inori, they named her, to follow tradition. Tayuya could bet that Sai didn't find the name artistic in any way he could think of, but no one would dare talk to the post-labor Ino about that. She and Mikoto made a perfect team, and she'd swear that no one could spread news as fast as them. "Come to think of it," she spoke aloud, "where is Shikadai? Shouldn't the Nara kid be with you as well?" They all gave her a deadpan look and Shisui said, "He's too lazy." Tayuya snorted. "Figures. Temari would get to swing her fan again. Damn lazy Nara clan." Just then, the door opened and Sakura walked inside, dressed in her medic uniform. For a second, Tayuya was confused about her appearance, but then she remembered that she had taken over as head medic since Tsunade retired. Sakura smiled at her and turned a glare at the children, especially her twins. "Didn't I tell you to stay out of the maternity ward? Why are you all here?" she questioned, looking at each of them individually. Everyone turned to stare at Ino, who squeaked and fell of the bed. Sakura rounded the bed and picked her up. "I'm listening," she said dangerously. Mommy told me to, and so Inori stuttered. Sakura sighed and let the girl drop back onto the bed. She scrambled up to Tayuya and tried to hide under her long red hair, which was laid out to her left. "Hey," Tayuya snapped, "don't you dare getting tangled in there." "Inori." Everyone turned to the door, where one flustered Ino Yamanaka was standing, behind her the ever-angry doctor from the hallway. The guy seemed about ready to blow a gasket. The little blonde girl squeaked and tried to shuffle herself beneath Tayuya's pillow, but the Uzumaki wasn't having any of that. She grabbed the girl by her purple top and held her out for the mother to take. "Now would someone take these bratty kids away," she huffed. "Where is Tamaki when I need her?" As Ino grabbed her daughter and berated her on annoying pregnant woman, the other two female Uzumaki stepped into the room. Karen and Sari both, as it was now Uzumaki clan custom, had hair long enough to reach their waist, though Sari's bangs still hid her eyes and Karen's were brushed to the side and held there by an orange clip. Tayuya grinned, remembering how Naruto had gifted it to her. For a week she refused to wear it, only for Sari to wear the same one a day after the wedding. "Hey there sister," Karen greeted. "Did it start yet?" Tayuya shook her head and fondly patted her sizable baby bump. "Nah, little brat takes her time. Sari held up a note. So it's a girl? Of course it is. She's my little girl. Tayuya exclaimed. You better damn well believe it. Sakura was meanwhile ushering the children outside. But Mikoto pouted, her charcoal eyes wide. Using all the cuteness that a 5-year-old possessed, she whined, but Auntie Tayuya wasn't finished with her story yet. Sakura looked back at her. Story? She shrugged back at the medic. About how I met that knucklehead and all the stuff after that. Ino perked up upon hearing that. Oh. How far did you get? The flute, Tayuya said with a faraway look in her eyes, fondly remembering the moment. My first real birthday. Though, it would have been so much better if not for that snake woman? The mood was violently broken when the door was kicked in and a loud voice shouted children. Anko's here to get rid of her curse mark. Tayuya and Naruto jumped apart as if the other had been cloaked in lightning. But Tayuya's legs were still weak and the step backwards had been too much and her knees gave in. In an instant, Naruto had stepped forward again, catching her just as she fell backwards. They stared silently at the other, words burning to be spoken but they couldn't find their voice. Naruto guided her backwards and gently sat her down on the bed. They finally broke eye contact when the door to the room was thrown open. I'm here, she stated, grinning like a loon. She spotted Naruto standing in front of Tayuya, sitting on the bed. Did I interrupt something? Tayuya growled a bit. That you did, bitch. Can't you fucking knock? Anko had expected a lot. Maybe some torture or shouting, a death match even, but certainly no foreplay. True, they were married, but from what Anko knew Naruto had no reason to even move a finger for the girl's well-being. People were really painting the wrong picture of him. She shook her head. Well, excuse me, little lady, but I am damn eager to get rid of that mark. I finished my mission as fast as possible to get back. She turned to Naruto. Now, pretty please? Naruto sighed and ruffled his hair a bit. Fine, sit down on the couch please. As Anko walked out with a spring in her step, he looked back at Tayuya. I'm glad you're happy. She smiled a little and he made to follow Anko. Stepping into the living room, he stopped and frowned. Anko, why are you undressing? Anko, currently pulling her mesh shirt over her head, didn't even spare him a glance as she continued undressing. I thought you might need access, she purred. Naruto's left eyebrow twitched as he tried not to blush. No. I don't. So please, dress yourself. She just shrugged energetically, which had her very much naked breasts bounce. Nah, I'm good. You do know I am married, right? Naruto asked with a sigh, his hand massaging his forehead. Anko shrugged. So? She's just one of Orochimaru's lackeys, right? Naruto froze. He removed the hand that had previously shielded his eyes very slowly and glared at Anko. His eyes were hard, and anger boiling in them that Anko hadn't seen before. Anko, he began lowly, watch what you say. Whatever she was before doesn't matter. Now she is my family. And for the record, if she's just one of Orochimaru's former lackeys, then you, Anko, are nothing more than that, if not worse, given that you still bear his seal. So don't talk bullshit. I hate hypocrites nearly as much as liars. Lips curling in distaste, Anko grumbled something under her breath and began dressing herself. Tayuya, standing behind the door to her room, had a hand over her chest and a small smile on her lips. Why did I have to be nearly crippled for all the good shit to happen to me? She whispered to herself. She took a deep breath and walked out of her room. She came to stand beside Naruto and purposefully leaned against him to take a bit of the strain of her legs. Anko watched them from the corner of her eyes. Naruto didn't stiffen when Tayuya just casually leaned against him, if anything, he even leaned into her a little as well. How could these two be so cute together? Anko would have put her money on the red hair. The boy must have had a thing for it. Now that she was fully dressed again, Naruto pushed the coffee table out of the way and sat down in front of her. She frowned when for several seconds, he didn't move at all. She was about to poke him with her feet when his eyes suddenly snapped open. Anko had to suppress a shudder. These golden eyes, they reminded her of Orochimaru for a second. But, they weren't. Naruto's eyes were golden, not yellow, and there was warmth in them, not the insanity that was home to Orochimaru's very core. He held his hands out for her to take. Okay, he said, no matter what, you can't let go. I don't know if this is going to hurt, Tayuya was in a coma-like state when I did this with her, so you better brace yourself. When Anko nodded he continued. Your seal is by far weaker than Tayuya's was and the amount of chakra in it is not as potent. It also seems to lack the kill switch that Tayuya's had. Are you ready? Anko set her jaw and nodded. Naruto took a deep breath and at first, she felt nothing, but then her seal came alive with a vengeance, paining her so much more than it ever had before. She could feel it. Feel the chakra move out of the seal, like acid pouring into her veins. The taste of blood had her notice that she was nearly biting through her own lips, and only when she opened her mouth did she notice she was biting back a scream. It felt all so surreal, the pain was pushing her away, it felt as if it wasn't even her body anymore, and yet it hurt so much more than everything else. The acid was now running down her arms, she could see her coils blackening underneath her skin. After an agonizing minute the chakra from the seal had reached her hand, and then, it got worse. It was ripped from her, the chakra resisting with all its might as it clawed at her coils, grating her nerves and setting her insides on fire. Suddenly there was a pull on her neck, as if a string had been pulled taut. With a heave, the seal was pulled away, it literally exploded of her neck and was sucked inwards, her head was snapped to the side by the force of it. With one last agonized shout, Anko passed out, the seal gone from her neck and a hole in the wall behind Naruto. Tayuya hobbled to his side and to check if he was alright. When he had taken the seal of her, he hadn't been that exhausted. "You okay?" she asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. He smiled tiredly up at her. "So you do care," he said with a smile so sweet it set Tayuya's ears on fire. She scrunched up her face as her cheeks tinged red. "Idiot," she grumbled and went to settle down on the couch. As a fact, the unconscious Anko was sprawled out all across. Tayuya sniffed angrily and shoved her off the couch. Even as she impacted on the carpet below, she didn't stir. Naruto pushed himself up and looked down at Anko. Then he looked over at his coffee table and back at Anko again. Shrugging, he pulled Anko out of the way by her feet and returned the coffee table to its original place. "So," Tayuya said, "we gonna leave the bitch there?" Naruto shrugged. "Hell, I'm too tired to make even one clone, and I sure as hell won't carry her ass back." Tayuya snorted a laugh, and after a little hesitation, and a determined but thoughtful look in her face, she leaned on Naruto's shoulder. She glared up at him, blushing a little, when he grinned tiredly. "Don't get any ideas, lover boy." Karen and Sari opened the door to Naruto's apartment with a loud bang, jolting husband and wife awake, who had fallen asleep on the couch. "Happy birthday!" Karen exclaimed. Sari, standing right behind her, was waving an impressive red banner with black letters which read the same as Karen had shouted. Naruto had exploded of the couch when the door was banged open, his feet got caught under the small table before him and he did a spectacular salto right through the hole in the wall. Tayuya fell sideways as Naruto jumped, falling onto the couch face first with a muffled "Ouf." "What the hell?" Karen wondered as she and Sai stepped inside. The two of them chose to ignore the unconscious women in the doorway and carried their stuff inside. Before Tayuya could even begin to curse, Karen put an enormous cake down in front of her. Why is there a hole in your wall?" Tayuya blinked owlishly at the round cake that, but of course, was shaped like an Uzumaki spiral. "What is that?" While Tayuya was busy being sleepy and confused, Sari took it upon herself to attach her banner over the kitchen range that separated the living room from the kitchen. Happy with her handiwork, she pulled out a scroll from which she unsealed the teddy bear she had with her in the morning. Nodding to herself, she placed it on the couch to sit beside Tayuya. She nudged the girl using the bear's fluffy paws and smiled widely at her when she turned around to face her. When she didn't respond aside from the confused look she got, Sari continued to poke her with the teddy bear. Tayuya swapped the fluffy bear away. "Stop, Shesh. What is all this?" she said, gesturing to the cake and the banner. Sari rolled her eyes and twisted Tayuya's head towards the banner and pointed at it. Karen laughed. "It's your birthday party, dummy." Then she looked around. "Say, where is Naruto?" Hanging out in the tree outside of the apartment was the young man in question. Having launched himself right into the branches of the green waiting outside, Naruto was busy brushing leaves out of his hair. "God damn it," he grumbled as he turned around in the leaves to gain some sort of footing on the bigger branch below. But just as he was about to hop down the tree, his still enhanced senses picked up a presence nearby. Whirling around, and losing his balance, Naruto managed to spot a masked ninja, an ANBU, flicker away from atop the water tower across the street before he so ungracefully dropped out of the tree. But his mask had been blank. No animal, nor was there any kind of sign Naruto could have seen. Just a blank white mask and, judging by the fleeting feel he got for the masked ninja's emotions, he had none. At the very moment Naruto tried to ascertain what the figure felt, it felt nothing at all. "Well, that's fucking strange," Naruto mumbled as he pushed himself off the grassy ground. More than strange, the voice of the fox roared through his mind, even though Naruto was sure that the fox wasn't roaring, just talking. His size just amplified the volume to truly painful levels. So Naruto winced once before the fox continued. "This human is but an empty shell. He has been broken into servitude." Naruto frowned. "Seriously? That sounds an awful lot like Danzo's minions." He would have contemplated further if not for the shoe that hit his head. "What the hell?" He rubbed his head as he picked up the fluffy purple slipper. That, as Naruto recalled, was Tayuya's. He had placed them in her room for her cold feet. Looking up to the hole in his wall, he saw Tayuya waving down angrily at him, though she seemed more happy than angry at the time. "Get up here," she shouted, and Naruto had a kind sense of déjà vu. So he mock saluted with a brisk "yes, ma'am," and used the body flicker to appear right in front of her. He knelt down and offered her slipper. "Your shoe, kind lady." Tayuya halted to process what the fuck he was doing, but just ended up blushing as he took her foot and slipped the shoe back on. She was about to verbally kick his ass for acting like a prissy when he just turned around with an exclamation of "Yoo-oo. Cake." Tayuya decided to let it slip. Only this once. About 5 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Naruto, who had been stuffing his face with cake while Tayuya tried to defend the remnants of her birthday cake, groaned and placed his plate onto the table and headed for the door. Opening it, he was surprised to see Tsunade and Shizune. "Granny," he exclaimed in surprise, "what are you doing here?" Tsunade huffed. "Well, the wife of a clan head is celebrating her birthday and the Hokage has decided to make a courtesy call." Naruto just nodded. "Aha. So it was your ANBU who watched us?" A frown appeared on Tsunade's face and she glanced back at Shizune, who frowned as well and shook her head. "We don't have any ANBU watching you," Tsunade said. "Damn," Naruto cursed. "Then I need to talk to Sai about a little gardening." Tsunade caught the meaning and grit her teeth. "Oh, I swear, Danzo's gonna have a bad day tomorrow." Shaking of the bad mood, Naruto bid the two women inside. Pointedly ignoring the unconscious form of Anko in the doorway, they congratulated Tayuya, who appeared extremely uncomfortable but happy nonetheless. She just wasn't used to all this, to her own birthday party. She would have to get used to it, Naruto told her, and it made her smile. She could deal with that. Fuck yeah. Cake. Naruto mentally noted that Tayuya fucking loved strawberry marmalade and chocolate. She nearly inhaled whatever piece of cake she got. Choji would have been impressed. "Now then," Tsunade announced as the sun began to settle, "it's time to start the real party." That said, Tsunade produced 4 bottles of sake from the confides of her cleavage. Tayuya wondered if there was a hollow space in there. Shizune looked appalled. "Lady Tsunade," she shrieked, but was quickly silenced when the Hokage shoved one of the bottle halfway down her throat. Forced to swallow a good amount of sake before she got rid of the intruding bottle, Shizune found that maybe it wasn't that bad after all. That and the words felt too heavy to be spoken. Tayuya laughed heartily and Naruto wondered when she had gotten her hands on a bottle herself, and wondered even more so when she had emptied half of it. And 5 minutes later, Naruto found himself with his very own bottle. He had never really been one for drinking but found himself unable to resist the challenge to drink Tayuya and Karen under the table. Sari was excused from this, her throat not in the best of conditions to allow alcohol in. "I promise," Tsunade slurred to Sari, leaning onto the younger girl, "I'll heal thee-ish." Affliction of yours? The Uzumaki could but nod, her hands were trapped under Tsunade's bosom as the woman lay halfway on top of her on the couch. Sari took a moment to look around. Karen was drunk. It was easiest to be described as that. Currently, she was crouching unsteadily over Anko's still unconscious form and was drawing something on her exposed belly with some red crayons. Or maybe it was lipstick. Shizune was explaining to Naruto how to properly give birth to a child. And Naruto sat there, listening with rapt attention and half-lidded eyes as if he was sure to be able to do it after her instructions were over. Tayuya was sitting beside Naruto, or his lap, really. She kind of lay halfway across his lap, sometimes only her legs, and every now and then she would slide to sit completely in his lap. And whenever she did, Naruto's arm would wander to snake around her waist. After a minute of being held, her face slowly turned red, she let off some profanities and slid off again, only to repeat the process 2 minutes later. Sari heard snoring from Tsunade and resigned herself to sleep smothered by the 5th Hokage when suddenly someone knocked at the door. Tsunade, being the hardened shinobi she was, reacted instantly and launched herself up and, well, she did as Naruto did and flew out through the hole in the wall. Karen squeaked and fell forward onto Anko, and in the same breath, Shizune fell backwards as Naruto jumped to his feet with Tayuya in his arms. There was a tense second of silence only broken by the snoring of Anko and the cursing from outside that was no doubt Tsunade damning the existence of a tree. Naruto walked to the door, Tayuya still clinging to him as she tried to appear as intimidating as possible in his arms. Slowly and carefully, Naruto reached for the doorknob, as if it would suddenly move out of the way if he moved too fast. The door opened and Tayuya tried her best to snarl, but a fit of giggles hit her right then. So when the door opened and Kakashi Hatake, a big plushy fox in his arms, got to see a pretty interesting picture. There was his student, a red-headed girl in his arms a second before he suddenly just dropped her and shouted, "Kakashi Shinsei, followed by a mix of giggles and curses by Tayuya from the ground. Behind his student, at the end of the hallway, was Anko, lying passed out in the doorway with Karen on top of her. The red-headed girl glanced over the sizable mounds of the passed-out ninja, eyeing him like an anxious animal. On the couch he could see through the door was a girl he hadn't met before. She looked positively amused and waved lamely at him using the paw of a stuffed teddy bear. As he returned the wave and was about to say something to Naruto, who was currently scooping up his wife, he was suddenly punched in the side and sent flying. Tsunade took Kakashi's place and glared inside the apartment. Shomon! Answer the damn door. And with that, she passed out. Tayuya was swatting weakly at Naruto as Kakashi was dragging himself and the plushie back up the stairs to the apartment. You dropped me you idiot, she slurred, another giggle escaping her. I'm sorry. Naruto blurted after a second of apparently really hard thinking. I'll make it up to you. Whatever you want. Face scrunching up in thought, Naruto stared at what he would have called the cutest expression she had ever made. She was biting her lower lip while at the same time her tongue stuck out at the edge of her mouth. Her eyes were unfocused and her brows knitted together as she sat there in front of him. Eventually she noticed his intense staring and hid her face in her hands. If an overdose of cute and beautiful could cause nosebleed, Naruto would have died this very instant. You, she suddenly said and he nearly squeaked in surprise, you are going to sleep with me. No way you said that. Ino laughed hysterically. Karen laughed loudly as well while Sakura looked absolutely scandalized. Sari had left the room with the children in tow, furiously scribbling notes to keep them occupied while she was out to find the rest of the parents, mainly Naruto. Tayuya stuck her nose up in the air. Sure did. There was a notable amount of pride in her voice. Damn, I don't remember anything after Kakashi waltzed in, Karen mumbled. Ino looked at her strangely. You had a blackout? Karen laughed weakly. Maybe. She never could hold her liquor, Tayuya said and Karen glared at her. Anyways, Naruto's head tilted as he tried to comprehend what Tayuya had just said. In fact, it continued to tilt until he could not lean his head to the side anymore and so his whole body began tilting sideways until he, with Tayuya still in his arms, just rolled sideways into the pantry. However that may have been possible, Tayuya ended up beneath him as he just stared at her and managed an intangible huh. Defiance struck Tayuya's features though the seriousness she intended to display would not reach through the alcohol in her system, instead she managed an adorable glare coupled with a pout. You heard me all right, she slurred, but to Naruto it sounded more like purring anyways. I'm tired. Wanna sleep, idiot. It took Naruto a total of 14 seconds to incorporate her statement into her earlier request, not that Tayuya even noticed that there was such a long pause. The moment she had finished speaking, Tayuya had turned her head away and spotted a box of chocolate in the shelf. In no time at all she was happily munching away at the contents of the box. Fucking delicious, she'd mutter ever so often while she watched Naruto think. He looked so handsome, even with his eyes drooping and his hair so disheveled. She buried her embarrassment in the chocolate until she was suddenly lifted up again. Naruto looked down at her and smiled. Sleeping does sound good. She never noticed that the slur had left his voice and his eyes were no longer glazed over. She just nodded happily to herself and quickly devoured another piece of the delicious sweets. Swiftly stepping over Anko and Shizun on his way to his bedroom, Naruto made sure to get Tayuya to leave the chocolate behind. These stains wouldn't come out easily, after all. He idly wondered where his sudden clarity was coming from as he carried Tayuya inside and laid her on the bed. He took his shirt off without any hesitation, maybe there was still some alcohol left, and could barely stop Tayuya from rolling off the bed. She snorted a laugh and began wiggling out of her clothes. All the water vanished from Naruto's mouth as he watched her less than sensual way of undressing. He had a hard time deciding what the hell he should do now. Dress her again so she wouldn't kill him in the morrow? Just leave her here and hope she wouldn't notice him leaving? But deep down, he didn't want to leave her alone. He wanted to lay down with her, hold her and keep her warm. But, wasn't he taking advantage of her drunken state? He looked over at her when the shuffling of cloth subsided. Her amethyst eyes stared at him and he was shocked to see the tears in them. Tayuya, what dash? So you don't want to, huh? There was no slur in her voice anymore, just a sad note, anger, disappointment. So in the end, I'm just the former lackey of the snake bastard? She turned away from him and pulled the blankets up to cover half her head. That's not true. Naruto snapped with more anger than he had intended to. He left her no time for a snarky remark as he just slipped underneath the sheets behind her. She tensed for a second as he paused before pulling her into him, laying his arm across her flat stomach. Tayuya lifted her head without a word as he slid his other arm beneath it. Resting on his biceps she exhaled almost happily. He could feel a hint of mischief from her and he gasped. You baited me into this, he exclaimed in shock. Tayuya remained silent. After a second, he snorted and laughed a little. Tayuya, he said, you do know that please would have been enough? Shut up, wanna sleep, was all of an answer he got. And he was fine with it. He smiled and pulled her closer. Somehow, she fit there, lying against him, perfectly. Kakashi stumbled into the apartment with the relatively unharmed plush toy still clutched in his hands. He raised an eyebrow as he watched Sari drag the passed-out Tsunade onto the couch in Naruto's living room. Walking up the hallway, he halted when he stood in front of the sleeping Anko. He dimly remembered Karen being here as well. Crouching down beside her, he poked at her face. He idly noted the childish drawing of a snake on her exposed stomach. Wakey, wakey Anko. Time to go home, he said. I'm not going to dash. Suddenly, Anko's eyes shot open and her hands came up to his neck. There was a tense moment of apprehension, but her hands merely encircled his neck, not strangulating him. Tension morphed into confusion when she pulled herself up to him and pressed her forehead against his. Shut up and kiss me. Kakashi's one visible eye widened. Oh sure dash. He quickly substituted with a pillow from the couch, nearly landing atop of Tsunade in the process. But he wasn't allowed a single moment of respite as Anko appeared behind him. Oh Kakashi, she purred, eyes gleaming, guess who got something to celebrate? Kakashi whimpered as he fled, jumping through the hole in the wall. Mommy, get that sweet piece of ass back here. Anko's finally free and ready for some fun. And with that, both vacated the apartment. Sari was left standing in the war zone of an apartment and sighed. This must have been the most fucked up clan/birthday party ever, she thought to herself before retreating into her own apartment, not caring for Karen, who lay passed out underneath the coffee table with Shizune. Danzo sent the messenger away and returned to his chair. Things needed to happen quickly now that the two other Uzumaki were here. There was no need for that foul-mouthed woman anymore. And Danzo knew just the man to take her of his hands. He flared his chakra in a specific frequency and a door opened in the wall behind him, previously being hidden from view. A man with a nondescript mask stepped out and bowed without a word. Danzo held a scroll out for him to take. To Orochimaru. No delays, he ordered, not turning around to face his underling. The masked ninja simply took the scroll and vanished through the hidden door. Danzo stood from his chair and walked out of his office. It was time to redirect some ANBU patrols. Tayuya awoke with a headache worse than anything the cursed seal had ever done to her. She stifled a groan as she cracked one eye open. This, she realized, was not her room. As more and more awareness returned to her hungover mind, she also realized that the arm her head rested on and the arms slung around her waist were also most definitely not hers. Memory slowly trickled back into the forefront of her mind and she groaned in embarrassment. Why did she do that? Though in hindsight, she couldn't deny that she hadn't slept this good since the last time she had slept in the same bed as Naruto. That guy was just as good of a heater? A deep, sleepy chuckle from the man in question had her freeze up. Morning sunshine, he whispered into her hair, how's your head doing? Killing me, she moaned and clenched her eyes shut against the light that fell through the window. I'm never drinking again. He laughed, the noise vibrating against her bare back. Gods above, where were her clothes? You say that now, but Granny has another reason today to bust out some of her sake. That so? Damn, I'm gonna die. Naruto just chuckled quietly and pulled her closer to him. So, she said, why am I naked? The Uzumaki's eyes shot open wide as he paled considerably. His calm and collected attitude vanishing instantly. And I take it that's your knee and me arse cheeks? Ah? Yes. Now he was starting to sweat. Shit, goddamn male anatomy. Nice try, he could hear her knuckles crack. And somewhere in the pure world, a man with long white hair and red facial markings was writing in a small notebook, giggling like a schoolgirl until a woman with long red hair drove his noggin into the ground. Rubbing his sore head, Naruto stood in the kitchen, fixing himself and Tayuya some breakfast. He glanced over his shoulder at the redhead at the table and immediately turned around again as she shot him a death glare. Damn it. It wasn't his fault that she somehow managed to undress herself and him in her sleep. It was her body that caused him to dash. Yeah, no, not going there. After placing a bowl of rice with a few hastily produced side dishes in front of her, Tayuya mellowed down a little. Also, the plush fox she had in her lap helped. The Nine Tails felt honored and ridiculed at the same time, a feat only achievable by millennia-old, grumpy entities that somehow came off as a fox. Say, wanna go to the compound after breakfast? He asked as he sat down in front of her. She didn't meet his eyes but nodded anyways. Good enough for him, Naruto decided. It was when he and Tayuya went outside that they found the fifth Hokage still passed out in front of their door. I expected a lot, Tayuya said, but not the fucking Hokage. Where the hell is Anko, by the way? No idea, Naruto responded as he proceeded to prod and poke Tsunade with a wooden stick. I'm gonna signal the ANBU, she's gonna pick up her and Shizune. She's still here? I didn't even see her. She's under the table in the living room. Karen's there too. Tayuya looked somewhat amazed. The table isn't that damn big. Did they fucking curl up down there? I suppose. The moment he had finished the sentence, an ANBU with a cat mask dropped down in front of him. Yugao, Naruto said with a nod. If you would, please. I'm not supposed to ask how you know my call sign, but I'm intrigued, the woman with the purple hair said, curiously peering down at her Hokage who was currently drooling all over herself. I can pick it up ever since I became a sage. Granny trusts you the most, so she uses your call sign pretty often. He stood and stretched once before jabbing his thumb back at the apartment. You mind taking her and Shizune back to the tower? Yugao nodded briskly and headed inside. Naruto and Tayuya were walking down the stairs when they heard Yugao's voice from out of one of the windows. Now please, Lady Shizune, let go of Miss Karen. Please. It was followed by a long-suffering sigh. Wow, Tayuya said, sucks to be her. The following blast of killing intent assured both of them that Yugao had heard her just fine. The compound was coming along nicely. According to the workers, they could move into the main building by the end of the next week. Naruto came to the conclusion that a giddy and happy Tayuya was pretty damn cute. The way she was skipping all over the premise while simultaneously trying to hide the fact that she was just incredibly happy about her new home being nearly ready. So imagine her, skipping and hopping like Anko had just found out Orochimaru had died, while she simultaneously scowled like Tsunade when her sake sources ran dry. After the foreman kicked them out, because Tayuya was distracting the workers and because Naruto glared every worker into a catatonic state of fear, they headed into the market. Tayuya was laughing her ass off when he tried on something orange when he was reminded of the day's date all too violently. Sakura, with the grace of a flying sack of bricks, broke into the shop and shouted, "Happy birthday!" And that's how the surprise party in a random backyard that apparently belonged to the Hyuga clan began. His momentary confusion was only extended when from seemingly everywhere his friends popped up to congratulate him. Team 8, Team 10, who Naruto didn't see until it was too late, Team Guy, Irika, Tuchi and Ayam, the gate guards Izumo and Kotetsu, Gaara and his siblings, whereas the former's congratulations were wholly lost in the chorus of everyone else's voice, Koyuki, or better known as Princess Gale, Karen and Sari, Shizune and a hungover Tsunade, and last but also definitely the latest, Kakashi. How Naruto could have forgotten his own birthday? Maybe it was the fact that his manhood woke up in a far too dangerous yet very pleasing position which had earned him a severe concussion. Or maybe it was the fact that Tayuya wasn't as modest as she tended to enact when she walked out of the bathroom with less than a towel. In fact, Tayuya had twisted a lot things in his life and, really, as long as it wasn't his throat or other useful extremities, Naruto didn't mind. Geez, this woman, and she just happened to be his wife. Damn. And why was he happy about that again? His birthday had never really been celebrated before. It just never came up. He only ever did so, had done so, with Jiraiya. No matter what anyone may have said about the man, no matter what he himself said about him, Naruto missed him more than he'd ever find himself able to voice aloud. He remembered his first birthday with him. He got him a set of clothes. Sure, they were hideous orange and, sure, it was a crime to wear these as a ninja and even more so as a marked man as he was, but it felt so nice to just have them. A gift, the first he hadn't received from the third. Sakura gifted him a book. He was surprised when she wasn't sarcastic about it, nor did she tease him in any way about the fact that he didn't seem to know what to do with it. The book was about basic medical techniques and was written by Tsunade. It was, if he thought about it, damn useful to have. He was not surprised by the training weights he got from Lee, he didn't expect anything less. Nor did the speech he got from Guy that came with a green jumpsuit. Never would he wear it, but he couldn't just not accept it. Naruto teared up when Tuchi and Ayam declared that they would write up a contract with the Uzumaki clan and in exchange for protection, the clan would eat for free at the noodle bar. He had no idea what Hinata said/stuttered when she handed him the recipe for her ointment, but he thanked her nonetheless. Shino, as weird as it was, gifted him an ant farm. He was told that they were special, trained to defend a perimeter he could set up for them, working like an invisible alarm for intruders. That could actually be useful at some point. Besides, these things looked awesome. Can you imagine bluish ants that seem to carry swords and armor? Cool, I tell you. And don't you dare argue. Niji's gift was interesting. Naruto's eyebrow twitched when the Hyuga handed him a book on etiquette. But then again, it could be incredibly useful as clan head. From Choji, he got something he didn't expect. Property. A lot of property. Choji, Naruto said as he stared at the deed, I can't just, that's too much. The Akimichi shook his head. Naruto, without you, there wouldn't be any of us left alive. This property, it's just a little old shop that had been in the outskirts and wasn't damaged by the attack. In fact, it is right next to the Uzumaki compound. So please, in the name of my clan, take it and put it to good use. Happy birthday, Naruto. Stun didn't even compare to how Naruto felt then, but he managed to thank Choji nonetheless. Things seemed to slow down then, and Naruto found himself sitting under a tree, watching as his friend stood at the tables Choji had borrowed from one of his clan's many restaurants, most of which had already been rebuilt. Kiba and Lee were competing in something Naruto couldn't discern, but it involved push-ups and a barrel full of sake. Already Naruto was praying the Lee didn't come into contact with the alcohol. Gaara sitting down at his side startled Naruto out of his musings. 18 years, huh? The Kazekage mused, more emotion audible than Naruto remembered ever being evident in the redhead's voice. Time passes fast. I'm already feeling old. He grinned. I guess that makes Granny ancient then. How are you doing? Very good actually, Gaara responded. I just signed off some emergency supplies for Konoha before coming here. You have an unreasonable demand for minerals these days. Naruto snorted. I wonder why that might be. Didn't you yourself blow up a big part of the village? I hear the biggest crater was made by you and the QB. Ah, let's not talk about that. Gaara smiled. As you wish. He looked over to where Shikamaru was trying to ward off Temari by bringing Lee between them, who was still doing push-ups. Without hands. Damn. I hear you have married. Naruto nodded. Yep, that happened. And when would you introduce my sister-in-law to me? A smile hushed over Naruto's face as he tried to keep his features under control. It was nice to know that Gaara considered him his brother. Tayuya, my dearest wife, is right over there, Naruto said and pointed at one of the tables. Gaara's gaze drifted over to it. Present at said table was a redhead that could only have been Tayuya, laughing together with another girl with shorter red hair at Ino, whose hair were tied to Choji's belt at the boy's back. In an effort to untie his teammate, Choji turned to reach for the point. Her hair were knotted to his belt and dragged Ino along in the process of steadily turning around himself. Tayuya was laughing so hard, she had to hold on to Karen for support. Gaara merely raised an amused eyebrow at them and turned back to Naruto, who smiled fondly at her. She never had a chance to have fun before, he said suddenly, his eyes still fixed on her, watching her long hair sway and bounce as Karen, also laughing like a maniac, tried to pry Tayuya off her person. I'm just glad she can now. Gaara tilted his head. You love her, don't you? Naruto flinched, as if he had forgotten about Gaara's presence. I've known her for a month and a half, you know? He gazed over at Tayuya once more. And, fuck, you may be right? Kakashi, leaning against the tree Naruto and Gaara sat at, smiled at his student. Your father would be proud. That and you swear like your mother? Naruto jumped. Geez, Kakashi. You're late, by the way. The man shrugged and pulled his book from one of his pouches. One can't be late for a surprise party. And yet you were the last to arrive, Naruto countered. Another shrug from Kakashi was all he got. Lazy ass, Naruto huffed. You rang. Naruto looked up to see Shikamaru standing before him with a shogi board. Care for a game? I wondered if you've gotten too lazy for that, Naruto joked. Huffing, Shikamaru set the board down. It will take some time for that to happen. Doubt it, Naruto countered, moving a piece and beginning the game. I put my money on Temari. Once you admit it, you'll be too busy for shogi. Gaara raised an eyebrow. You do realize that you're talking about my sister, right? Shikamaru's nose twitched as he made his move. Yes, Lord Kazekage, I'm aware, Naruto said in mock affront. Doesn't change that she has the hots for Shikamaru here. Since when did you become an expert in that? Shikamaru asked, annoyance and fear for his integrity written all over his face. Naruto moved his piece and smirked. I'm married. Check, by the way. Shikamaru frowned down at the board. Or so I've been told. I remember her, you know. I assume you know who she is. Who she was, Shikamaru. Now, she is my wife, Naruto corrected, frowning as all his moves seemed to suddenly backfire on him. I understand that this went down to return the Uzumaki clan to the village. But that's not all, or is it? Naruto shook his head. No, he said with a small smile. She's special. To me, that is. Shikamaru nodded slowly. Is it, because of the red hair? Why is everyone saying that? Naruto exclaimed. Kakashi tapped Naruto's head with his book. Because, little genin, it's true. Now hold on a second. Naruto protested. Quiet, runt. The man is right, the fox rumbled in his head. Naruto could feel the giant beast nod sagely in his cage. Gaara also nodded. That does seem to be a likely assumption. Naruto moaned. Would you stop that? It isn't just the red hair. So you do admit that the hair has something to do with it, Shikamaru concluded as he decimated Naruto's pieces. Lay off, it's my birthday. Naruto whined. He saw Tayuya watching him and forgot for a second what he even wanted to say, so he decided to not say it in the first place. Hey, Tayuya, he called out to her. She seemed a little surprised, as well as a little annoyed, that he addressed her but walked over to him anyways. What's up, lover boy? There was an underlying anger in her voice, something Naruto couldn't comprehend at that moment. He'd understand if she would have been annoyed, but angry? He tried to think of something he did that would make her angry. Was it about this morning? No, she decked him for that already. So what was it? Coming up absolutely clueless, he decided simply ask her. But in a more private setting. He jumped up and took her hand. Come on, he said, smiling at her. She reddened but managed a reasonably convincing scowl. We'll be right back, he said to the others as he dragged her away from the party. As he had dragged her a sufficient amount of distance, he suddenly stopped. You're angry, he said. It was a statement, not a question. Tayuya huffed. Hell yes I am. Naruto had yet to release her hand, but he didn't even notice it as he spoke. If it's about this morning, I already apologized. It's not like I could help it. Tayuya blinked. What? No. It's not about that. She shook her head. You idiot. Do you know what today is? My birthday. Naruto dared to ask. Exactly, Tayuya huffed. And I didn't even know. Fuck, I don't even have a present or some shit. Naruto's confused expression softened into a smile. You don't have to get me anything, you know? It's not important, but it's important to me. Tayuya retorted. You got me the flute? Her hand wandered to the thin pouch on her thigh. It was my first fucking birthday since I can remember, and when I get to celebrate the first goddamn birthday of someone else, I want to do it fucking right. Especially since it's yours. She stomped her foot angrily, but Naruto didn't step back. So you better let me gift you something? If that's what you want, Naruto said with a smile. I'd be happy to accept whatever you give me. At that moment all the anger melted of Tayuya and left behind a flustered mess. Fine. Then you better close your eyes, damn it. Close your eyes? You didn't seriously say that. Tayuya grumbled as Ino laughed. Shut up, it's not like I had any experience with this stuff. It's not like I could make head or tails of my feelings either. Stupid bitch, don't act like explaining love to Sai was easy. Ino's laugh faltered and she smiled uneasily. No, but it wasn't really hard either. Sakura looked at her crossly. What did you do? I may or may not have looked the two of us in a room. Naked? No fucking way. The same happened to me. Tayuya exclaimed suddenly before she clasped her mouth shut and cursed under her breath. Ino and Sakura looked at her with wide eyes. Now you just have to tell us. How the hell didn't you have children until now? Tayuya huffed. I'll have you know that there are seals for literally everything. Anyways, where did I stop? With that cheesy close your eyes thing, Sakura supplied. Fuck you, Pinky. Naruto had been prepared for a lot of things, mentally that is, but not this kind of situation. You don't proofread smut for 3 years and then don't know where this sort of thing leads up to. Was she serious? She would kiss him? Or, a darker part of Naruto's mind supplied, she would kick his balls into next week. But she didn't murder him when he woke up naked next to an equally naked her. So, logically speaking, she was going to kiss him. But logic took off so fast Naruto didn't even have time to keep his composure. His calm and halfway mature demeanor, on which he had really hard on, left him in a flash and he gaped at her with wide eyes. Holy shit, she was going to kiss him. Deep breaths, he told himself, deep breaths. The heinous part of his traumatized shinobi brain told him that he shouldn't be happy about this, but fuck that. Happiness was about to fry his poor heart. Hold on a minute, wasn't he supposed to close his eyes? His brain somehow managed to take in images despite his mind already being on fire. Tayuya appeared to be scowling while at the same time fidgeting and smiling. How she pulled off the fusion of 3 so greatly differing expressions was absolutely beyond him, but she looked beautiful, if not a little scary, all the same. But, she was hesitating. Was she doubting herself? Doubting that this was the right thing? Doubting if he wanted it? If she wanted it? Irritation worked its way into the mix of emotions currently residing in Naruto's head. How dare such a petty thing like doubt put a wall between them? The fact that his emotional turmoil had lasted no longer than a second eluded him completely as some sort of courage surged through him and he took a step forward. Tayuya blinked in surprise and found herself too surprised to even say something as his arms captured her against him. He smiled softly at her. Only if you do the same, he whispered into her ear and she shivered. What the fuck are you dash? And then she did as he asked, because suddenly his lips were lightly pushed against hers. Eyes fluttering shut, she swallowed the surprised noise she wanted to make and just let it happen. It wasn't perfect, and for a first kiss, that was absolutely fine. There were more teeth involved than both of them had expected, and the bruising wouldn't result from the intensity of the debacle. But Tayuya could honestly say that this turned out better than she imagined. And tastier. The whole thing lasted maybe 7 seconds, but they both smiled somewhat drunkenly at the other. "You suck at this, lover boy," she said with a cheeky grin. He laughed. "I'll have you know, you were better than Sasuke, if only barely." She made a face and swatted his chest. "Ugh, I don't want to know how the fuck you can even say that." He shrugged, still smiling. "Yeah, I try to forget." She snorted and put her forehead against his collarbone. "You still suck." His hand under her chin lifted her head to meet his eyes. Half-lidded and darkened with something she couldn't put a finger on. "Maybe," he whispered, "but I hear practice makes perfect." Tayuya could feel his heart jump under his hands and see the nervousness in his eyes. But he was honest. She smiled wickedly. "So I've heard." It would have been just under a second before their lips would have met once more that Kakashi made an appearance. "Oh, am I interrupting something?" Naruto could feel the violent curse Tayuya unleashed against his throat before they both took a step back from each other. Her eyes were a storm of emotion and they broke contact just after a second to send a death glare at Kakashi, who leaned against a nearby tree. Naruto growled in annoyance. "For fuck's sake, Kakashi. This is literally the one time you should have been late." "Yeah." Tayuya agreed vehemently. "Get lost, old man." Now, the silver-haired jonin said, stepping out from behind the tree. In his hands was a small box, just about a bit bigger than the man's hand. "Leaving you alone for any longer? Be honest, you wouldn't have returned to the party that way." Naruto opened his mouth only to shut it again, turn quite red and look at his feet. Tayuya wasn't so meek about it. "Fuck you," she spat, though there was an audible lack of venom in her voice. Kakashi laughed a little. "You didn't deny it." He pushed the box in Naruto's hands, ignoring the stewing Tayuya and all the ominous insults to his person. "What is dash?" "Hey, where did he go?" Naruto frowned. Kakashi had flickered away already. "Sucker." He eyed the box in his hands. It was made of wood, looking worn, with a small red cord sealing it. "What is it?" Tayuya asked, almost innocently, as if she wasn't hanging on his shoulders then. He didn't even comprehend why she was there in the first place. "I don't dash." "Why are you on my back?" he asked. She smirked, pressing her chest against his neck, wriggling for good measure. "Are you complaining, lover boy?" "W won't dream of it," Naruto rasped as he fingered the cord on the box. Tayuya laughed against his ear. "Oh, I'm pretty sure that you do dream along these lines." Naruto swallowed. Why the hell was she teasing him? "You wish." "I know," she purred back and he nearly dropped the box. Right then Naruto felt an immense amount of dislike for Kakashi. Where would this have gone if he hadn't interrupted? Oh gods, if Tsunade broke out the sake again. He shook his head. Time for a headache would be after the binge drinking. Pulling the cord of the box, Naruto carefully lifted the lid. "A kunai?" Tayuya asked, looking at the three-pronged weapon. It appeared used, the blade was chipped at various places and the left tip appeared to have broken off a little. The handle was what seemed to be bronze and carved in it was an incredibly intricate seal. Tayuya couldn't even read a single letter of it. And Naruto, he stared at it with a fond smile. He picked it up and held it reverently in his hand. Looking at her out from the corner of his eye, he said, "It's my dad's." Kakashi must have held onto it all these years. Tayuya slid of his back and turned him around. "The fourth Hokage, right?" He nodded absently as he traced the still sharp blade. Then he looked at her in surprise. "You know? Did I mention that before?" She smiled wryly. "The snake bastard had a file on all the genin of Konoha. You, as the Jinchuriki, had the biggest? Huh, so even Orochimaru knew." Naruto snorted. "I wonder to this day how the fuck the villagers didn't notice. I mean, I was his goddamn mirror image." Tayuya nodded. "Well, no longer, lover boy. Now you are more than that." Warmth crawled into the depths of his heart. "That's so," he managed breathlessly. Geez, she made his heart beat way too fast to be healthy. She grinned. "Of course. You are that dumb fuck they had married to me while I was in a damn coma. Naruto or some shit if I remember correctly." He laughed loudly, resting his head against hers. She swatted playfully at him. "Get that greasy hair out of my face." "Oh, is it?" he asked, rubbing the mop of orange hair, with the occasional red strand, right in her face. Tayuya laughed as it tickled her face. She cursed and hit him but her resistance was meek, she enjoyed this far too much. Kakashi, standing on the branch of a tree not too far away, watched the two of them. He had never seen Naruto so genuinely happy, laughing like that. It pained him to think how he must have felt all these years of isolation. Even with his friends, Naruto still appeared alone to some degree. The only one who ever had some sort of understanding with him had been Sasuke. And when the Uchiha left, a part of Naruto broke beyond repair. When Jiraiya died, that part crumbled away and Naruto was forced to mature faster than everyone else. His friends didn't want to notice, but he was no longer the knucklehead they once met, no longer the loudmouth that had once annoyed them in the academy. Kakashi slid off his headband and looked up to the moon. "I'm sorry," he whispered into the wind. His hand came up and pulled down the mask that hid his lower face. "I should have been there for him, from the very beginning. I hope you can forgive me, sensei, and smile upon the man he became despite my failings." It could have been a coincidence, but it seemed to Kakashi that one of the stars above shone especially bright. It shone a pure yellow, near golden color down on him. With a final smile he pulled the mask up and put his headband back on. "I see," he said, "the future it is then." He vanished in a swirl of leaves, going to visit the memorial one final time. It was time to move on. Naruto was still laughing when they returned to the party but was loath to see that Tsunade was raising a cup into the night sky, toasting on her rotten luck. In the crowd he could see Tenten taking a bottle out of Lee's hand and he made a mental note to thank her later. Kiba was glaring at Niji and Niji was glaring right back at him. Between the two young men, on the table they shared, was a single, and obviously the last, cinnamon roll. The third person at the table was Hinata, whose eyes had a predatory gleam to them as she eyed the sweet pastry. Akamaru was fast asleep underneath the table and Ino busied herself studying the dog intensely with a dazed look. Already Naruto could smell the sake in the air. He really hoped that his Uzumaki vitality extended to his liver. Well, he was going to find out sooner or later. As soon as Irika, who had been standing a little aside from all the festivities, spotted him, the gifting began anew. Irika pulled a metal plate from his vest and handed it to him. "That is?" Naruto looked fondly at the plate. It was to be used for a headband, he was sure of it. Engraved into it was the Uzumaki swirl in great detail. It had been polished but there were traces of use. He looked at Irika who smiled sheepishly. "It took me a while," he said, "but I found it eventually." "It was your mother's?" The following explanation would have needed air, which was denied to him by a fierce hug from Naruto. Just as he released his teacher from his hug, someone cleared his throat behind him. Kiba waved for him to come closer. "So," the Inuzuka said, "some time ago we had a litter of pups from one of our wolfhounds and I thought you might want to see this little buddy." Kiba picked up a basket and held it out for Naruto to take. "I guess," Naruto said, uncertain as to what he should expect. Tayuya was right beside him when he took the basket and crouched down with it. Sleeping on a shockingly orange blanket was a reddish puppy, its black-tipped ears twitching ever so often as it seemed to hug its overly long and fluffy tail. Tayuya sucked her lower lip in and Naruto could tell that she was trying not to coo. It made her look adorable, nearly as adorable as the puppy. It was Sakura, who had evidently had her share of Tsunade's sake, who squealed followed closely by Ino. The noise roused the little one and it opened eyes as red as the blood in Naruto's veins. Now that he thought about it, the eyes were the exact same as the nine tails. "He's adorable and all," Naruto said, somewhat helplessly looking up at Kiba, "but what do you expect me to do? Take him in." Kiba shrugged as he petted Akamaru. "It's your choice. Truth is, he was born right when shit went down and pain flattened most of the village. He's the only puppy that survived and he only did so, because of you." Naruto blinked. "Me? I thought animals weren't revived." Kiba shook his head. "They weren't. But that's not the point. This one here, he lived because of this chakra foam you threw around when, well..." He left it hanging there and Naruto nodded in understanding. The Nine-Tails chakra must have found its way into his system and kept him alive. Carefully, he reached out to touch the puppy's head. It yipped a little and nudged his hand. Quite so suddenly, the fox woke in his mind. "What the hell is that?" he exclaimed and Naruto could practically feel him peer through his eyes. Usually, the feeling of the fox filing through his memories was quite subtle but not this time. It felt as if he intended to suck the knowledge out of Naruto's head with a straw. The feeling was truly unsettling and Naruto shivered when the fox decided that it was enough. "What the hell?" he cussed at the tailed beast. The fox's voice rang through his voice like an earthquake. "Keep the pup. This little one has managed to absorb part of me." "So what?" Naruto asked, eyeing the puppy as it happily squirmed under Tayuya's touch, who tried her hardest to appear cold in face of such overwhelming cuteness. The snort that rang through his mind was like a cannon being fired. "He has a connection to me, like a mini Jinchuriki, but the chakra he absorbed has lost its consciousness. He's like a child to me. Or at least the closest thing that could exist." "You sound almost caring, be careful," Naruto thought back but he received no answer. He could nearly feel the fox stewing in the back of his cage. "Fine, have it your way." Naruto gently lifted the puppy out of the basket. Kiba nudged him in the side. "Gonna keep him?" he asked. I guess so, he said carefully, glancing at Tayuya. When her eyes shone with glee and her lips twitched into a smile, he nodded. Yeah, we're gonna keep him. Kiba nodded. Have a name yet? He doesn't have one. Usually the father names them, but old Irem didn't make it, Kiba said, looking quite sullen. Naruto had to constantly remind himself that the older Ninken could speak perfectly fine. He briefly wondered why Akamaru didn't talk, but he brushed the thought aside. So, a name. You want to name him? He thought towards the fox. He could feel him stir in his cage. Yes, actually. I would like that. It was the first time that Naruto didn't have a headache after the fox spoke. Well? He pressed. I'm thinking. You do realize that this is the first time I ever had to name anything? Naruto rolled his eyes and took the time to relay to Tayuya what the fox had said. She didn't mind him naming the pup as long as it wasn't Inu or snake related. Naruto snorted when the fox cursed and loudly scratched the name Inu of the list he was making. While Tayuya was busy cooing to the puppy whenever she thought no one was looking, Tenten made her way to him. Good birthday so far? She asked. Her hands were behind her back, obviously hiding something. Up until now, Naruto said, but he frowned a little when he looked over at where Tsunade was pouring sake down Shizun's throat. But things are getting out of hand over there. Tenten laughed uneasily. Ahahaha. Maybe a little. Anyways, she held out a scroll to him. Happy birthday. He thanked her and took the greenish scroll. It bore a simple storage seal, so he made quick work of unsealing it. A beautiful knife dropped into his hand. The blade of sleek black was a bit longer than your average kunai and attached to an ornate, dark red handle that was decorated with the Uzumaki swirl. Engraved into the metal were intricate seals, powerful ones at that. Karen and Sari helped. Tenten supplied when she saw him eye the seals. He smiled at her. Thank you, it's beautiful. She grinned. If the Uzumaki ever need to stock up on their arsenal, you know where to go. Definitely. Naruto laughed, sealing the blade back into the scroll and pocketing it. Time passed and at some point Naruto found himself unable to escape the ever-increasing amount of sake that was going around. After the third toast to his name he decided that he couldn't wake up with such a vile headache again and decided to call it a day. But they wouldn't let him. Damn drunks. Karen, Sari and Tayuya all sat at the same table, spinning a bottle as he came to sit with them if only to escape Kiba lamenting about Hinata not noticing him. Something about it felt ironic to him, but he couldn't put a finger on it. How you girls holdin' up? He asked but received no answer as the three of them had their gazes fixed on the still spinning bottle. Eventually it stopped, pointing at him. What? They were all staring at him, expecting him to do something. Drink. Karen barked, pushing the bottle over to him. What? But I'm not even playing. You are now. Tayuya slurred, slapping her hand flat on his back. Bottoms up. Somewhere behind him he could hear Tsunade agree loudly with his wife. Naruto grumbled but took the bottle all the same. What bad could it do? As the alcohol burned in his throat he absently wondered if all ninja were such hardcore alcoholics or if it was just Konoha. It was roughly an hour later that people started heading home. Hinata, being one of the less intoxicated guests alongside Niji, was busy arranging for those who were truly out of it to be brought home. Naruto could see that Temari was dead set on going with Shikamaru, who in turn tried not to have a stroke with the death glare he received from Gaara. Sari had the dubious honor of heaving Karen back to the apartment while Naruto, who was also quite drunk, was sitting on the ground besides Tayuya as both of them studied the yet-to-be-named puppy chase its own tail. Think he's ever gonna get it? Tayuya asked, swaying a little even while seated. Naruto shrugged. Guess so. Maybe if he wasn't running all the time, you know? Turning in circles. Shut up, lover boy, Tayuya moaned, the world's spinning enough already. Naruto snorted and bumped her shoulder with his. I dimly remember you told me you'd never drink again. Just this morning too. She waved her hand dismissively. That was in the morning. Now I'm drunk and it's in the evening. Times change. Naruto shook his head, instantly regretting the action as his world moved in ways it definitely should not. Ugh. I just don't want Cha to be angry at me again when we wake up in the same damn bed. Quite suddenly Tayuya punched his arm. But I don't mind waking up in the same fucking bed. She, too, shook her head and she, too, could nothing but regret it. Damn spinning shit. I mean, I never fucking slept any better in my whole damn life. Nodding sagely, Naruto agreed with her. Yeah, I get what you mean, your ass was so perfectly nestling my dash. Tayuya's palm impacted hard enough with his mouth to throw his head back. She was bright red in the face and the alcohol seemed to evaporate through her ears. I fucking dare you to say another word. I dare you, lover boy. Naruto's stunned and drunk countenance made way for absolute seriousness. He grabbed her hand and held it with both of his own and stared directly into her eyes. No. No, I can't keep quiet about this. Your ass is absolutely perfect. Poetry in motion, I say. Now it was Tayuya's turn to look absolutely gobsmacked. What the fuck are you, Dash? Shut up. You can't just dash. I can and I damn well will. Naruto seemed to have reached a whole new level of drunk. Obscene honesty. Oh boy. You are the most beautiful thing I have ever raked my eyes over, and I swear on Erosenen's grave that I was never harder than I was for you. Okay, maybe he was just horny. Horny and drunk. In any other situation, and without any alcohol, Tayuya would have ripped his head off and shoved it where the sun wouldn't dare to shine, but alcohol, and hormones for that matter, did funny things to a girl. Really? She asked breathlessly, sounding almost awestruck by his hard facts. Naruto nodded vigorously, his enthusiasm far too akin to a green spandex-wearing man, who was currently hunting for Kakashi to drink him under the next table. Absolutely. He brought a hand to her face, tracing her jawline and lips tenderly. Never have I wanted to kiss someone as much as you, to strip you down and kiss every inch of your beautiful skin. To take your hips, spread your beautiful legs and dash. Abruptly he stopped, and Tayuya, who had a strangely dreamy expression on her face while drooling slightly, snapped out of it and found Naruto slump forwards. She could only hold him up for a second before she, too, suddenly blacked out, courtesy to a chop to the neck. Yugao, Tsunade slung over her shoulder, stood over the two unconscious Uzumaki and shook her head. I swear, Uzumaki blood is no good with alcohol. Yeah, I actually remember that, Sakura said, rubbing her chin. I woke up on a tree in the academy yard. Ino raised an eyebrow at her. Wasn't the party on the other side of the village? Sakura scoffed. Like you were any better? I remember seeing you trot out of the Hyuga compound in your underwear. I was there too, Karen interjected. Sheesh, we really can't hold our liquor. Sari was just all the way ashamed of her fellow kunoichi. Fucking drunks, she would have mumbled if she could. Tayuya awoke feeling warm. Too warm, in fact, but also incredibly comfortable. For whatever reason it confused her that she didn't have a headache, but she wasn't going to complain. Instead she nestled herself further into the warmth. She chose to ignore the fact that her warmth grunted when she adjusted her butt to it. Refusing to open her eyes despite the sun rays that fell into her face, she moaned in displeasure. She used her elbow to poke the warmth in the ribs. Son, she whispered, make it stop. There was a grunt, and a bit of the warmth that had been wrapped around her shifted for a moment before returning to pleasantly hugging her. Soon enough the sun was switched off, or something along these lines, and she returned to pleasantly being held, stark naked, by Naruto, also stark naked. Ah. The glory of the morning after. Tayuya's eyes opened wide, but she couldn't see shit. Maybe the idiot had really taken out the damn sun. Huh, nice. But she had to take care of matters at hand. Well, at her butt, really. She was resting on his biceps, his hand tangled into her hair, his other arm was laying on her side, his hand flat just below her chest, and we all know where the other important limb was. And Tayuya was very much aware of it. Pleasantly aware of it. And that's what scared her. Oh, she wasn't a shy one, not usually. But around Naruto things were different. She remembered spending hours naked on a blank metal table waiting for the examinations and tests to be done with. She didn't ever even flinch when Kabuto manhandled her into the needed position. But have Naruto's fingers brush her side and she was a blushing mess with its heart close to implosion. He hadn't ever hurt her, didn't ever give her a reason to assume he'd betray her. So why? Why was it so hard for her to be calm when she was actually safe for once in the grasp of another? She shifted and Naruto grumbled a little. He drew her ever closer and his hand rose just enough to brush under the underside of her breasts. And, oh, how she shuddered. In some sort of ecstasy she couldn't have named before. She sucked in her lips, gnawing at them as she tried to move upwards so his hand wasn't touching her any more than she could take. The fact that she could have woken him up escaped her completely. Or maybe she just didn't even want to. She shifted high enough for his breath to tickle her neck as he began nuzzling his face into her soft skin. Tayuya mewled when he suddenly shifted his hips and the warmth was suddenly between her thighs. Oh dear. Things were getting hot, really hot, for Tayuya in ways she hadn't experienced before. Naruto pulled her back down, back into him, and he was suddenly pressing against her in all the right ways, and a breathy moan escaped her. For all that is holy. Tayuya's mind was more than a little foggy, her lower body more than a little hot. She fidgeted, not because she was uncomfortable, more because she needed him even closer to her. Naruto had been hugging her before, but now that she was kind of moving her hips he suddenly really pressed her against him, the delicious friction and the pressure of his skin on hers. Tayuya felt like she was going crazy. Fuck, she breathed, her breath probably hot enough to give produced a small puff of steam. Her hand moved backwards into his hair, pulling him into her neck. She couldn't tell if he was awake or asleep, if he was dreaming or just moving on the same instinct as her. But then he kissed the nape of her neck and she didn't know what to do. He was awake. Awake while she was grinding herself against him. She had planned on saying something but he suddenly twitched against her center and she choked on her words. His hand curled deliciously against her skin, igniting a fire in her chest that traveled lower and lower with every second. Tayuya was certain her nipples could cut diamonds by now, and judging by the unique feeling on her upper thighs she was wet enough to be leaking. God damn it, she was horny beyond belief. And, judging by his harsh breathing and the degree of hardness of his hardness, so was he. The hand in her hair turned her head and she suddenly stared into his eyes, despite the darkness. Tayuya, he breathed against her, his heart jumping against her shoulder. We can't. I'd love to but. He had trouble conveying what he wanted to tell her, the fog of the heat receding just enough for her to open her dry mouth. I don't understand. Her word failed her. Why couldn't they? What couldn't? He pulled her closer, his lips brushing her ears. His words were hot against her skin and she found herself leaning against him. Not yet, just not yet, Tayu. Why, she huffed back, why the fuck not? I want you, badly as you can maybe tell dash. She moaned a little as she shifted herself against him. No shit, but I want you to do this when we're both ready. And not because we woke up horny as fuck. Naruto swallowed. He feared to do something wrong, that this next step could be too early or hurt her. And he couldn't forgive himself for rushing things now. She chuckled dryly. She, too, was scared of this more than she'd like to admit. Horny, yeah. Horny and hard, lover boy. He pouted. Not like I could help it. Oh, I remember how you praised my backside yesterday, she said with a smug grin. Naruto groaned into her hair. Wow, you remember that? Tayuya just wiggled her prized and praised but against him. I do indeed, lover boy. The fog had receded from her mind completely, which didn't make her any less horny. Just looking into his eyes had evaporated her insecurities as if she had imagined them all along. So we won't fuck, she purred, but I guess there's a lot to do before that comes. Naruto swallowed thickly. Oh dear. Then again, he wasn't about to complain. Ino and Sakura nodded excitedly. Karen looked somewhat ill hearing things like that from her quasi-sister, and Sari had left the room to search for Naruto, who should have returned by now. I knew there was something different when we meet the day after. Sakura exclaimed proudly. Ino snorted. Yeah, she limped. God stop. Karen pleaded. Can't we talk about how you unlocked the bloodline? Isn't that more interesting than my brother's penis? Oh. Speaking of, Ino spoke up. Is he big? Stay off. Karen wailed, covering her ears with her hands. Tayuya laughed heartily. You won't ever find out, blondie. Besides, I didn't limp, and how I got Naruto to use his bloodline was just as hot. Karen facepalmed. Ugh, perverts, all of you. Sleeping arrangements were changing. Slowly but steadily. After their escapades in the morning after Naruto's birthday, every night it was the same. They'd go to bed in separate rooms, only to end up in the same bed anyways. For whatever reason both were too proud to admit that they wanted to sleep in the other's embrace. Naruto too confused while Tayuya was too suborned, embarrassed. It came down to the uncomfortable situation of the two of them running into each other while sneaking out of bed, fully intending to creep into the other's room. And, considering it was about 2:30 in the wee hours of the morning, both did a very good job of appearing wide awake in under a second. Ah, they both exclaimed and took a step back. Tayuya bounced back faster than Naruto. I was just, getting some water, yeah. Same, Naruto managed. Headstrong as she was, Tayuya continued walking into the direction she was originally headed. Naruto chuckled, his heart warming as she still walked towards his door. Wrong way, he whispered. Cursing silently, Tayuya waddled after Naruto into the kitchen. He pulled 2 glasses out of the shelf that would have been too high for her to reach anyways. Filling it up at the faucet, he placed it in her hands. She nipped absently at it as she watched Naruto. He was shirtless. Nice. She was certain that he was warm too. His warm skin against hers, that sounded just like what she needed now. Wonderful warmth and abs. Tracing them would be nice. She wondered if he would shiver if she touched him. Would he groan? This deep rumbling noise he made in the back of his throat. MMMH, she really wanted to hear that right now. Tayuya. His voice made her blink. She had nearly dropped her glass. Looking up, she found that Naruto was unusually close to her. She also found that her hand rested on his stomach. Curious, she curled her fingers against his skin and dragged her nails down. He growled lightly. She backed away just a little and downed her glass in one go. Tayuya met his eyes unflinchingly. She had enough of this tiptoeing. Bed. Now. She didn't look back to see if he was following her, she didn't need to. Not a second after she had lifted the duvet of his bed his arms were already around her. They didn't go to bed alone again afterwards. The meeting room of the main building was bare of any furniture as of yet, save for the round table in the middle. At said table sat the wholesome of the Uzumaki clan plus Tsunade. It was the very first official/unofficial meeting of the clan. The general public had no idea that the clan was taking position in the village again, and until the wedding day, things were supposed to stay that way. The topic of this meeting were the future plans of the clan. Naruto had also things he needed to relay to Tsunade, and in his own new home with enough silencing seals to contain Sakura's screeching seemed to be the best choice for that. Karen was already planning to build a facility on the premise of the clan that would act as her research center for sealing and medicine. Sari's request would be to get the manpower to retrieve scrolls and texts from the ruins of Uzushio so as much as possible of the clan could be preserved. Naruto had of course agreed to both girls' desires. Tayuya wasn't exactly needed to attend the meeting. She was simply there to tease Naruto, her favorite activity besides training and playing her flute in the garden. Okay, Tsunade said, rubbing her temple, we can dispatch a team with you in about 2 months' time. We really need to get this wedding out of the way. She glanced over at Naruto, who had a strained expression on his face while Tayuya looked absolutely unconvincing in her innocent pose. I don't have to expect any problems there, do I? Naruto swallowed and moved Tayuya's foot from his lap. No, I don't think there's going to be any sort of problem. On our side, at least. But that can wait. Tsunade nodded slowly. I see, or at least I think I do. Karen. In response, Karen slid a scroll over the table to the Hokage. I plan on building a lab on the premise. For sealing and medicine, preferably combined. That got Tsunade going. Now that sounds interesting. I was going to ask about the contribution in the first place. Contribution. Tayuya parroted, giving Naruto a break. Just as he thought he might have time to cool down, Tayuya sat herself down in his lap. No one seemed to see, or at least didn't care. When he exhaled carefully, she smirked deviously back at him. Yes, Tsunade confirmed, like the restaurants and food trade of the Akimichi, the deer of the Nara and the military support from the Aburame, Hyuga, and Inazuka. You get what I mean. If the Uzumaki contribute in terms of research and seals, that should be more than enough. Granny, Naruto spoke from Tayuya's shoulder where he rested his head, I hope you get that we don't have the capacities for any of that yet. We'd have to request D and C rank missions for workforce and I don't think we can afford that. No, actually I'm sure we can't. Tsunade blinked. Yes, that is absolutely right. I didn't expect you to think that far ahead, Naruto. The clan head snorted. You expected me to do this job but didn't expect me to do it right? This is my family we are talking about, of course I'll think ahead. Shaking her head, Tsunade brought a hand to her forehead. This boy was growing up faster every day, hell, he was already married. God, she was getting old. Was this how Sarutobi must have felt? While Karen discussed the details of her plans with Tsunade, Tayuya turned in Naruto's lap until she eventually straddled him. You just love this, don't you? Naruto asked her. She grinned. Fuck yeah. I love making you squirm. Naruto returned the grin and leaned forward, lightly biting a spot on her neck, the very same that had once been covered by her curse mark. The skin was still somewhat tender and more sensitive than it normally could be. When she gripped his shoulders tightly and sucked in a shuddering breath he smiled. Two can play that game, Tayu. The gleam in her eyes was tripling his blood pressure. I feel like we could cross the line tonight, lover boy, she purred lowly into his ear. Oh God, how did he deserve this woman? He was about to kiss her when Tsunade cleared her throat. We'd all be happy about children, she said. Just don't make them when I'm in the same room. Tayuya huffed and glared at the Hokage. You won't stop me. Better leave the room, hag. Tsunade growled, but said nothing on the matter. She shook her head. Anyways? Naruto? You wanted to speak about something? Broken out of his daze, Naruto reluctantly moved Tayuya out of his lap. Yes, he said, I need an ANBU around the premise, preferably Yugao. And why is that? Naruto sighed. I suspect Danzo is keeping us under surveillance ever since Karen and Sari arrived. I can always sense one of those emotionless puppets near. The Hokage frowned. You can? Right now too? No. They don't dare come too close since I killed one a week back. Tsunade dropped the cup she had been bringing to her lips. You what? You heard me, Naruto said. I killed one and sent his corpse to Danzo. Ever since they keep a greater distance from me and Tayuya. Oh fuck, Tsunade cursed lowly. Why did you? You could have informed me. The smirk on Naruto's face was devious. It was a matter of the clan, nothing you need to concern yourself with, Lady Hokage. No, you won't pull this shit on me. Tsunade snapped in irritation. It's bad enough that Hayashi pulls that every time a branch member is suddenly unavailable. I don't need you murdering people and keep it under the rug. Naruto frowned. I wouldn't have to murder shit if you would deal with Danzo the way it was needed to be done, namely kill his ass. Tsunade exhaled through her nose. She glanced at Tayuya. Girl, I can't decide if you were a bad influence or if the language really is a clan thing. Tayuya snorted. Sure is. The only thing I do to him for certain is get dick hard. That and sleepless nights? She grinned. Like last night, for that matter. Ain't that right, lover boy? The halfway dreamy halfway embarrassed expression on Naruto's face was all Tsunade needed to see. Maybe I should have just tried once more with the kids on my own. Karen laughed quietly. Not that bad of an idea, actually. You are part Uzumaki, so, in theory, fertile till you're 60? Tsunade nodded tiredly. I know. I beg of you, don't tell the elders that. Anyways, you'll have Yugao. Just don't corrupt her. She glared at Tayuya, who shrugged it off. Naruto coughed. My point is, Danzo is trying something and I'm sure I'll kill him for it. So please, do it before the Uzumaki go to war against a single person and all that before the clan even officially returned. Tsunade sighed as her forehead hit the table. Duly noted. Shit. What a nice meeting, huh, lover boy. Apparently, Tayuya was having the time of her life. You want me to teach you senjutsu? Tayuya nodded. She sounded strangely meek to him. In return I can teach you genjutsu. Or something. Naruto shook his head. You don't need to give me anything in return. I'd gladly teach you. It's just. I'm surprised you want to learn it. Well, it's something only you can do, right? Tayuya was wringing her hands. Naruto noted. So, I thought I should be able to do it too, you know? Since I'm your wife and shit. Suddenly she growled. Ah fuck. Why is this stuff so hard? It's not like me to be so fucking timid and all that bullcrap. We sleep in the same bed for fuck's sake. I'm not good at this. Naruto blinked in surprise at her outburst. He put a hand on her shoulder but she shrugged it off. He grimaced a little, the gesture hurt. You're right, he said, hand still hovering over her shoulder. You being timid is not at all like you. That's more Hinata's thing and, really, it doesn't fit on you, even if it makes you adorable. She glared at him and turned her back on him. You're new to this, I guess. Just like me. And it's scary, fucking terrifying even. The strength drained from his voice, leaving him hollow and frail before her. I just can't help being afraid. Afraid of you, turning me out, lying to me, hurting me. Because I know that no one else could hurt me as much as you could, so my brain screams at me to push you away, to wear this mask of blissful ignorance and brush all the connections away, the possible hurt and the pain. But I don't want to. He spun her around, both hands firmly holding her shoulders in place. She refused to meet his eyes but he wasn't deterred. I just want you close to me. This one person that doesn't lie to me, that doesn't look at me like some time bomb only waiting to blow, who makes me laugh harder than anyone else. I never had that. And all of a sudden, I have you sitting on my couch, complaining about the weather and Sakura's voice and I'm just like, holy shit, why does her voice make my heart beat faster and I ask myself why your eyes make me hold my breath, why I can't stop staring at your hair, why your legs drive me fucking crazy. Naruto had completely lost his cool. He rested his forehead atop of her head, breathing hard. Tayuya didn't fight it, she just silently let him lean on her, her mind empty and at the same time filled to burst. All she could do was listen and try to calm her erratically beating heart. Naruto took in her scent, the strawberry smell of the shampoo she'd never admit to have, to anyone but him. He smiled. You confuse me, he whispered. Around you I can't even think straight anymore. I feel like two different people. This boy, this loudmouthed idiot they know and, he smiled ruefully. And the guy that gets his forehead flicked when you don't want to eat the veggies, the guy that silently watches you try, and fail, I might add, to prepare dinner and can't help but smile. That confused guy whose eyes are drawn to you, whose thoughts center around you and, the guy that really fucking likes being confused by you. That idiot that calls himself your husband? She was silent then, only the sound of her soft breathing could be heard as Naruto held his breath. Her head slid forwards and thumped against his chest. Lifting it again she thumped against him again. And again. Idiot, he heard her mutter. If anyone's confused her it's me, damn it. She raised her head and hit his chin hard, forcing him to take a step back. By the way, I get the part of you watching me just fine, you pervert. And then her confidence was back. The pride and power he loved to see in her eyes. I'm just too damn sexy for you to comprehend. She flicked her hair sideways and grinned. It faltered a little in the next second but stayed on her face anyways. I can get my head around all that horny stuff, lover boy, and I'm sure so can you. I just never fucking had anyone so close to me before. I don't remember my mother enough to dash. Fuck, I don't even remember her voice correctly. She shook her head. Her hand flew up and she flicked his nose. You're right. All this stuff is scaring the living shit straight out of me. The thing is, you could hurt me more in just under a minute than Orochimaru could in all my time in that asshole's presence, and even then it wouldn't fucking compare. And that is fucking terrifying. And yet I'm still here. So either I'm fucking crazy or I dash love you. The words, these two little words, they wouldn't leave her mouth. She felt like she had chalked on them. She shook her head, her grin back in full force. So you better enjoy being confused as much as I do, or I swear I'll. Her grin turned mischievous. Hog the blanket. Naruto gaped at her. This woman. You wouldn't dare, he managed. She flicked her hair again, a motion she knew that distracted Naruto greatly. Try me, she dared. Fine, here's the deal, Naruto said. I show you how to use nature chakra and you let me into the blanket. Tayuya pretended to think hard about it, walking from side to side like she was making the hardest decision in her life. Deal, she said. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Not because he was cold at night, but more like because the feeling of her skin on his was addictive. But I honestly expected you in more than just my blanket. Hot, her grin set his insides on fire. My panties, for example. Then again, I'm not wearing any. Karen shook her head. I swear, the two of you were ready to marry officially and had that kind of talk only after the decision was made? And why the hell are you both so horny all day? Tayuya laughed. Hell if I know. Besides, we both are emotionally abused people. Did you expect shit like this to run smoothly? That wasn't even the last talk like that we had. She smirked. And it wasn't the last time I invited him into my pants? You are terrible, Karen groaned. And what did any of that have to do with the chains? I was getting to that. Practicing sage arts wasn't fucking easy, you know? Ino and Sakura returned, both carrying an array of snacks and drink. We miss anything? Sakura asked and handed a bottle to Karen. The Uzumaki thanked her and shook her head. Nah, just more innuendo. Ah, and sorry, said Naruto was dragged to an emergency meeting. Ha! Tayuya exclaimed. I knew the old hag wouldn't let him pace in the hallways any longer. Ino snickered. He was making the sisters nervous, I bet. The last time I saw he was muttering inaudibly and glared a hole into the doctor's forehead who had last checked up on you. Sakura snorted. Yeah, ever since then I have to do that. And you are already slacking, Pinky. So, where was I? Ah, right, that thing with the chains. Ino giggled. I knew you were a kinky one. The glare she got from Tayuya could have ignited a block of ice. This is hard, Tayuya moaned, sitting on the parlor of the Uzumaki main building. She turned around to where Naruto sat behind her in the same meditative pose. How the hell am I supposed to draw it in? Naruto opened his eyes, solid gold in color, and tilted his head. Maybe I should give you a feel for it. Hang on. He moved around her and sat down face to face with her, taking her hands. I don't have any of the toad oil, so I'll just leak a little into you. Tayuya's grin was devious. I thought you didn't want to get me pregnant just yet? Funny, really funny, Naruto deadpanned, though his ears reddened a bit. Close your eyes and try to feel it flow. Let it move with your own chakra, like adding water to a river. Tayuya nodded, winked, and then closed her eyes. She took a deep breath and focused on her chakra. There was a warmth in her hands that had nothing to do with the skin contact. It was like hot jelly, it pulsed with power, and when it made contact with her chakra, it suddenly went haywire. Her hands felt hot, her bones grating against each other, and she gasped in shock. She opened her eyes to see her hand having turned to stone. But before she could even curse, Naruto's hand covered hers completely and it was back to normal. Fuck. She breathed. It messed up the flow of my chakra completely. Naruto nodded. It doesn't give off the feeling, doesn't it? It feels so slow and calm, but in reality, it brims with so much energy, you can barely grasp it. Tayuya frowned. But I can't accelerate my chakra influx to that speed. It would set me on fucking fire? Exactly, Naruto agreed. As I said, like adding water to a river. The water you add adjusts to the speed of the river and not the other way around. Taking in nature chakra is hard enough as it is. You have to absorb it, not let it wash over you, it'll turn you to stone instantly. Why wasn't my hand webbed? Like a frog? She asked, opening and closing her hand a few times. Because we are doing this differently than the toads. Toads, Tayuya. They really hate being called frogs. Tayuya snorted. Toads, frogs, whatever. What do you mean differently? He rubbed the back of his head. Well, for reasons I don't actually understand, the toads believe that nature is always at calm, peaceful and steady. Hence their unmoving meditation to gather the chakra. And while meditating helps, nature chakra is certainly not calm and still. I's a goddamn whirlpool of life energy, so volatile and violent in nature that it can crush mountains. The literal force of nature? And how the hell does that tie into me not becoming a frog? I have no fucking clue. Tayuya glared at him. Really? What's with the speech then? He shrugged. It's why I think it's different. You aren't going to try and calm nature to stillness, you will accept it as wild as it is, just control it a bit so you don't get set ablaze. Tayuya snorted. Great, this could be fun. Ready? She asked and Naruto nodded. Cast it. Naruto nodded again and went through a few hand seals. Demonic sound, phantom sound chains. His right hand flew to his lips and produced a sharp whistling noise that pierced the air on training ground 7. Tayuya went rigid, the vision of chains binding her taking hold of her limbs inside her mind. She grimaced for a second, then her eyes narrowed and her arms relaxed. She nodded to herself as she flexed her hands. Not bad, she called out to him. But you need a stronger image of the chains in your mind for it to last until you can mentally melt the opponent. Relaxing his stance, Naruto nodded. Okay, so? I imagine chains binding you, but the image needs to be clear. I solidify it with the chakra I force in through your ears by sound and then control the vision once inside. He looked up at her. Do I need to keep up the whistling? She shook her head. Nah, you have so much damn chakra you don't need to uphold the sound. Though it is harder because you use a single note, unlike me with my flute. This comes off harder than learning sage mode, Naruto grumbled. Stop whining and do it again, Tayuya chided, walking up to him and flicking his forehead. Rubbing the spot she had flicked for the umpteenth time that day, Naruto ran through the hand seals, concentrating hard to create the perfect image of a chain made from chakra. A chain he needed to bind her with. It needed to be solid, of the hardest of materials and long enough to span all around her. The links needed to be sturdy, unbreakable. Maybe also sharp ends so it could pierce surfaces and remain stuck. These chains could bind anything, hold anything as if a manifestation of his strong will. Chains of an adamantine will. Holy fuck. Tayuya's voice startled him. At some point he must have drifted off too deep into his musings. His eyes focused on Tayuya and sure enough, she was bound by an unbelievable number of chains, keeping her in place. Then he frowned. Why could he see his own genjutsu? This should all be in her mind. Had he messed up casting it? Naruto stood straighter and an odd pulling sensation invaded his mind, present just above the small of his back. His eyes then took in the shadows in front of him, shadows of something overhead. That in itself was strange because they were standing in an open field. Nothing should be overhead. Looking up his eyes widened and he would have taken a step back in shock if not for the pulling on his back. Holy fuck, he echoed Tayuya. There were chains. Chains coming out of him. He sucked in a breath. This was real. Real chains, somehow formed out of his fucking back, were binding Tayuya. And he willed them to do it tightly, painfully. As if the realization had banished them, the chains suddenly turned into dust of light golden color. Even as Naruto sprinted towards her, Tayuya remained in the same position the chains had held her in, totally gobsmacked. Naruto brought his hands to her face. Tayuya. Are you dash? What the fuck was that? She shouted, her arms suddenly gripping his shoulders. I don't fuck if I know. Naruto shouted back. Are you alright? Tayuya griped her upper arm, where his chains had bound him and rubbed the spot. Yeah. They didn't even hurt, just held me. Naruto sighed in relief. Thank God. Never mind that, Tayuya said. Just what the hell was that? You insufferable runt. The fox's voice rang through his mind. You just had to have the same damn ability as her. Naruto blinked as his head ached. The fox, he said to Tayuya, he knows something. Well, what are you waiting for? She asked, flicking his forehead. Again. Go ask the furball. I dare her to call me that face to face. Tell her I dare her. The ranting was cut off as Naruto dived into his subconsciousness and opened his eyes to see the fox in front of him. So, he began, you know what that was? The giant fox scoffed. Of course. These chains held me bound in your mother for a good decade. My mother had them? Naruto asked breathlessly. Oh, she did, all right. She and Mito both shared this troublesome bloodline. I was strung up like dash. Naruto was no longer listening to the fox, his mind had other things to think about, like holy shit, I have a bloodline, and other things along these lines. The fact that he was by now cursing even in his thoughts was a glaring indication for just how much Tayuya had affected him. His mind snapped back to reality and his eyes focused on Tayuya, who was studying his face intently. As he cocked his head sideways, she flinched as if caught with the hand in the refrigerator fishing for his last bit of cake. It's a bloodline, he said, grabbing her shoulders. She shook off being caught and her eyes widened. An Uzumaki bloodline? She asked him. I have no idea, he answered. I suppose so, I mean my mother and Mito Uzumaki, the first Hokage's wife could do it. Tayuya inhaled a little to say something but stopped short and frowned a little. You didn't ask? Are you serious? Hey, I was surprised, he defended. When she just raised an eyebrow at him, he scoffed. Fine, going back already. The fox was still ranting, apparently he never noticed that Naruto had left. As the fox was pacing around in his relatively free space, Naruto waved to get his attention. Oi! Fox, he called out. The massive beast turned a glare on him, baleful and dismissive. What? He asked incredulously. Is this some kind of Uzumaki bloodline? The fox snorted. Wasn't that obvious? Shut up, furball. Don't call me that. The fox growled. Naruto huffed. It's not like your furry ass ever gave me a other name to call it by. If looks could kill, Naruto would have been dead on the spot. It's Kurama. Remember it well, flesh bag. You know, now I'll insist on calling you furball, thank you very much. You little dash. When Naruto returned, he found Tayuya only an inch from his face. This time however, he gave no indication that he had returned. Her lips were slightly parted as her eyes lazily looked him over. One of her hands brushed a blonde lock out of his eyes and her face came ever closer and her head tilted a little. She licked her lips subconsciously and Naruto nearly did the same. Gosh, why was she so beautiful? Ah, fuck it. He wasn't going to stretch this any longer. Tayuya was effectively thrown back when Naruto suddenly closed what little distance remained between their lips. Their hands were in each other's hair faster than the other could even tell and Tayuya only fought for the upper hand for a second before she just moaned into Naruto's mouth when he pulled her whole body into him. It was just like this, making out heatedly, that Kakashi stumbled over them, nearly quite literally, and he was about to just let them have this moment when Naruto's shirt suddenly obscured his vision. Judging by the state of it, Tayuya had just torn it off him. And Kakashi, even tough he was a pervert, was not about to let Tayuya's top join it. All right, love birds, Kakashi said, hopefully loud enough for them to hear, go do that at home. They didn't build you that compound for nothing. The only answer he got was Tayuya's black thighs hitting his face. Oh dear lord, the Uzumaki were sure to grow explosively like that. Throwing the fabric at them he sighed. Kids these days. Then he simply walked his way, reading a scene that was strangely similar to the one he had found his student in just now. And for the first time in all his life, Kakashi didn't feel like continue reading it. That's it? Karen asked. I kinda imagined some kind of enlightenment, not Naruto just trying to create reasonable chains for a genjutsu. Shut up, it just happened like that, Tayuya groused. Besides, how I learned it is even less spectacular. Naruto just told me what he thought off and I could do it the same afternoon. After you finished making out, Ino supplied. After we finished making out, Tayuya confirmed, grinning. And then we made out again? Oh boy, Sakura huffed, what a surprise. Suddenly, just as Tayuya was about to continue, the door was shoved open and the children barged back in, followed by an extremely annoyed Sari. She confirmed that the children were all inside and made to leave. Before she was out the door, however, she used a hand sign that no one needed sign language for to understand. Sakura frowned as she patted her daughter's head affectionately. Did she just flip us the bird? Karen snorted a laugh. Sure did. And I bet if we leave her alone with them again she'll do much more than that. Her lightning release is scary. The sun was nearly gone when Tayuya looked out of the window. It was growing colder, even in the room. She was starting to become a little tired. Gently patting her stomach, she wondered when Naruto would show up. Sasuke stood high up on the topmost branch of a tree, 2 miles or so from Konoha and surveyed the wall and the gate for his last mission given to him by Orochimaru. Not that Orochimaru knew it was the last one. Sasuke fully intended on killing the snake the moment he tried and get his body. This retrieval mission was just his chance to get some intel on Konoha along the way and deliver it to Madara. He slipped off the tree, letting himself fall down into the shadows below. His Sharingan glowed crimson in the dark. All that was left was finding his target. It should be easy. There shouldn't be anyone else with hair like that and a mouth that foul. Bringing her to Orochimaru would be just as easy. The snake had fulfilled his purpose. After that, he'd go with Madara to further increase his power. Karen threw a rock at him. She did, really. And if not for his unreal reflexes, it would have hit his head dead on. Having caught it in his hand, which now stung a little, he curiously looked at his quasi-sister. Yes, he said casually, what is it? Apparently, every Uzumaki woman had a temper to be reckoned with, because the scowl on Karen's face was seriously scary and bordering Tayuya's level of scary. Damn it Naruto, she shouted and waved her fist angrily at him, I've been calling out to you for nearly 10 minutes. Tsunade sent for you, so move it already before I start throwing sharper things. Naruto pouted playfully, which looked really ridiculous as he was hanging upside down from a tree on the compound by a chain that was coiled around his midsection. Yes, Mom, he mockingly shouted back at her. He vanished in a body flicker before the kunai even left Karen's hand. He reappeared on the windowsill of Tsunade's office and immediately dodged the fist that came flying at him. You're late. Tsunade hollered. I swear, if Kakashi is involved in your tardiness I'll make him chunin again. Naruto chuckled nervously and sat down in one of the two chairs in front of the desk. The fact that there were two chairs in the first place confused him. Are we waiting for someone? The look of pure loathing that Tsunade threw him was effectively shutting him up. For about 5 minutes he squirmed under Tsunade's glare until he sensed someone approach, someone he knew, and he couldn't help but smile a little. Not a second later, Tayuya sat on the windowsill, grinning at him. She, too, deftly avoided being pummeled by Tsunade and sat herself down in one of the chairs. Preferably the one Naruto was already sitting in. With her legs slung across Naruto's lap and an arm around his neck she looked at Tsunade as if everything was perfectly normal. While Tsunade's eyebrow twitched violently, Tayuya inspected her nails, waiting for the Hokage to speak. Naruto was meanwhile busy studying Tayuya's hair, brushing his fingers through it absently. Eventually there was a crack, sounding as if Tsunade had just crushed her own teeth with the way she clenched her jaw, and the Hokage sat down, breathing deeply. Then she glared at both of them, muttering, I'm so going to regret this. She shook her head. Alright, first things first, fuck you. Second, you two are coming with me, the Kage are having a summit. And third, if you don't behave yourselves I'll stomp your compound into the ground by myself. Tsunade took a deep breath and sat back down again. Naruto frowned. This summit, is it about Madara? Tsunade nodded. This is a matter that concerns every village. If Madara wants war, we all have to respond. Like it or not, but we will need to ally ourselves with the other villages. Tayuya nodded along, having been filled in on all that stuff quite some time ago. If Madara wanted the tailed beasts to go for Naruto, he'd first have to try and get past her. Now that she had something so precious, she'd go to hell and back to defend it. Then she looked at the Hokage. Why should we come along? You are coming as my guards, Tsunade explained. It is also my way of subtly announcing your presence to the other villages. The risk of war with them, safe Suna, is still a real threat. I wouldn't put it past them to use Madara's schemes as a means to empower themselves. Naruto growled. Have these idiots not understood how dire this shit is? Tsunade raised a placating hand. We couldn't send every bit of information we had, it was possible that they intercepted it. We need to convince them that an alliance is the only way we can make it through this war relatively unharmed. Madara wasn't mentioned to any of them yet, only the danger of the Akatsuki. Tayuya and Naruto nodded. When do we leave, Lady Hokage? Tsunade smiled at their professionalism. Now that's more like it. Oh fuck me. Tayuya pressed through clattering teeth. Why the fuck is it so cold in this god's forsaken land? Suck it up, Tsunade grunted from her seat in the carriage. We will arrive shortly. Besides, how can you be cold? You have your own heating blanket? Tayuya hissed at her. That doesn't change that it is fucking cold. Naruto cleared his throat. So, not to interrupt, but I'm not a blanket. Take a good look at yourself, brat, Tsunade said. You are being used just as that, nothing more. Naruto couldn't very well deny that. After all, Tayuya had somehow managed to huddle herself against him and later pulling him towards her in such a way that he and his traveling cloak now covered most of her. He himself was far from cold, he wouldn't be cold even if Tayuya wasn't pressed against him. Cold didn't affect him. Kurama was playing a major part in that, but he refrained from calling him a central heater just yet. Who knows, maybe Kurama could suddenly deny him the ability and Naruto wasn't about to test it. When the carriage shuddered to halt, Tayuya chanced to look out of the frosted window. She glanced at Tsunade. That our hotel? Tsunade nodded. And the room number? She asked. The Hokage pulled 2 keys with a number plate attached to them out of her pouch. We have 300 and 301. You two get 301 and dash. But suddenly the key was ripped from her grasp and the carriage door was open. In the same instant Tayuya vanished, not leaving a trace behind and surely already as good as inside the room. Tsunade sighed and got out herself. She glanced at Naruto. Will you take care of the luggage? Naruto stood straight and bowed slightly. Of course, Lady Hokage. For an instant, Tsunade was surprised, but when she felt a few powerful shinobi in close proximity she looked gratefully at him. They needed to present power, and if Naruto would show off a little, like he did with the 29 shadow clones he just casually spawned with a one-handed seal, then it was all the better for them. For this occasion, Naruto wore a facial mask he had borrowed from Kakashi, had slicked his hair back and his headband's plate was on the throat guard of his ANBU-style chest plate. On both of his shoulders of his deep blue overcoat he bore the Uzumaki insignia engraved into metal plates, the same Tayuya wore as a belt. All in all, Naruto appeared to be extremely competent and would give off a fine picture to the other Kage. And if Tayuya could keep quiet and bow out when needed, she, too, would be an intimidating presence. After all, Tayuya in her ANBU armor and deep red overcoat combined with the way she could glare at someone, maybe she could stare at Inoki hard enough to give the old fence-sitter a stroke, finally having him choose a successor. Having an apparently full-blooded Uzumaki show up with her after the joint effort to destroy Uzushio, the reactions would be priceless. The receptionist stammered something about a red blur and Tsunade assured her that everything was all right. She did so once more when a parade of Narutos carried their luggage and equipment up to the third floor. The hotel in itself must have been incredibly expensive, the golden chandelier and golden handrails and golden doorknobs were a clear indication. But the best thing about the hotel, it had a central heating. Everywhere it was pleasantly warm and Tsunade was thankful that Shizune had chosen this establishment. She and Kakashi were currently tasked with managing things in her absence. Here's hoping that Konoha would still stand when she got back. Opening her door she was a bit surprised to see Naruto standing at the big window across the room. He turned around before she could say anything. "Clone," he said and returned to standing guard. His sudden switch to professionalism surprised her but it was as good as anything. If he could keep that up his promotion to Jonin wasn't far off anymore, she had promoted him to Chunin after defeating Pain after all. Tomorrow was the first day of the summit, tomorrow she needed to make sure that they knew war was coming. The amount of pride that Tsunade felt with how her two guards stood stoically behind her was unparalleled, only ever surpassed by the fact that Inoki's jaw hit the floor so hard he had nearly stumbled. She bit her tongue to stop herself from snorting when Naruto had oh so politely inquired if he was quite alright. Of course things weren't perfect. Tayuya did not appreciate how the fifth Mizukage, Terumi-Mei was glancing at Naruto out of the corner of her eye, winking occasionally. Gaara was not fooled by Naruto's changed appearance and simply nodded at him and Tsunade was glad that he responded likewise and stayed otherwise silent. The last to enter the room and take their place were Reikage and Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron. The older man was there as the neutral party as well as being the gracious host to this brewing political debacle. "All right," Reikage growled from directly across her. "Let's get this farce over with." His eyes centered on Tsunade. "We are all here for the same reason." Konoha sent word of war. Nothing more. Now talk. Brusque as ever. Tsunade didn't expect anything else though. Inoki grunted. "Out with it, girl. We haven't got all day." And neither did his attitude surprise her. Gaara raised a placating hands. "Please, hostility is not leading us anywhere. Our young friend is right, let the Hokage speak," Mei agreed softly. Tsunade leaned forward, placing her elbows onto the table. "The problem you are here for is the Akatsuki." Of course she wasn't given any sort of time to continue as a snorted dismissively. "These fools have died like flies, even at your feet. Who is even left of them? Madara Uchiha?" The silence in the room was palpable. "Fucking what?" It was Inoki who broke the silence and marked the beginning of an hour-long discussion that was mostly consisting of convincing Kumo and IWA of the threat. Of course Tsunade and Gaara were not successful in the endeavor. Mifune dismissed the summit for the day and Tsunade left the room tiredly with Naruto and Tayuya. The moment they were semi-alone Tayuya cursed loudly. "Are they fucking serious?" she growled. "Do they think we have this summit for fun? To randomly throw the name Madara Uchiha in their faces?" Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder and pulled down his mask. "You'd think they'd have common sense. At least Gaara and that Mizukage aren't up in arms about this." Tayuya growled softly at the mention of her. As if on cue, Gaara with his siblings rounded the corner. "It is good to see you," he said. They all ignored the fact that Tayuya and Temari were just glaring at each other spitefully. "It is true that they are especially stubborn these days," Tsunade said, rubbing her temples. "The incident with Sasuke and Killer Bee should have swayed A into action but he seems content to ignore it." A light voice drifted over them from behind. "Don't let him hear you said that. A is very much sensible when it comes to his brother." Terumi-Mei, followed by her two bodyguards walked down the hallway to where they were standing. The smaller one of her bodyguards with the glasses and the big, sword-like weapon on his back appeared nervous while the taller man with darker blue hair and an eye patch appeared stoic. The Mizukage smiled gracefully at them. She tilted her head when she looked at Naruto, his mask once again in place. "Why the mask, lovely? Surely you don't have anything to hide." The sense of foreboding that overcame Naruto was so oppressive that he moved on instinct. He spun to Tayuya, her expression so void of any emotion that Naruto did the only thing he could to distract her. With his back still to Mei he pulled the mask down again and simply and quite heatedly kissed Tayuya. The stream of profanities died in her throat and her hands tangled into Naruto's hair. Mei pouted playfully but her older bodyguard, Ao, cleared his throat angrily. Such impudence dash. Ao. Shut up or I'll kill you. Why yes, milady. Tsunade looked at them strangely while Gaara somehow managed to engage in conversation with the Mizukage. The sudden death threat to one of her subordinates didn't seem to faze him at all. In fact, these were quite familiar to the redhead. After all, he once used to do the same. Kankuro was busy gaping at Naruto and Tayuya, his jaw hanging slack until Temari pushed his mouth close again. The two Uzumaki parted shortly thereafter. Still cold? Naruto asked, lowly, huskily, and it made Tayuya shiver. Will you kiss me again if I say yes, lover boy? She questioned playfully, but she was clearly a bit dazed. He pretended to think about it. But aren't you warm with all these clothes? You know. I don't have to wear them. No, you don't, he agreed. Kankuro rolled his eyes. Get a room, damn it. Naruto smirked at him. Good idea. In a poof of smoke there was an identical Naruto and an identical Tayuya. The originals just flickered away. Tsunade huffed. Did you have to say that? Kankuro chuckled nervously and Temari hit him over the head. Idiot, she hissed and began following Gaara, who was evidently done with his conversation with Mei. The Mizukage stood beside Tsunade and eyed the clones the bodyguards had left behind. You don't reckon I could borrow him, yes? She asked. The snort that escaped Tsunade was wholly unladylike. If you want to start a war with the Uzumaki clan, go ahead. But let me tell you that she is downright terrifying. Not to mention the rest of them. Mei chuckled. A shame, truly. I shall see you tomorrow, Lady Hokage? Tsunade inclined her head. And you, Lady Mizukage? Sasuke was annoyed. Not particularly angry, but annoyed. Evidently his target was no longer in Konoha. While there had been two more red-headed women, they hadn't been his target and both came dangerously close to discovering him. Maybe she had left for a mission, but Sasuke had no way of finding out. So it surprised him when her location was simply delivered to him by a blank-masked ninja. The Land of Iron. It just had to be the cold one, hadn't it? Begrudgingly, Sasuke set out. He should arrive there by tomorrow evening. Danzo on the other hand was angry, but no one could ever tell. The fact that Tayuya had left the village was new to him. If he couldn't get rid of her before the marriage was officiated, he couldn't move his pieces around correctly to become Hokage. The effect that the girl had on Naruto was getting in his way. If this continues, he could become Hokage, no longer being a weapon usable for his purpose. Taking the girl from him should break him and enable him to use him as his tool. If this war with the Akatsuki was to come about, Danzo would ensure that Konoha came out on top. But first, Tayuya needed to go. Orochimaru could do whatever he wanted with her. There were now two more Uzumaki to bear children, he had no need for the third one. He halted when one of his Root Anbu dropped down beside him, shadowed by a wall. As soon as Danzo took the scroll he had held out, the ninja vanished into the ground. A frown slipped through Danzo's impassiveness as he read the contents of the message. Tsunade had been informed of him and his units. She would bring this before the other Kage. With Tobi on the move as well. Incinerating the message, Danzo briskly walked away. He would need to handle this personally. If he could take Tsunade's place along the way, all the better. Accidents happened after all. The next day came far too early for Tayuya's liking. She had no intention of leaving the position she was in right now. She was lying halfway atop Naruto, nuzzling her face against his shoulder while his fingers lightly trailed up and down her spine. Their legs were somehow entwined and not a single piece of clothing was separating them from each other. She growled pleasantly as one of his hands dipped low, caressing her rather sensitive backside. The growl seemed to spur him on because he shifted against her until she was flat on top of him, her center hot against his hardness. Tayuya grinned smugly. Oh, she asked teasingly as she wiggled her hips. What got you all excited? She was hard-pressed not to make a face of pleasure or let the moan escape her. Naruto's hands were on her hips again and pressed her down against him, eliciting a gasp from her. He kissed her neck up to her ear. He breathed into it so lowly it was more of a growl than words, but it had Tayuya shiver against him. Tell me again, she rasped, why I haven't fucked your brain out yet? Because, Naruto murmured into her hair, once I put a ring on your finger, no one can separate us again. And once that is established. He pulled her closer, his nails scratching down her back and his heat burning her up. Tayuya chalked on the air. You won't walk for days? Tayuya growled and bit down on his shoulder. I'll hold you to that, lover boy. If I can't make you break that promise? Naruto's hand dipped lower as his fingers dug into her. She hissed into his neck and sucked on his skin. Her head was swimming with pleasure, her back arched, and just as she decided to turn the tables, the little alarm clock on their bedside began screeching. Fuck, Tayuya hissed. We should have stayed in Konoha. Naruto laughed underneath her. Next time we decline. He rolled the two of them so that she was trapped under him, eliciting another hiss from the redhead. Come on. We need to get up. Tayuya tried to claw him back down to her as he rose. Fuck that, she growled. Granny can wait, I cannot. Humming in thought and trying not to shudder as her hands traveled down his stomach, Naruto pretended to think. Or, we could use that shower of ours? She jumped up and dragged him with her. Deal. Tsunade sighed and put her face in his hands. I will say this one more time. If Madara decides to attack, we are all in danger. Speak for yourself, Inoki snapped. Iwagakure is not as weak as Konoha is. Slamming her hand down on the table, Tsunade stood from her chair. Will you shut up already? This is not about your petty locking of horns. If Madara and the Akatsuki get what they want, we are fucked. He will come for the Jinchuriki. She looked pointedly at your brother Dash. A's fist impacted with the table hard enough to splinter the wood. You will leave B out of this. All we know is that the Akatsuki gather the Biju. For what reason? What could they possibly do? Every bodyguard was in front of his Kage in an instant, Naruto standing at Tsunade's side while Tayuya crouched on the table with her flute at her lips. Mifune rose carefully from his seat. All right everybody, take seat again. We are talking about this like civilized people. But no one moved. Ao, standing behind Mei, frowned deeply. Someone's coming. Suddenly the air grew heavy and stale and A's eyes widened as he stared at Naruto. He was met by a gaze of solid gold. He's right, the Uzumaki said. It's one of the Akatsuki? The heavy feeling in the air seemed to increase when Tayuya straightened and stepped down to stand at Tsunade's other side, her eyes just as golden as Naruto's. He feels strange, she commented. Then she looked pointedly at Ao. Why does he have that eye? The man flinched, but before anything could happen, a man with an orange mask descended through the ceiling. As calm as day, he landed in the middle of them all. How nice, he said dryly. A summit, just for me. Madara. Naruto spat. He could feel Kurama rage inside of him. There was no doubt. The Raikage suddenly exploded in a shroud of lightning chakra and Oniki began floating out of his chair. Mei rose slowly from hers and Gaara's sand began to move out of his gourd. Tsunade was the only one to remain seating. Why are you here? She asked wearily. His lone Sharingan eye zeroed in on her. I am here to help you out, woman. Now Tsunade stood as well, the diamond mark in her forehead began to glow. What? She could hear the wicked grin in his voice. I will explain to you my plan. I, Madara Uchiha, will unite this world. There was a stunned silence in the room. A shook his shock off first. What are you talking about? The Sharingan turned to him. You heard me, Raikage. When I have gathered all 9 beasts, I will enact my plan, the Eye of the Moon plan. And you will agree to it? What a fucking stupid name, Tayuya snorted. Madara shrugged nonchalantly. That is not important. You wish to know why I gather the tailed beasts, I am here to tell you. Naruto frowned. Why would he do that? Using the 9 of them, I will recreate the original, the 10 tails. With this power at my disposal, I will become its Jinchuriki dash. He was cut short when it rushed at him but phased straight through, crashing into the wall behind him. I don't care for your plan, he shouted, I will never agree to it. Madara didn't even turn around. I came here hoping to weaken the 5 Kage so that you would not stand in my way, but I see that this will not be possible. His Sharingan lingered distinctively on Naruto. Instead, I will have you agree to my plan. If not, well, the Hokage did have the right idea. May I the cloaked man? You want to declare war? You and what army? Madara laughed. I have one, do not concern yourself with that. The real question is, do you? And can you afford to disagree in the first place? There was silence as the Kage prepared themselves to attack the man. He isn't lying, Naruto said, catching the attention of everyone in the room. The Kyuubi confirmed the existence of the 10 tails. That and the existence of its eye, the Rinne Sharingan. That eye is capable of putting everything and everyone under a genjutsu. Had the Sage of the 6 Paths and his brother not defeated the beast, we would all be trapped in a genjutsu we could never escape from. Are you telling me that this fairy tale is true? A asked incredulously. With a frown, Naruto nodded. The 10 Tails was born from the World Tree, the first earthen entity that wielded chakra. When humans tried to harness it, it became the 10 Tails to defend itself. Hagoromo and Hamura, the 2 brothers, were not earthen to begin with. The Kyuubi doesn't know where they came from, but he knows that they took pity in the humans and sealed the 10 Tails, sending its husk to the moon where Hamura guarded it. Hagoromo stayed on Earth and taught the people Ninshu, what we use as ninjutsu today. Inoki snorted. And you expect us to believe this nonsense? Naruto shook his head. I don't. I just repeated what the fox told me. Without all the slur, mind you. But it is quite true, Madara commented as he rose to his feet. Indeed, I plan on using the Rinne Sharingan and place everyone under its genjutsu. The eternal Tsukuyami. He held his hands high and looked skywards. And then there will be peace. No one will be fighting, no one will be allowed to. He looked down to them. So I give you this last chance. Surrender the 8 and 9 tails peacefully. Fuck off, Tayuya spat. There was no way in hell that she would give him her Naruto. Gaara nodded, raising his hands as his sand swirled about. Not my choice of words, but I have to agree. You will not have Naruto? And neither will you get B? Thundered. Madara seemed amused. Is that so? Then I hereby declare the 4th Great Ninja War. Tsunade sighed almost comically. I fucking told you so. Laughing darkly, Madara began to slowly sink into the ground. You have chosen this yourself? When his head was about to vanish, he stopped and looked at Naruto. Be warned, Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha is on his way here. And with that, he vanished. Mei looked at the spot he had occupied. Well, shit. To say Sasuke was surprised to see Madara was an understatement. The man was supposed to hide in his lair while keeping the statue safe. Not too long ago he had transplanted Itachi's eyes into him. Sasuke had nearly been blind by then. To test his powers he had attacked Killer Bee, which turned out to be a huge mistake. The container of the 8 tails was incredibly strong, but Sasuke was sure to surpass him in time. Madara slowly came up out of the ground in front of him. You are here on the snake's behalf, correct? Sasuke didn't say anything, there was no need to. He knew that the masked man was in the know about this. Madara nodded. Then you will need Zetsu. You cannot get to the girl without him? Sasuke frowned. Why would I? There shouldn't be anyone he couldn't best. If he avoided the Kage in there, he was sure to get her without any problems. The Uzumaki is there, Madara said. He turned and trained his eye on a spot beside Sasuke. The air rippled and swirled as if caught in a vortex, and the cloaked figure of Zetsu was spit out. Sasuke idly noted that the black half was missing. Naruto. Sasuke growled. What would the idiot be doing here? He came as the Hokage's guard, Madara told him. He is, after all, the Leaf's strongest ninja. I was surprised, to say the least. In my current state, even I would not be able to defeat him. Bullshit. Sasuke spat. This idiot is no way stronger than me. Sasuke, Madara said calmly, do not overestimate yourself. You cannot defeat him. He bested pain on his own. His mastery over the sage arts I cannot comprehend, and it seems that your target, Tayuya, is well versed in them as well. He gestured to the white Zetsu. He will aid you so that you may complete your assignment for the snake. After that, kill Orochimaru. He will not have any more use for us. And the girl? Sasuke asked. Madara remained still for a second. Bring her. Orochimaru will, no doubt, mark her again. With that, she will be a strong puppet. Fine, Sasuke spat and turned to jump off the roof they had been standing on. White Zetsu sunk into the ground and followed him. I hope it doesn't need any more incentive than that, Tsunade growled. Madara is God knows why still around and just declared war. If he has this army he speaks of, we cannot face him on our own. The Raikage growled and sat down heavily again. I don't like it, but I agree. Madara was a monster. He and the first Hokage were the only SSS-class shinobi ever, and one of them could flatten a village on a whim. And if I remember correctly, Madara controlled the 9 tails? Naruto winced a little. He did, he confirmed. The Kyuubi is hell-bent on killing him for that. Hanoki remained afloat. So what now? Where will we meet him in battle? Isn't one the more urgent question? Asked Mei, leaning against the desk. We need to prepare, need to draw our forces. And we need to keep the 2 Jinchuriki safe, Gaara agreed. If he gets his hands on them. I am not keen on finding out what this Eye of the Moon looks like. Tsunade hummed in agreement. And also, why is Sasuke here? Far as we know he is with the Akatsuki, or at least Madara, Naruto added. That emo fag better be ready to get his ass beat, Tayuya growled. The Uzumaki clan head shook his head with a slight smile. You do that? He looked over at Tsunade. Do we know what he did after he killed Itachi? Tsunade sighed. He keeps up contact with Orochimaru, either still working for him or for information's sake. Either way he is bad news. After he tried to defeat Killer Bee, he didn't come up again. Snorted loudly, the lightning around him fizzling out. If this Uchiha brat is dumb enough to attack 5 Kage-level shinobi, let him. We will teach him a lesson. 6 Kage-level shinobi, actually, Tsunade corrected, gesturing to Naruto, and I would very much like to have him captured. So if he does attack us, try not to kill him. Anoki laughed. Kage level? That brat? Tayuya growled and stepped in the old man's direction, but Naruto pulled her back. Let the senile one think he's strong. It lets him fall all the harder, he whispered to her ear, knowing full well that the Tsuchikage could hear him. The man growled and raised his hands at them, but froze when the very air around him came to a halt, effectively suffocating him. With wide eyes he stared at Naruto, who calmly strode over to him. "Attack me all you want," he growled, "I'll beat your leathery ass anytime. But aim at her and I'll get you faster than you can blink." Naruto's hand moved slowly and his hand grasped the man's throat. "Do you understand?" That Sasuke didn't say a word. He couldn't. The man couldn't even blink. All he could do was stare with wide, fearful eyes into two pools of solid gold that foretold his death with ever-increasing cruelty for every moment that passed. Finally he managed to swallow, the pressure vanished instantly and Inoki fell to the ground, landing on his feet. He gasped and looked around wildly. Naruto was no longer standing in front of him, but was hugging Tayuya from behind, standing at Tsunade's side. But his eyes were meeting his gaze with the same message. "Lord Sasuke?" His head snapped to the side, the Mizukage had spoken to him. "Is everything quite alright?" Either not aware of it or just blatantly ignoring that Sasuke's distress, Tsunade, the Uzumaki, and Gaara were engaged in their own conversation. "You didn't expect me to not notice this display," the Raikage questioned and motioned to Naruto and Tayuya. "I am well aware of what an Uzumaki looks like. I don't even want to know where you found this one. Would you believe me when I told you I had her on ice?" Tsunade asked. Shook his head. "I wouldn't question it. We all had to do things we aren't proud of for our villages." Looking over at the pair in question, Tsunade allowed a smile. "I wouldn't say I'm not proud of this one. They make me sick," growled. "I bet you my best bottle of sake that she's pregnant already." Gaara smiled. "I'm in on that. I do not think I have seen one without the other yet." "Oh no," Tsunade exclaimed, shaking her head, "if it's a bet concerning Naruto, I always lose, no matter the odds." Naruto snorted into Tayuya's hair. "Ugh. Gross." She elbowed him in the ribs. He laughed and rubbed his sore ribs. Looking at Tsunade he said, "Not my fault your luck is so rotten it changes reality when it comes down to it." "Oh?" Raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? You damn brat." Tsunade hissed. "Why are you even telling him that?" Gaara chuckled quietly. "I do so like it when these meetings become informal. Now, is anyone up for a bite?" Listening to war being declared by a man that should be dead got me quite peckish. Tsunade leveled a smoldering glare at the Kazekage. "You spent way too much time around Naruto." "I might," Gaara admitted. "Yet I have managed to refrain from anything orange." Naruto frowned. "What do you guys have against orange?" The Tsuchikage remained apprehensive and did not attend the dinner that followed the meeting. He seemed a bit miffed that Naruto had trapped him in a genjutsu and he didn't even recognize it. Tayuya on the other hand found it extremely sexy, so Naruto put that one in the good book. Tsunade on the other hand didn't appreciate it. The lump on his head, which was already healing, was all he got from her. At least Tayuya had kissed it better. After she laughed her ass off, that is. Naruto found himself sitting between and Tayuya, who was glaring at Mei, sitting across from him. And every time Tayuya opened her mouth, Ao would try and reprimand her. That was followed by a sickly sweet death threat from Mei before everything went back to normal. "And you mean to tell me that you shredded your whole arm with that thing?" A could barely hold back his laugh. "That is so dumb, it hurts." "I'm telling you," Naruto grumbled, "I didn't have time to finish it." The roaring laughter subsided a bit. "You created an S-rank technique, botched the initial use, and casually killed that guy while nearly taking your own arm off. That is so much like Kumo does it, it hurts. Boy, why aren't you in my ranks?" Tsunade was not as amused by Naruto sharing his techniques with the others, but at least it wasn't the Tsuchikage. That would have been it. Boy, she needed sake. When the food had been consumed, Tsunade's wish was fulfilled as the waiter brought a tablet with a few bottles of her sweet, liquid relief. Tayuya turned green at the sight and Naruto politely declined to drink with the Raikage. Sadly, the man wasn't deterred and 5 minutes later Naruto found himself toasting to the size of A's biceps. Tsunade watched in disbelief as Naruto seemed to repair age-old grudges over dinner. Gods, why didn't she invite them to a drink before? Tayuya wisely stayed abstinent and was rewarded with a tipsy Naruto by the end of the evening. Tsunade ambled her way into her room and Tayuya made 2 clones to guard her while she guided Naruto into their room. The door hadn't closed completely yet when Naruto spun her around and kissed her heatedly. She moaned into his mouth, not even bothering to wiggle out of his grasp. Apparently he wasn't even drunk anymore, carrying her through the room and throwing her onto the bed, eliciting a pleased gasp from her. She grinned when he prowled onto her, growling softly. "Weren't you too drunk to walk on your own just now, lover boy?" she said, grinning while she pushed a hand against her chest, holding him away from her. Grabbing the hand that kept him from her, he kissed her knuckles until she let the arm slack and continued to kiss his way up her arm until her reached her shoulder. His smoldering gaze met hers. It clearly told her that he held great disdain for her clothes. She grinned when he tugged at her collar. "Oh," she whispered, taking his face in her hands. "Something wrong?" His hands clawed at her clothes, brushing over her chest, pleasantly scratching the sensitive flesh with his nails. Tayuya bit her lips to stop herself from moaning. "Not so fast," she hissed into his ear. "You first." She lightly tugged at his undershirt. The breastplate he had discarded before they had dinner and the coat was left behind when the sake was uncorked. His grin was wicked and he seemed to come back out of his haze a little when he peered down into her eyes. "Me first, huh?" Lifting his shirt a little to reveal his toned stomach to her, he leaned down to her. "Whatever do you mean by that, Tayo?" Her eyes raked over his sculpted muscles, a hand reaching out to let her fingers drift over his hot skin. She could feel her chakra dance through her coils as it brushed against his, sending electricity down her spine. He was still straddling her when she arched her back a bit and hummed in pleasure. "Fuck," she hissed, closing her eyes as his hands traveled up her body under her shirt. Suddenly he halted. His hands left her body and he sprung off the bed. Tayuya sat up, annoyed that he had stopped. She would get him to fuck her, but foreign chakra presences were putting a wedge in her plans. "Who the fuck is that?" she asked. "They better come out so I can tear them a new one for interrupting my fun." Naruto chuckled as he armed himself again, putting on his coat. "Your fun? I dare say I had my share." Tayuya threw on her coat as well and flicked his forehead. She purred, "You could have had your fun. You could have had me. But whoever that is in for a beating." She punched her palm and stared out of the window. On the building across the street were two cloaked figures, one peered with crimson eyes straight at them. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. "Well, let's see what the asshole has got that is so damn important to stop me from devouring you." Tayuya's face distorted into a fierce angry scowl. She was beyond furious. "I will kill him. Fucking cockblocker." Outside, Sasuke fought down the urge to shiver. "I feel like I made a huge mistake," he grumbled as he pulled his sword from its sheath. Zetsu cat him a sideways glance. "You truly were not taught much by Orochimaru, were you?" Sasuke frowned. "What is that supposed to mean?" The white Zetsu sighed. "Look, you just got between a woman and her meal. This is going to get ugly." Naruto sent a clone off to Tsunade before he stepped out onto the windowsill, followed closely by a very pissed Tayuya. The way she was glaring at Sasuke seriously scared him. She appeared to be dead set on killing him. And while Naruto did yet reason with himself to bring the Uchiha back, he didn't think he could save him from his enraged wife. He wouldn't make the mistake of getting in her way. No one should have been that stupid. "Welp," Naruto said, shrugging as Tayuya pushed past him, "You're a dead man, Sasuke." From across the street he heard the other figure sigh. "I told you so, idiot." Naruto snorted when he could practically see Sasuke grit his teeth. And apparently Tayuya was not one to talk before flaying someone, because she was already flying across the street, shooting a single chain forward that was aimed for Sasuke's head. The Uchiha was visibly surprised, ducking out of the way in the last second, something wholly too close for comfort with such vicious-looking chains, and rolled off the roof, beginning a sequence of hand seals midair. The Zetsu was about to launch a spike of wood at Tayuya who was still airborne when Naruto flickered in front of him. "Oh no, you don't!" Naruto exclaimed and drove a Rasengan into the white clone's abdomen. He immediately substituted for a log which was pulverized upon impact. Naruto clicked his tongue and took a few steps back to stand where Tayuya landed on the roof. Sasuke's fireball shot up from below, but Tayuya's chains immediately smashing it into harmless embers. Sasuke stood in the middle of the street and sneered up to them. He was about to open his mouth when Naruto appeared in front of him, driving his fist into Sasuke's gut, golden eyes piercing him with a withering glare. The Uchiha was launched backwards, down the street and caught by Zetsu before he touched ground. "Sasuke," Naruto called out to him, Tayuya coming to stand behind him. "What are you doing here?" Shrugging off Zetsu, Sasuke stood and channeled a Chidori into his sword. "Back off, Naruto. My mission is to take this girl with me." Naruto's features grew furious. "What?" he growled. "Orochimaru wants his Uzumaki plaything back, that easy. So I am here to bring her to him." Sasuke cracked his neck and took a ready stance. "And you won't stop me?" Tayuya snarled but Naruto held her back. "Why are you doing this?" Naruto asked, his anger barely contained. No one was going to take her away from him. "Hasn't Orochimaru fulfilled his purpose for you? Why work for him still?" Sasuke shrugged. "He's a means to an end. In fact, he will die soon, having fulfilled his use, as you said. Then why even do his shit now?" Naruto snarled. "Just kill him and get off my case." Sasuke laughed, loudly and cruelly. "But then I couldn't kill you off in the process, could I?" Naruto grit his teeth. The snow around him was beginning to melt, heat rolling off him in waves as he took in unreal amounts of nature chakra, accelerating his inner fluctuation to 12 times its natural speed. The resulting energy came off him in intense warmth and his eyes began to glow in the dark. In her anger, Tayuya did something similar, if only less intense. Her eyes began to glow as well and her chains, two still swinging about behind her, turned red and hot enough to evaporate the snow that occasionally hit them. "Sasuke," Naruto said, his voice 2 octaves lower than normal, "I promised I would bring you back to Konoha. I promised to do so even if I had to break every bone in your body." The smile that crept into Naruto's face looked demonic. "But before I even begin trying to bring you back again, I'm going to tear you apart." And then he moved. With barely a second to react, Sasuke lifted his sword just in time to block Naruto's punch. Much to Sasuke's surprise, his sword shattered instantly, the explosion of force sending him hurtling back. This time Zetsu was not there to catch him. Tayuya's chains were slicing and piercing through the air in their pursuit of him, a haunting melody seemingly controlling the chains like snakes. Naruto stalked forward, leaving a trail of steam behind. Slowly a chain rattled out of his palm and hit the snow. "Sasuke," Naruto said as he advanced on the kneeling Uchiha, "you may be my brother and my first friend even if you don't want to see it this way, but even for you there is a limit of shit you can do before that is over." A Rasengan formed in the hand that released the chain. It got caught in the mass of chakra and incorporated in the sphere. The friction caused sparks to fly and the chain to glow red. With the immense speed the Rasengan rotated, it had a strange likeliness to the Uzumaki swirl. Sasuke spat out some blood, the snow tinged red. His Sharingan swirled wildly. "That so? Maybe I should have attacked your whore earlier then." Somewhere in the back of his mind, Sasuke was proud that he didn't flinch when the ground under Naruto's feet cracked. "You are teetering on the edge, Uchiha," Naruto growled. The smirk on Sasuke's face was mocking. "Do you even know what teetering means?" "Fuck you. I guessed as much." Sasuke moved first, a chider aimed at Naruto's midsection. He didn't expect the clone that jumped out off the snow and pushed his arm up, but he managed to use the clone to divert the strange Rasengan Naruto had been forming. If the standard Rasengan was vicious, then this one was horrifying. Upon contact with the clone, the chains inside the ball of chakra lashed out, slicing outwards like a buzz saw and continuing over Sasuke's head and down the street where it cut and incinerated several wooden fences and a few trees. It made contact with the stone off a cliff, the resulting explosion shook the whole village. Trying not to think about Naruto's increase in power, Sasuke engaged Naruto in close-quarter combat. It had always been his forte and with his Sharingan, he would easily overpower him. But he was wrong. While Naruto was not better than him, he could not land a single blow. The Uzumaki had fixed his taijutsu from his brawling to a no-nonsense style, that consisted only of the barest minimum of motion, only when necessary. He did not draw his fists back for a punch, did not let his footing slip and used Sasuke's own body weight against him, nearly getting him into a shoulder throw. The lack-off movement also made it hard for his Sharingan to predict his next move. He scowled. It was a fighting style created to fight a Sharingan. He had been too deep in thought and had to pull his head to the side in order to avoid Naruto's fist. But the punch still connected, hitting him square in the jaw. Using the momentum the punch had generated in his body, Sasuke sent his heel into Naruto's side, kicking him into the building next to them. But before the Uzumaki impacted against the cold bricks, chains erupted from the ground and the wall, cushioning his fall. Growling, Sasuke turned and saw Tayuya stand no too far from them. "Don't take your eyes off your opponent." Sasuke barely managed to duck under the glowing red chain that shot from Naruto's back. The Uchiha turned to see Naruto with 9 chains swaying in the air behind him. So he was using the Kyuubi, Sasuke thought. Gritting his teeth, he activated his cursed seal and let the power wash over him, his scara in both eyes turning black as his Sharingan swirled madly and black flame patterns appeared all over his body. His Sharingan changed into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. "Playtime is over," he hissed. "Amaterasu." A chain intercepted the black fire as Naruto jumped forward, going through a sequence of hand seals while he was hidden from Sasuke's view. Water release, water dragon jutsu. To say Sasuke was surprised would have been an understatement, his own fireball just barely managing to evaporate the dragon before it could hit him. He had expected a lot, but that Naruto would actually learn something aside from his 2 techniques? He didn't think it possible for the formerly blonde knucklehead. Unleashing a hail of kunai at the Uzumaki, Sasuke jumped back and gathered his chakra. It was time for the big guns. The sudden flash of thunder was strange. Naruto could feel the elemental manipulation in the air with his sage mode. Sasuke was doing something with the clouds. And whatever it was powerful. Gathering another Rasengan in his hand, Naruto prepared to launch it with one of his chains. Thunder literally roared as a dragon of pure lightning broke through the clouds, its red eyes gleaming in the dark as it set its sights on Naruto. Sasuke raised a lightning-coated hand and let it fall almost cruelly slow. Kirin. The screech of lightning accompanied the dragon as it sped down towards the earth with frightening speed. Gathering more chakra into his palm, Naruto rapidly expanded the Rasengan in his hand and added another chain to it, causing it to glow a bright red. Grabbing the end of the chain that was inside the ball of chakra, Naruto hurled the sphere at the dragon as hard as he could. They met in an enormous flash of red, lightning as red as blood tearing through the sky as the Rasengan expanded rapidly, the chains inside lashing out wildly between the clouds and arcs of red electricity. The clouds parted with the blast and the chains rained down onto the city. Frowning, Naruto held up a hand and commanded the chains back to him. The red glowing tangle of adamantine came down to coil around him, too hot for him to touch, so he let it swivel around, coiling protectively around him. As if in return, Sasuke summoned his Susanoo, the skeletal shroud standing as tall as the trees around them. Naruto jabbed his thumb into the direction of the forest that surrounded most of the village and took off. Sasuke was sure to follow. He passed Tayuya and her doki as they hacked away at the stream of wood that exploded forth of Zetsu without stopping. Halting behind her, shielded by the many chains that were moving around her and him, he dared to kiss her lovingly. She returned it with equal passion before he had to move on. "Don't you dare and not come back, lover boy," she whispered after him. Naruto just grinned in return and was gone in a gust of icy wind. Naruto ducked under the Susanoo's blade, letting him chop down dozens of trees as he retaliated with his chains, shooting them forward like spears of living fire, aimed to pierce the skeletal figure and hold it in place. But Sasuke was fast, avoiding his attack effortlessly. The sword he wielded suddenly lit up with black flames and Naruto was forced to jump back further into the forest. "Fuck me, why are these flames so hot?" he hissed. "Did that fucker just singe his eyebrow? You wield chains of glowing hot adamantine, runt. You have no right to even complain." Naruto rolled his eyes. "Way to go, furball. Why do they glow in the first place?" The word insufferable soundlessly worked its way into Naruto's head. "You can't be serious," the fox spoke with a sigh. "You accelerated your chakra circulation, did you not?" "So?" Naruto shot back, jumping further back into the trees. The fox's eye twitched violently. "These chains are a manifestation of your chakra. Of course they would heat up when you accelerate the chakra that is making them up. By the way, you better duck." "What do you mean OHSHIT? A giant fireball roared over Naruto as he threw himself into the snow. He could hear the fox laugh as he stood, bracing his chains against the trees around him. Creating a good dozen clones, Naruto launched all of them with his chains and a Rasengan against Sasuke. But they had no effect to speak of, all of them just bouncing off the Susanoo. "That thing is unfair," he grumbled. He needed to disable that thing. As a matter of fact, Naruto could probably simply outlast the Uchiha, but time was not something he wanted to waste. Tayuya was still in town, fighting that white Zetsu clone after all. Drawing all the chains back into his body, Naruto formed another chain Rasengan. "Time to finish this." The chakra in his hand roared to life, glowing as red as the eyes of Sasuke's Susanoo. The Uchiha discharged an unholy amount of lightning chakra into one of the giant blades the skeletal specter wielded, causing arcs of electricity to jump into the air, singeing trees and evaporating snow. Knowing that a normal Rasengan could never breach through the armor, Naruto took a deep breath and focused. He accelerated his chakra flow again, increasing the speed of his Rasengan further and further until the visible rotation became too fast for even Sasuke's Sharingan to see. The tremendous speed of the jutsu moved the air around Naruto into a whirlwind, a snow tornado that was illuminated in the blindingly bright red light of the Rasengan. "This is it, Naruto!" Sasuke shouted over the roaring winds and crackling lightning. "Today I will tear this bond apart at last." Naruto growled, crouching low. His eyes reflected the amount of chakra he had gathered by glowing brightly, the only visible part through the wall of red snow that hid him from view. The appearance of a golden-eyed monster behind a curtain of blood burned itself into Sasuke's mind through his Sharingan. "Never!" Naruto snarled back at the Uchiha. "I promised, you fool. I promised to bring you back. And even if I hadn't, you were my friend, you were my brother. Now shut the fuck up and let me put your arrogant ass into the ground." They charged, the air split between them, a sonic boom echoing through the forest just half a second after the blinding light consumed dozens of trees, erasing them completely. The force of the explosion uprooted trees dozens of meters away from the initial explosion, and for a whole 12 seconds, no snow fell in the giant crater in the middle of the forest. In its center, Naruto and Sasuke stood, foreheads slammed together in an effort to knock the other out while they had locked both hands in a contest of strength. "You are harder to kill than you were before," Sasuke grunted as he pushed harder against Naruto. The Uzumaki snarled. "And you are still too stupid to kill me properly." They parted with a crack, shin against shin as their kicks collided. This wasn't over yet. Tayuya frowned when the arm she had torn of that white freak simply regrew as if nothing ever happened. That thing had actually dispelled one of her doki, piercing it with what appeared to be a sturdy wooden branch of sorts. She clicked her tongue. Would release? Fuck me sideways? Her eyes widened as a spear of wood burst through the roof she had been standing on. Flipping backwards, she avoided the attack and could see a clone of her opponent break through the roof. Quickly going through a set of hand seals, she threw a fireball at him and retreated onto the next building. Shadow clones? I hate these things, she grumbled, creating a few chains behind her. Tayuya sent the remaining 2 doki at the clone, but much to her chagrin, it didn't dispel, even when it was literally torn apart. Fucking hell, couldn't I just have fucked over the emo fag? God damn it. She commanded a branch of her chains to tie down the second Zetsu, hoping she could sustain them over the distance. Her and Naruto had gotten pretty good with these chains, but they were still very hard to control correctly. According to Karen, these chains had special sealing capabilities, yet neither her nor Naruto could utilize them yet. So for now, lashing and stabbing had to do. The fact that she could use her flute to precisely manipulate them helped, but it didn't make it perfect. And just like that, she missed a chain that had been aimed at the original's head and was rewarded with a water bullet that hit her flat in the midsection and knocked the wind out of her. She sailed off the roof she had been standing on, crashed into the forest. Tayuya had barely time to catch her breath before she had to roll out of the way as a giant shard of earth ripped out of the snowy ground beneath her. Her hair clung to her face, the wind was blowing them wildly about. That's it, she hissed in hot white fury. No one but my shithead gets to make me wet. A white Zetsu landed in a tree above her. Girl, he mused aloud, you're scary when you're horny. Fuck you. Her curse was accompanied by a shrill note and the cub of one of her doki as it smashed the branch the Zetsu had been perched on to bits. Before the weird-ass plant man could land again, he was suddenly surrounded by all 3 doki, though one, the bandaged one, should have been dispelled. Zetsu had only a second to glimpse at the new one before its blade split him in half. Shit dash. He could not curse any further because Tayuya wasn't going to let him regenerate. As the two have slammed into the ground and the white substance he was made of began bubbling to regenerate, she simply created as many chains as she could and wrapped him up as tightly as possible. The use of chakra was beginning to get to the girl, so she dispelled her doki. She walked up to the mummified remains of Zetsu and sat down on top of it, a sigh escaping her lips. The wind blew harshly through the night and Tayuya realized that she was farther from the town than she could see. It also occurred to her that she had no sense of direction and wouldn't dare to take in any nature chakra now. She was lost. Fuck. Sasuke's knuckles crushed with bruising force against Naruto's sternum, throwing him backwards into a tree. Quickly substituting with a clone, Naruto evaded Sasuke's lightning blade and gave him time to look for a way through the defenses of the Susanoo. Fact was that the construct was powered by Sasuke's eye and literally projected out of them. Now, that was just a guess, but if it was coming from his eyes, then it should be strongest in his field of vision, where his Sharingan actually took effect. A blind spot, huh? Naruto mused as he rounded Sasuke in the trees while the Uchiha tried to spot him in the woods. He needed to catch him unaware. Sadly, Sasuke's new eyes seemed to be able to differ between his clones and the real one. Damn his Sharingan and seeing though illusions. If he could just go around that. That was it. Sasuke could easily see through any genjutsu he could project on him. Granted, he had learned only 2 from Tayuya yet, but he had also learned a 3rd one. And that one just so happened to be induced via sound, not light that he would take though his eyes. Oh, he was so going to love her until she couldn't walk anymore. He soundlessly went through the hand seals and could not hide the smirk that graced his lips before he brought his hand to them and whistled sharply. Demonic sound, phantom sound chains. Spinning around, Sasuke only got a glimpse of Naruto before the chains suddenly wrapped all around him, binding him in place. How did he get through the Susanoo? He raged. It should not have been possible. The Susanoo was impenetrable. Straining against the chains, Sasuke tried to move so that he may form hand seals, but it was to no avail, the chains tightened even more. In his desperation, Sasuke tried pure lightning manipulation and ran the millions of volt through his body, but nothing happened. Fuck, he screamed. This, Kurama said, is extremely amusing. And while he rarely would do so, Naruto found himself agreeing with the fox. It was pretty funny to see Sasuke flail against the thin air with all his might. As he walked up to Sasuke and replaced the imaginary chains with the real ones, Naruto wondered what would have happened if this method of dealing with the proud Uchiha would have been widely known during the Third War. Sasuke was so sure that no one could cast a genjutsu on him that he didn't even consider the possibility, and with all the chakra his Susanoo was putting out, he never even spotted the sound invading his senses. Okay, Naruto said, how do we knock him out? Kurama groaned in his head. What do you mean how? You mean to tell me that you don't know how to use this technique beyond the simple binding? Naruto had the decency to laugh sheepishly. I was busy. You mean you fooled around with your mate? As I said, busy, Naruto defended shamelessly. So, what now? Kurama rolled his eyes. Fine, just because it amuses me to see the Uchiha like this. You have to alter the illusion to something that causes pain great enough to overload his brain so that the whelp will pass out. Okay? I can certainly try. Kurama had a bad feeling about this. Oh boy. Tell me again, Tsunade, the Raikage asked her, why aren't we stepping in? All 5 Kage stood in the roof of the hotel they had all stayed in, watching the fights from a distance. They had something to settle, the Hokage replied, besides, it's not like someone came to harm. Gaara has evacuated all the civilians. Gaara nodded in affirmative. He and the bodyguards of the other Kage had taken precautions to ensure the safety of the villagers. Mei sighed as she watched Tayuya strut through the forest, cursing and cussing at the snow while she dragged the chained and wrapped form of Zetsu after her. This girl, how did she even defeat this one? Tsunade shrugged. She trained with Naruto. Honestly, I had no idea she could use senjutsu. I gaped at her. Senjutsu? Are you kidding, woman? I am most certainly not. Naruto mastered it in a matter of weeks. Apparently the Uzumaki have a talent for it. Tsunade tried to see where Naruto was fighting Sasuke. Judging from the feel he got of the Uzumaki's chakra, he hadn't even used anything strong yet. Suddenly there was a pained outcry out of the forest. Tsunade wasn't sure, but it could have been Sasuke. Tayuya had evidently heard it and made her way over to them. Tsunade yawned. Well, I don't know about you, but I could use some more sleep. The Raikage grinned. So we do agree on something after all? You are really bad at this. Shut up. Sasuke was on his knees, still struggling against the illusionary binds, breathing heavily. Naruto was crouching in front of him, face a scowl of concentration as he tried, and failed, to steer the jutsu in a direction that would make Sasuke pass out. Evidently, as Kurama had noted before, he was very bad at it. The fox sighed. Just knock him out already, this has begun to bore me. Rolling his eyes, Naruto guided a real chain around Sasuke's neck. That might leave a mark, hopefully Sakura can forgive that one, he mused. Tayuya raised an eyebrow when she found Naruto and his opponent looking at the chained and hung Sasuke that dangled from a tree branch. Kinky, she remarked, but nothing you get to do with me. Naruto mock glared at her before he returned to glaring at the Uchiha. What are you thinking? She asked, casually leaning against him as if he were some sort of post. I'm not sure what to do with him, he confessed. He's like a brother after all and is still under the influence of the mark. He looked at Tayuya. How much did that thing influence you exactly? Tayuya frowned. Unpleasant memories, no doubt. It's like a drug. He fuels you with power subconsciously, whenever you do his bidding and cuts it off when you don't. Once you get used to it, well, not obeying becomes excruciatingly painful. Fuck, that shit really hurt. He could somehow whisper to you, a voice that was always there and telling you what to do. She grimaced. I learned the hard way what happens when you don't listen to it. Naruto turned and let her fall into a hug. He won't get you, he assured her with steel in his voice, not as long as I draw breath. She nodded. I'll hold you to it, lover boy. She really hoped he could do it. So how responsible for his actions is he? He asked, eyeing the unconscious Uchiha. Hard to tell, Tayuya said, thumping her head a few times against his chest before sauntering over to inspect Sasuke's neck. Never saw that one before, so I suppose the snake bastard tested a new toy on him. Could be worse, could be lesser. I dunno. With a sigh, Naruto commanded the chains to let the Uchiha down. He picked him up and turned to Tayuya. Look, we're going to decide this somewhere warmer than out here. I assume that this, he pointed at the mass of chains behind Tayuya, is that weird guy. Tayuya shivered. It was indeed far too cold. Now that she had stopped accelerating her chakra flow, her body was cooling down. Brrr. Get us somewhere warm, lover boy. She kicked the bundle of chains. And then we throw this bunch of dry wood in the oven and you get down on me. Naruto grinned. That is something I can do. They walked towards the village, seeing the townspeople returning to their homes, some of them looking curiously at them, others just glad that they were home again and that it was all over. Tsunade dropped down in front of them as they got closer to the hotel. So you got him? She asked. Had I known that all it would take was him threatening your wife, this could have been cleared far faster. Naruto mock glared at her. What's that supposed to mean? The Raikage placed a hand on his shoulder. You are whipped, my boy. Gaara nodded in agreement while Mei pouted playfully at them. Tayuya glared heatedly at her and chucked the bundle of chains at her. She sidestepped, laughing all the while. As Naruto discussed with Tsunade where to stow the unconscious Uchiha, he suddenly stiffened. His golden eyes narrowed and he turned towards the forest. What in the world is he doing here? And that's when Danzo showed up, Tayuya said. Sakura frowned. Run that by me one more time. Why was he there again? For a split second, Tayuya frowned. Sakura had been informed of this. Or had she? She shook her head and caught a glimpse of the setting sun. Even the sun's light seemed to dim and grow cold. She glared at Sakura. Because he tried to get rid of me, of course. She huffed and Karen chuckled behind her hand. Spouted all that bullshit about this being for the good of Konoha. She snorted. Bah! Asshole, the guy was, nothing else. This bullshit he tried to pull on me. The nerve. As Sakura nodded along, Tayuya noticed Mikoto and Shursui sitting at the table in the corner and were, to Tayuya, eerily silent. Were they trying to hide that they were listening? And where was the Inuzuka brat? So what did he do? Ino asked, Inori hopping up and down in her lap. Again, Tayuya frowned. Hadn't she told her? Like, at this flower arrangement thing before the wedding? Shaking her head and patting her belly once to assure herself that the baby was still not doing anything, she carried on. So he stalked out of the woods like some real ugly peacock? Danzo, Tsunade acknowledged flatly. What are you doing here? Do you not have things to do in Konoha? Annoying Kakashi or something or another? The man did not return her greeting. Instead he stared pointedly at Tayuya. The Uzumaki pursued her lips in annoyance before reaching for a random pouch on her thigh, retrieving her hand with only the middle finger extended. This what you looking for, old man? She sneered. 'Cause you sure as hell can have it. Danzo ignored her and Naruto's subsequent snort of amusement by turning back to Tsunade. The gleam in his eye unsettled the Hokage greatly. Lady Hokage, he said, his tone only borderline respectful, I have received information that this woman, he spat, pointing at Tayuya, is a sleeper agent of Orochimaru. Tsunade's eyebrows rose to her hairline. Tayuya just snorted. Oh, I sleep all right, she sneered back, but I do that with me husband over there. Naruto growled and stepped forward. What is this farce, Danzo? He didn't acknowledge the two Uzumaki. He kept looking at Tsunade. I have intercepted reports from Orochimaru that state that Tayuya is a sleeper agent planted within Konoha. She is a traitor? I am fucking not. Tayuya spat heatedly. Can you prove otherwise, woman? Danzo shot back, glaring at her. Tsunade, she needs to be eliminated before she turns on us. Tsunade frowned at her advisor. What was his game? This is not to be discussed out here, she said, eyeing the melting snow at Naruto's feet. We will go inside. Now. As Naruto passed Gaara, the Kazekage placed a hand on his shoulder. I don't know what this is, but you trust her, right? He received an angry nod, Naruto barely able to keep himself from lashing out at the Warhawk. Good, then the Uzumaki clan has the full support of the Sabaku clan. Whatever happens or how this turns out, me and my siblings will have your back. Thank you, brother, Naruto said, clasping hands with Gaara. It is only natural, Gaara said dismissively. But be advised, politics area a delicate thing. They depend as much on the populace as they do on the politics themselves. If the people are not with you in your matters, it is of no consequence what is true and what is false. Naruto frowned. The general populace of Konoha and even most shinobi had no idea that Tayuya was formerly marked by Orochimaru. Ino, Shikamaru, Kakashi, Anko, Inoichi, Ibiki and Shizune were the only other ninja that knew of her. Well, these were the ones Naruto knew. Maybe Hayashi knew as well, given that he was the clan head of the Hyuga. Did that mean that the others knew as well? With a snort, he disqualified Kiba from that list. The dog would have known better. He followed behind Danzo, never letting him out of sight. What did he gain from that? The man had been the one who had them sign the damn contract in the first place. And now, just a few weeks shy of the damn wedding, he pulled back and came around with these accusations. Tsunade guided them back into the summit building and into an unused conference room. It was smaller than the room form before, but at least the chairs were more comfortable. Tayuya made a point of sitting in Naruto's lap, sneering at Danzo all the while. Now, Tsunade said as they all sat, what is this about intercepting reports? Danzo said nothing, just slid a scroll over to the Hokage. She picked it up and frowned before unfurling it. She scowled as she read and Naruto wondered what a piece of paper could verify in a situation like this. Tsunade sighed and put the scroll down, sliding it over to Naruto. That is indeed Orochimaru's handwriting, she said, rubbing her forehead, as Naruto read the scroll with Tayuya. Apparently, the scroll was supposed to be delivered to a base with a numeric name. Tayuya didn't recognize it. Order to keep low while Tayuya of the North Gate is in her function of spying on Konoha. Once she is activated from her sleeper state, base number 8872 is to take action, she will meet sleeper number 23 for further correspondence. Experiments will be halted until then, waiting for the marriage to be officiated to take control. Naruto scowled at the scroll. The information on the marriage was classified, an A-rank secret if Naruto wasn't mistaken. He looked at the thoughtful Tsunade. And you believe this? She didn't look at him. I can confirm that it is Orochimaru's handwriting. It is an official statement of his. As Naruto began to argue that it had to be fake, Tayuya stared with unbridled fear at the letters on the scroll. She knew that this was written by the snake, she knew his disgusting scrawl. Was Orochimaru still in control? Was she a sleeper agent? She looked at Naruto, tightening her hold on him. As he threw the scroll across the room, Tayuya could only stare at him and think, will I lose him? Will Orochimaru take everything from me again? She stood up suddenly. She couldn't stay. Orochimaru would use her to hurt him. To hurt the only one she could ever come to love. Naruto stopped when she moved away, didn't dare to move. Tayu, he asked carefully. She shook her head. No, she whispered, I can't let that happen. Naruto stood, taking a few steps towards her and catching her hand before she could pull it away. Don't worry, he said, squeezing her hand, we will get over this, just as with all the other stuff. I promised I would keep you safe. She knew she should believe him. She knew that he would never lie to her. But, who was she? A facade. A facade that hid one of Orochimaru's puppets. He had put her through enough experiments for this to be entirely possible. Was this all real? Her love for him? These feelings of happiness? Or all an illusion to disguise what she really was? A traitor. A puppet. Orochimaru's sick creation. She would betray Naruto. And she could not let that happen. She ripped her hand out of his hold, her heart aching at the look of shock and hurt on his face. I'm sorry, she whispered and jumped backwards, crashing through the window, out into the snowy night, Naruto's shouting following after her until his voice was lost in the wind. As long as she was still in control, she would not let herself harm Naruto. Not now. Not ever. Even if she had to kill herself to stop it. That is proof enough, is it not? Naruto, just about to rush out of the window, stopped dead in his tracks. The room temperature dropped drastically, Naruto's chakra rolling off him in a wave so solid, it stilled the movement of the air itself. He turned slowly, so very slowly as if a beat faster could cause his movements to become lethal. His eyes met Danzo's and Tsunade was impressed that the man didn't flinch. She certainly had. A grimace of fury and pain, etched into Naruto's sharp features and only ever accented by his eyes shining in a demonic, blood red. If the pupil was slitted or not couldn't be told, for it had become so incredibly small one could barely make them out anymore. The white of his eyes seemed to shrink away as the murderous gaze focused entirely on Danzo. Tsunade had never felt Naruto's killing intent. She didn't think he even ever radiated it before. But this, it was terrible. Like an icy vice was clenching her insides, her heart, her soul. The Kyuubi's murderous intent was a wildfire, an all-consuming blaze that lashed out for miles. This on the other hand was the precise will to end the life of this one man in the most brutal way possible. In the blink of an eye, the table that had separated Naruto from Danzo turned into nothing but sawdust as the Uzumaki closed the distance between them faster than the eye could see. He was taller than Danzo, a few inches maybe, standing so close to the man that his icy breath needled the old man's still impassive face. You, he said tonelessly, his voice disturbingly calm in the tense situation, will regret this. And when you do, I will come for you. And I will end you. And then he vanished, the floor cracking loudly where he took off and chased after Tayuya. His words reverberated off the walls, emphasizing that he was dead serious. The moment Naruto was gone, Danzo collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. The focal point of Naruto's icy chakra assault had been Danzo, rupturing his lungs the moment he made the mistake to even move, in this case, breath. Tsunade staggered a step backwards, taking in a sharp breath. She glared at Danzo. I hope you realize that I can't stop him, she hissed. Not that I would ever try, was added as an afterthought. I don't know what you are planning, but it will fail. I have received evidence that you still operate root without my consent. She made to walk out of the room. No matter what you are trying here, it won't save you this time. Hiruzen was too soft with you. I won't make the same mistake. She never saw the cruel smirk that slipped through Danzo's impassiveness. Everything is going according to plan. Tayuya barreled over another slope, letting the chains catapult her far into the air, across a frozen lake. Her heart felt heavy enough to drag her back down to the ground, but she knew that Naruto could not be far behind. But he couldn't find her. Not like this. Not while she was just another puppet in Orochimaru's grasp. She wouldn't allow herself to do something to harm him, no matter what. But how could she possibly get rid of her? Situation? A sleeper agent. It was so much like Orochimaru, it truly disturbed her that she hadn't thought of that long ago. It would explain why she had survived the seal, why she recovered like she did and why she survived the extraction of the seal. It didn't cross her mind that Anko's seal came of her body perfectly fine. Her legs hit an icy tree branch and she kicked off as hard as she could before using her chains to accelerate again. Where could she go? Tayuya feared that she couldn't change what she was, that she would lose herself and become something she so truly detested now, after meeting Naruto, a pawn. A mindless drone to this murderous bastard. But no, she wouldn't let that happen. Not as long as her mind was still hers. If she could get away from Naruto, she couldn't hurt him, Orochimaru wouldn't get his way. She'd rather die than fall into his grasp again. You really think you could get away? The words, Tayuya had wanted to hear them from Naruto, even if she would have to ignore them. But the voice, the man that had spoken was not Naruto. She knew who it was, of course. She had heard the hiss, the whisper of him in her head for ages and had endured agony and torture at his hand. She had outlived his seal, she had run from him and found shelter where he would not reach her. She wished. But it wasn't to be. He still had control, still planned on using her. So she turned around slowly when she landed in the knee-deep snow. Orochimaru, his yellow eyes gleaming in the moonlight, emerged from a tree like a parasite. He smiled, this disturbing, maniacal smile he always wore, and Tayuya felt the bile rise in the back of her throat. You are mine, Tayuya, he hissed, his smile stretching far too wide, revealing his fang-like teeth. He licked his lips with his freaky tongue. A shame you never showed any of your Uzumaki potential when we had outplay time. We could have had so much fun. She snarled and took a step back. Fuck off, you sick bastard, she almost howled, still wishing he wouldn't be here. I'll bite my tongue, you sick fuck. The smile did not falter at all. You think I would let you? He asked sweetly. Remember, you are mine, Tayuya. I am in control. You never were? Tayuya backed away, the cruel and cold laughter, she could hear it again. Get out of my head, she screamed, blindly launching a chain at Orochimaru. He merely swayed a bit to the left. Ah, the adamantine chains, he purred, licking his lips. You will be such a good toy, Tayuya. With a snarl, she exploded into a whirlpool of chains. They coiled around her like a protective wall as she desperately tried to shield herself from Orochimaru's influence. You won't have me, she screeched, desperation and paranoia taking over. Orochimaru walked slowly atop the deep snow, batting the chains that lashed at him away like flies. You have always been a rebellious one. He chuckled darkly. Let us see about changing that. Naruto heard Tayuya scream and somehow managed to double his current breakneck pace. He barreled straight through a tree, reducing most of it to smoldering embers the moment he made contact with the wood. Slow down, Kit, Kurama rumbled in his head, but Naruto paid him no mind. No way in hell he was going to stop. He'd first burn alive. The fox sighed. That is exactly what is going to happen. I care not for your happiness, but I do mind if you die and take me with you. So slow down before your accelerated chakra sets you aflame. Naruto steadily ignored him, the rage inside him outdoing anything short of basic instincts and the singular thought of getting Tayuya back and murdering Orochimaru in the most brutal fashion possible. He would tear him limb from limb, gut him slowly with a scalp of volatile wind chakra that would destroy him on molecular basis and fry his nerve endings without numbing them and cause as much pain as humanly possible. He would boil his eyeballs, shove so many chains through the body that there was no flesh left to see, and burn the body to ashes only to burn the ashes again and again until there was truly nothing left. Kurama was seriously impressed by the dark path his host's thoughts had taken. But he couldn't derail him from this self-destructive path, so instead manipulated the body's chakra flow to stop it from boiling him alive. The fist buried itself so deep in her gut it must have been visible on her back. Her stomach was ruptured and she was forced to heave a squall of blood as she was catapulted through yet another dozen of trees. The cool snow did nothing to alleviate the burning pain in her broken leg and whatever boiled her insides. She hated snakes so much, nearly as much as the bastard that had them bite her. Orochimaru kicked her yet again, sending her flying and slamming hard into a tree trunk, bark, and with splintering ash it nearly fell. She hit the cold ground, choking for air, and was granted a moment of respite as Orochimaru goaded her. You are weak, Tayuya, he hissed disdainfully. Maybe I should just kill you. If it keeps me from turning on Naruto? It was still better than betraying him. Then do it, dash. You sick fuck, she chalked out hoarsely, spitting a good amount of blood into the snow. It tinted red, a strangely beautiful color amidst the pure white. Oh, would you listen to that? Orochimaru laughed cruelly. She would rather die. His features grew harsh and cold. No, you will be marked again. My little minion. Forever on until I dissect you to death. When I have bred you enough. When you have become useless to me. Tayuya snarled, but her insults left her as whatever she vomited up when Orochimaru kicked her hard in the stomach. Grasping her by the hair, he lifted her up to his face, cold yellow eyes peering into her amethyst ones. He stretched his lips into a curl smile, flashing her his teeth just before he sank them into her neck. She screamed but couldn't stop him. Hopefully she wouldn't survive being marked again. She reached for the spot on her neck. Sometimes it felt as if it was still there, that what she felt there was still Orochimaru's mark. She was reminded that she, in her fear and frustration, had almost willingly run into Orochimaru's arms. If not for Naruto, she would be dead. Tayuya watched as Sakura talked to a nurse that stood in the doorway. Ino had taken the children out to feed them. Tayuya was grateful for that. Somehow she didn't want them to know all that. Shivering a bit and drawing the blanket further up, Tayuya wished Naruto would be here. He could comfort her. He always could. The thought warmed her heart and she smiled a bit. So? Karen asked, bringing her back to reality. What then? Well, Naruto showed up, what else? Tayuya said, rolling her eyes. But he was so angry, I didn't recognize him. He didn't even look himself anymore. Consumed like that. She was writhing on the ground, fighting the invasion of foreign chakra by trying to expel it as fast as it was injected. It kept her conscious enough to be aware of the sudden growl that had the forest vibrate. Orochimaru, who had been sneering down at her, suddenly turned and stared intensely into the forest, his eyes narrowing. The growling became louder, the tremor of the earth stronger until it transformed into an inhuman howl of fury, screeching so loudly that Tayuya was forced to cover her ears. A tree was suddenly vaporized on the other side of the small clearing she was in. An inhuman apparition of red and black flesh stood there, two pupilless eyes that were nothing but white pools of nothingness. Its maw was ripped wide open, the white nothing also visible behind the blood-red, jagged teeth. A noise like shattering glass and exploding steel ripped from its throat, and an arm, thicker than most trees in the forest, tore out of its stomach and shot forth so fast that Orochimaru was forced to substitute with a stone in order to escape it. The stone flash melted upon impact. Orochimaru barely landed on solid ground when another glowing hot appendage shot out of the ground below his feet. He couldn't bend fast enough and his right leg was ripped off at the thigh. The wound was cauterized immediately by the sheer heat that rolled off the red and black mass. UUUUHHHHGGGHHHH. The inhuman howl was so powerful that most of the snow in its immediate surrounding was pushed explosively away, traveling with the created shock wave and creating a wall of snow. Said wall was parted by the red flash of pure chakra that was launched at the still midair Orochimaru just as the snake changed bodies and substituted with another stone. This one was atomized. The following explosion caused a shock wave so hot that the snow began to melt, causing steam to rise in the area. With Orochimaru obviously occupied, the seal on Tayuya's neck calmed, the burning agony subsiding to a dull throb of pain. As quickly as she could manage, Tayuya absorbed nature chakra into her body, trying her damnedest to put it against the seal on her neck, but no matter how much she threw at it, the bloody thing wouldn't budge. Her senses expanded further and further the more chakra she took in, and she could sense Orochimaru moving away from. Holy fuck. It was Naruto. Beneath more nature chakra than she had ever seen, was the swirling ocean of boiling hot chakra that was without a doubt, Naruto's. The speed at which he moved his own chakra almost equaled the natural speed of nature chakra. It was boiling his flesh. All that was keeping Naruto's body in place was his incredible healing factor and the Nine Tails chakra that regenerated the body as fast as it combusted around him. He was in a haze, rage and horror radiated off him in waves, so much that even she could feel it, and it had been impossible for her just an hour ago. The thoughts that swirled around him were no longer coherent, he was running on instincts, fueled by rage and even hate. And it was all directed at Orochimaru. The closer he got to Tayuya, the better she felt. Even at this state, Naruto's chakra didn't seem to be willing to harm her. The seal was subdued far enough for her to attempt to sit up, but just as she lifted her head from the cool snow, another glowing hot beam of pure chakra shot just inches over her hair. Dozens of trees were evaporated in an instant, followed by an explosion great enough to push her away, towards Naruto. Fuck, she cursed, the heat he gave off singeing her skin. Oi! Wake up, she screamed at him, trying to maintain a bit of distance lest his mere presence boiled her alive. But he didn't even take notice of her. His eyes were fixated blankly ahead, but Tayuya noticed that his body no longer appeared as deranged as before and his outlines returned to a roughly human shape. He had spent tons of nature chakra on these attacks and was no longer taking any more in. Tayuya scowled, clutching her neck. She needed him to spend all that damn chakra. Where was the fucking snake when they needed a target? She caught a glimpse of him before the cursed seal burnt anew into her flesh, causing her to howl in pain and fall to her knees. Evidently, Naruto had also spotted the snake and was not pleased with the pain he was causing her. He exploded off his spot, the shock wave throwing Tayuya back, and smashed into the ground where Orochimaru had sunken into. The earth shook under the force of him, making Tayuya's fight for solid footing all the harder. Her senses couldn't pick up the snake anymore. Maybe he was right behind me. She didn't get to substitute, just fell forward and barely escaped his grasp. She twisted on the ground, rolling so she could see him and his wide-open maw. The bastard had tried to swallow her. Orochimaru was going to extreme lengths to obtain her. My, how evasive, he chuckled, apparently not disturbed by the roaring beast that was Naruto. Let's change that, shall we? And then, he whistled sharply. And Tayuya's world stopped, before fading to black. It was dark now, which wasn't all that concerning, considering that it had been night already. But, the absolute lack of light, that was concerning indeed. She moved forward but couldn't tell if her body responded. There was no ground at her feet, no feeling of her muscles tensing, nothing. Was she even breathing anymore? A light overhead caught her attention and she tried lifting a hand to shield her eyes but, nothing. Looking down, nothing. Where the fuck was her body? She glared at the light, blaming whatever it was for her situation until she heard the whistling again. She froze. Well, mentally. Go now. Attack him. It was a distant whisper, a breeze she barely even noticed but the voice she knew. The snake was doing something. Her gaze drifted round wildly but found nothing aside from the light overhead. She tried to get closer but found it impossible. Instead, she focused on seeing what was in it. And what she saw shocked her more than the news of her sleeper status. She saw Naruto, more human now but his skin was still red and burns were just about everywhere on him. And she saw her arm, her very own arm, drive a knife in his gut. The rage evaporated instantly and Naruto halted his assault. Tayuya had suddenly moved in his way, swaying on her feet and barely even conscious. Her eyes were glazed and her mouth hung open without any purpose. The nature chakra left him and he became quickly aware of his state of bodily destruction. Most of what held him together now was his own chakra. That had been such a fucking bad idea. He could hear Kurama roll scoff. Tayo he rasped, taking an unsteady step forward. He could feel the seal on her neck, feel the evil chakra flood her calmly and without any resistance. Jaw clenching, he leveled his gaze past Tayuya's head at Orochimaru, who stood there and calmly observed the situation. Go now, attack him, he hissed and Naruto was just about to snort when his gut stung with burning pain. With nothing short of absolute disbelief, Naruto stared at Tayuya, stared at her hand that drove the blade deeper and deeper into his abdomen. She had stabbed him. Just as Orochimaru had ordered. The pain in his gut didn't compare to the agony of his breaking heart. You are a fool, the fox rumbled, did you yourself not read the scroll? She is not in control. Then, what can I do? Naruto asked the demon helplessly. Take her back, of course. Is she not yours? Then claim her as such. Gleeful as he was, Orochimaru did not notice how Naruto seemed to black out while still standing. He was just too happy, having gained not just 2 Uzumaki, but also the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. While that may not have been part of his deal with Danzo, he couldn't have cared less. He wouldn't pass up on such a golden opportunity. He was just about to ready another seal for the boy, when Naruto's arms suddenly lashed out and drew Tayuya closer to him. A foolish action, given that it would only bury the knife deeper in his flesh. But when the boy suddenly bit down on Tayuya's seal, Orochimaru frowned. That was not good. Could ruin a lot of things, actually. There was a reason why he gave his seal though a bite, because it was comprehensively strong for the use of the target's blood and his own DNA. Usually, when he tried putting a second mark on a target, the process failed. But, given that they were both Uzumaki, the seal that the Jinchuriki was putting on her had a blood connection, one that was stronger than his own. He scowled at them. There was no way he could place a new seal on her without killing her. Her blood filled his mouth as he sank his teeth into her shoulder. How this would help her, he had no idea, but he was quite so out of options. The state he had brought his own body in made it impossible to fight Orochimaru head-on, and with Tayuya under the man influence, this seemed like the only way out. More or less. Naruto did wonder what his own chakra would do in her system as he poured it into the wound but hoped desperately that it would at least wake her up. Because if it didn't, Orochimaru would take them away. And then, the only thing Naruto could think of was unleashing Kurama. And no one in their immediate surrounding would survive that. Not even he himself. Not Tayuya. Not Orochimaru. And even so, he couldn't do it. There was a jolt going through her body, enabling her to feel it for the first time since she had lost control, however short the time may have been. It almost hurt, the current that began running through her, beginning in her left shoulder. It enveloped her form head to toe and, she realized, the light above was getting closer as the darkness around her was being pushed away. The seal struggled but Tayuya barely noticed. Warmth was curling around her body and she reached for it, drew strength from it and finally broke through the surface. Fuck, she cursed, blinking rapidly to clear her vision. Her body was heavy. No, the body against her was heavy. Naruto, she realized, was limply hanging onto her. He was barely conscious but his body was now back to human proportions and his wounds were already healing. He smiled weakly up at her. "Kill him for me, will you?" he asked, eyes closing. "What? How did?" Her mind still thrummed like she had inhaled all the sake in Tsunade's cleavage and groggily shifted around until she spotted her new target. "You," she snarled and stumbled forwards. With every step she took, she got faster and faster, every foot she slammed into the snow steadied her gait, and every breath she took cleared her mind. Orochimaru moved but Tayuya was faster. Her knee shattered his collarbone like glass and he was blown backwards through several trees that had remained standing and into the inferno that still roared in the forest. A wave of nausea crushed into her and she tumbled sideways, luckily just so evading the sword Kusanagi, which hung from Orochimaru's mouth like a tongue of deadly steel. Tayuya steadied herself and reached for her flute, but found that the entire pouch was missing. She cursed and threw one of her chains to deflect a swipe of Orochimaru's blade. A new sensation was spreading through her body, an awareness she couldn't place, of a weak but steadily empowering flame. She had no time to ponder, instead had so dragged the unconscious Naruto out of harm's way, earning herself a shallow cut just below her right elbow. A few centimeters more to the left and she would have lost the arm. "It seems that the Jinchuriki disposed of your use to me entirely," Orochimaru lamented with a mock sadness, retrieving the sword from his mouth and pointing it at her. "Now I will simply kill you." He moved, fast at that, but to Tayuya it seemed slower than before. The new sensation told her to merely lean to the left a bit and so she did, the flame flickering with the motion. The blade missed her neck by a hair's breadth and she retaliated by smashing her first into his jaw. Judging by the sound of it, it definitely broke and his neck surely followed suit, seeing how his neck twisted twice around itself before he ever hit a tree. "Don't let up," a voice like a living earthquake ordered, "aim for the heart." "What the fuck?" she exclaimed. What was this voice? She could actually feel it roll its eyes. "Just move, dumb human. Who are you calling dash?" The retaliation died in her throat as she had to bend over backwards to avoid the Kusanagi. She did a graceful back flip and immediately shot a chain the Orochimaru. But even the chain was faster and it ran straight through Orochimaru's sternum. Tayuya halted in surprise. "Why the hell?" "I am aiding you," the voice rumbled, "do not worry, it won't happen again. My only interest is the life of my stupid container." Holy fucking shit. The QB? Got it in one. You might not be as stupid as he was. The chakra he injected won't stay long so you better move now. I am in no mood to die. Tayuya decided not to waste any more precious seconds and shot as many chains as she could at Orochimaru, but just before they could skewer him to pieces, the body sank into the ground. She cursed and took a moment to absorb some nature chakra and just as her senses grew sharp enough to pinpoint the snake, he broke out of the ground from underneath her feet, grasping her neck and slamming her into the ground. "So you withstand the Nine Tails chakra," he hissed gleefully, "how very curious. Maybe I should keep you still, even without the mark." Tayuya snarled up at him but couldn't say a word. Instead, she thrust an array of chains into the ground below and unleashed all of them at once at Orochimaru, who was absorbed in his stupid monologue. They exploded out into the air and tore the snake's feet apart, one being flung to the ground somewhere besides Tayuya. She felt the need to grin. "Take that, fucking snake." Her glee evaporated when Orochimaru's fucking hand burst from the ground beside her and crashed into her rib cage with crushing force. She was bodily thrown into the air and didn't manage to regain her equilibrium. Thankfully the snow dampened the impact and aside from viciously hurting ribs, she came out fine. "Don't get overconfident," the fox growled, "he is still stronger than you. My time here is limited." Tayuya growled and immediately ducked under Orochimaru's leg. Apparently, he had already regenerated the lost one. "How do I kill him then?" "Honestly, you can't. I could but I am merely a shard of my consciousness in your chakra. My stupid container won't release me, so you certainly can't kill him. Then what am I supposed to do?" "Your mate is planning something. Something that will disable him for now. So, I am stalling?" The fox laughed faintly. "You are." Tayuya grit her teeth. If that was the case, then she would hurt the fucker as much as possible. "You do know that this might not work?" Naruto shook his head. "Don't disturb me. There is no guarantee that the seal will." "Shut up." He tried to focus on the matrix, the seal that he was laying out inside his head. Once he'd regained consciousness, he needed to slam it straight onto Orochimaru's skin. It could be stopped by clothing, so fragile was it, so he really hoped that Tayuya could mess the snake up enough. You will die if this backfires, the fox reminded him. I know, he hissed back. It was, if you thought about it, an easy seal. If he had been drawing it on paper, that is. Applying a seal through his hand alone required an amount of chakra control he barely had. This seal was supposed to be an inverted storage seal, just a bit more complex. Naruto didn't know what technique Orochimaru used to switch bodies or how he vomited the new ones, but he knew that they were all somehow stored inside his own body. This seal employed the basic idea that a storage seal sucked in, or teleported, an object into a storage dimension. This seal was supposed to forcefully remove an object from a storage dimension. If there was no such thing in Orochimaru's body, it would simply turn the man's insides out. A result that was just as welcome. Should Naruto be unable to apply the seal somewhere into Orochimaru's body, it would remain on his own skin and activate. The seal on his stomach would fight the already unstable seal applied by himself, and the opposing forces would briefly fight before the 8-trigram seal would simply blow the inverted storage seal up. It would cause Naruto to combust in under a second. My chakra in her body is almost gone. I'm ready, Naruto told him. Time to wake up. Tayuya felt her elbows snap as she twisted out of Orochimaru's hold. Her scream of pain was masked by a furious outcry as she elbowed the snake right in his throat. Now or never, the fox's voices whispered, and then it was gone. Almost immediately, Tayuya felt the cold hit her exhausted body. She grit her teeth and grabbed Orochimaru's hair, throwing him towards Naruto's still body. He twirled midair and landed within arm's reach from him. But he didn't move. Come on, she pleaded in her mind as she readied herself once more. Orochimaru shot forward, Tayuya barely managed to bend out of the way. She grabbed his arms and threw him back to Naruto, but he still didn't move. The snake Sannin eyed her coolly. Stalling, are we? He hissed. Hoping that your little monster will wake up? He turned around to the unconscious boy, Kusanagi falling into his hand. Then we should make sure that he won't ever wake up, shouldn't we? He readied the sword and smiled cruelly at her. Tayuya's eyes widened and she jumped forwards as soon as her legs would allow. No, she screamed into the icy wind, even as the blade sliced through it, approaching Naruto's chest. She felt her broken arm snap back into place, but the sensation was mostly lost to her as she watched in abstract horror as the sword ran clean through Naruto's flesh. He didn't move. And that's that, Orochimaru laughed cruelly, but suddenly his eyes widened. Naruto had twisted around the metal in his flesh and grasped the hand that had clasped the handle of Kusanagi with his own. His eyes were wide open, the gold in his eyes was tinged red. He said nothing, blood was leaking from his mouth, but the determination in his eyes let Tayuya's heart soar. Orochimaru gave an inhuman shriek and backed away, leaving the Kusanagi buried in Naruto's chest. Tayuya moved to his side immediately and removed the blade in one swift motion. Naruto grunted and coughed up a wave of blood. Only when she heard the familiar sizzling sound of his wounds healing did she turn around. Orochimaru was holding his hand, screaming at it as if it was trying to kill him. A ripple went through his body, visibly stretching his unnatural body. He clutched both hands to his chest, eyes wide open, and his screaming abruptly stopped. His body arched backwards, rippled once more, and caused his torso to expand to inhuman proportions. Then a seal began glowing red in the very center of his chest. Orochimaru croaked hollowly before the seal began to expand out of the body. It formed a pillar of degenerate flesh that burst out of his tunic. Tayuya rose to defend herself against whatever the hell was going on when the outlines of a face became visible in the rotten flesh, sunken eyes, and mouth agape. It screeched and hissed in agony before the skin ripped open, revealing a white snake with sharp yellow eyes, the seal still on its forehead. Naruto suddenly shot past Tayuya and delivered a red glowing fist to the snake's jaw. The impact created a powerful gust of wind that was almost strong enough to blow her off her feet as she watched the snake fly high into the sky in a flaming ball of fire. She followed its path and watched as it burned into ashes that were spread in the wind. But just as she was about to scream in victory, the body that was left behind began to sink into the ground. She threw herself at it but wasn't fast enough. It vanished right before her eyes, and Tayuya knew that he wasn't dead, he'd regrow out of the fucking carcass. Wouldn't be the first time. She growled at the dirt and slammed her fist harshly against it. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. With that seal, he wheezed, clearly out of breath, he won't be able to enter a new body. As the snake he is, he can't do shit. He's down for the count until the seal breaks. Tayuya let herself fall back against Naruto's chest, enjoying his warmth. I fucking hate snakes. Danzo got out of the building undetected. Tsunade had left once she felt Orochimaru's chakra, and the Kazekage was now busy guarding the village's surroundings. The Raikage had already departed as far as he could tell, and the Mizukage was housed far enough from them. The only unknown variables in this plan was that Sasuke and Mifune. Danzo did not know where the old man was and he could only hope that he was not anywhere close to the Uchiha. Mifune could just as well be next door and dealing with him, more so disposing of him, could cause problems for his plan. If only he had taken a few root agents with him. No, that would have been suspicions and could have endangered the plan. Said plan was pretty simple. He'd get the Uchiha, break him into his ranks and breed him. He'd present the written evidence, Orochimaru's letter, to the council and accuse Tsunade of willingly allowing a sleeper into the village. It wouldn't make much impact through the council alone, because Tsunade could probably reason with them, but he would have his agents spread word through the village. Once the people lumped her together with Orochimaru, whom there existed horror movies about, not even her status as the world's best healer could keep the hat on her head. She would be forced to resign if she didn't want to risk a riot and an economical disaster so close to a war. The rest would play out by itself. He was the next logical choice for the position, a position he couldn't claim immediately after Hiruzen's death because he had indicated Tsunade as his successor in his will, one that only surprisingly small amount of people ever heard. Now he'd become Hokage and lead the village down the path to greatness. But he needed the last Uchiha for that. His eyes were powerful and would make a fine additions to the collection once he had sired enough offspring. He opened a door in an abandoned hallway and slid in. Before him, unconscious and bound to a chair, was Sasuke Uchiha. This was almost too easy. She took a deep breath, the frigid air burning her lungs, but it proved to her that she wasn't dreaming. Orochimaru was defeated, would leave her in peace. For now. But, hadn't he said, or at least implied, that he could no longer mark her? Was she freeform that? For good? Naruto. Tayuya, she heard someone call. Was that Tsunade? She was too tired to place the voice. Well, if it was Tsunade, she surely did take her sweet fucking time to get here. We're here. Naruto called out as he lifted her up in his arms. Wow, she was really tired. Where did all her chakra go? Naruto was shaking her. What the fuck? She just wanted to sleep. Just a teeny, tiny bit. The world went black round her and she succumbed to the exhaustion in Naruto's arms just as Tsunade appeared beside them. Naruto had barely put Tayuya down in the bed when Tsunade entered the room, almost blowing the door off its hinges. What the hell? He exclaimed. What's wrong? Danzo is gone, she seethed, and he took Sasuke with him. The damn white thing is gone as well. Naruto stared at her in disbelief for a second before he let fly a curse that Tsunade had never heard before, probably something he had from Tayuya. His gaze returned to the redhead, who was sleeping peacefully now. Tsunade knew that Naruto was close to collapsing as well, the exhaustion was clearly visible in his features. You stay here, she ordered, I will go after him. I already sent word to Konoha. Kakashi and teammate will be coming our way to intercept Danzo. Naruto struggled to stand up. No. I need to go with you. I can't let Sasuke get away again. Tsunade rolled her eyes and shoved Naruto towards the bed. He didn't have the strength to keep himself from falling onto it. If anything, Danzo is on his way to Konoha. I don't know what he is planning, but I don't like it. She watched as Naruto remained motionless on the bed, staring at Tayuya. Why do you think he came here himself? With that stupid letter no less, he asked her quietly. She sighed loudly. Danzo is a lot of things, but he isn't stupid. He had planned for this and he is openly moving against me. He has a plan and I won't like it when he sets it in motion. I'll rest and follow you as soon as possible. Tsunade shook her head. No, you won't. Someone has to look after Tayuya. Danzo obviously tried to get rid of her. Who knows what else he planned? Naruto laughed dryly, gently caressing Tayuya's cheek. Of course the damn geezer would try to get rid of her. She isn't exactly an obedient one. She wouldn't do shit if he ordered it. He turned and gave her a wry smile. Probably thought he could get rid of her and set me up with Karen or Sari, now that they're in the village. Probably, Tsunade sighed. Just stay here. If you really can't stay here, at least wait until Gaara can watch over her. He hadn't heard her. Naruto was already asleep next to Tayuya, his hand still resting against her cheek. The sight urged her to pat herself on the shoulder. She was just one hell of a matchmaker. Fuck gambling, she'd give love advice. For a price, of course. Approximately 4 hours after Danzo escaped from the summit, the message reached Konoha. Sakura just happened to be in the office when Shizune, the ever-so-soft-spoken young woman, cursed as if she were an Uzumaki. Sakura stared at her for a second, and even Kakashi, who had entered right this moment to deliver a scroll, 3 hours late of course, looked at her in mild shock. Shizune? Sakura asked carefully. What does the message say? Gather Team 8, she ordered, still staring at the scroll. You will go as well, Kakashi. She put the scroll down. Sasuke had been captured at the summit. Really? Sakura exclaimed. dropping a stack of paper she had been holding on to. Really, Shizune confirmed grimly, but Danzo has some plan going, accused Tayuya of being a sleeper agent and vanished with Sasuke in tow in the ensuing chaos. Tsunade wants us to get to him before he can get to Konoha and do whatever he plans on doing. While Sakura stared at her in shock, Kakashi chucked the scroll onto the desk and vanished with a quick, "On my way." Not 10 minuets later, Team 8 was present in the office and Shizune explained the mission to them. Kurenai frowned when she heard about Tayuya being a sleeper agent and Hinata appeared decidedly worried. Shino merely pushed his shades a bit higher, but even he seemed to express at least a minor amount of concern for the matter. "Has the matter been resolved?" Kurenai asked. "The message says that Naruto dealt with it, so I suppose it is done with," Shizune answered. "Probably blown it to smithereens as well," she added under her breath. Kiba snorted a laugh, prompting Kurenai to whack his head. She ignored his whining and Hinata's quiet chastising. "How are we to deal with Danzo when we find him?" Shizune frowned. "Tsunade wants him stopped by any means necessary. So, if it comes down to it, you will have to fight him." She pointed at Kakashi, who was for once not reading one of his books. "That's why Kakashi goes with you. Danzo is not a man you can take lightly." "I want to go as well," Sakura threw in. Shizune knew that it was probably a bad idea. Sakura could handle her own any time, but when Sasuke was involved, Shizune really doubted that she would think clearly, and Sasuke was known to exploit such things. But she would probably go anyways, and because a medic was never a bad idea, Shizune agreed, albeit reluctantly. "We leave in 20, Kurenai announced, looking pointedly at Kakashi. The man didn't acknowledge her stare. "I'll be there." It was most unusual, he thought to himself, being early as he was. But this was potentially an S-ranked mission, not in difficulty but in its importance, so he had that as an excuse. Maybe he also wanted Sasuke back in the village and punch him in the face, real hard, for being so stupid. Why ever Danzo was doing this, Kakashi had no idea, but he was one of the Jonin that decidedly did not like the old warhawk. He, Guy, Kurenai and Anko were the most vocal about it. Speaking of, why was she here? "Anko," he acknowledged but didn't look up from his book. "What brings you here?" "I want in." He looked up, seeing her stand there in her trench coat, hands at her hips, and expression a fair bit more serious than he had ever seen her. "Do you, now? How come? How come she even knew about this mission?" "Me and old Danzo need to have a little chat," she hissed, her eyes darkening. Right, there had been this one time where Anko disappeared right after her return to Konoha. He himself had long since suspected it, and Hiruzen had as well, that Danzo had a hand in it. No one ever made a move to prove it, but Anko had these peculiar scars around the patch of skin where her curse mark had once been. She herself never said anything about it, but Kakashi had once caught her glare at Danzo with utter hate and disgust, so it was pretty obvious. Since Danzo was now officially a traitor, as Tsunade had announced in her message, Anko obviously saw the chance to get even. He couldn't fault her. His eyes drifted to the scars that were visible behind the collar of her trench coat. "We leave as soon as Team 8 arrives," he said simply, returning his eyes to his book. More assistance couldn't hurt. And getting Danzo back for all the shit he had pulled, no matter how much the villages had profited from it, couldn't be too bad. Kakashi didn't like to think about what he did to Anko. It made him angry, and anger would only cloud his mind. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He knew that Sasuke would fail, but couldn't he at least have gotten away with it? He glared at the white Zetsu that knelt before him. "Go free him," he ordered, "and make sure he kills Danzo, the old bastard." He wouldn't want that bastard to get his hands on Sasuke's eyes. The white Zetsu sunk into the ground wordlessly, and Madara turned back to Kabuto and whatever was left of Orochimaru that rested in a bed with many tubes and beeping machines. The thing in the bed wasn't human, very far from it. The head was somewhat human in appearance but looked as if it was rotting away or had been roasted over open fire. The rest of it was maybe a body, but could just have been the spine with chunks of flesh and bone attached to it. How that thing was even breathing was beyond him, but that wasn't why he had come here. "Orochimaru," he began, "I have come with a request to you." "And what would that be?" His eyes flickered to Kabuto. Apparently Orochimaru was unable to speak. Not that it was surprising. "The Edo Tensei. I want it. And why would we give it to you?" He noticed how the yellow eyes of Orochimaru flicked almost curiously to his retainer. He smirked, which was audible in his voice. "A war needs an army." Kabuto's grin was mad, a crazed glee that stemmed from an insane mind. "True, that is." Sasuke awoke slowly and with a superior headache, but he knew the moment his consciousness returned that his was bound and restrained by a seal that cut off his chakra flow. What happened to him? The chains and, the noise, choking and... He scowled. Naruto. He had been defeated. And he had the feeling that the blonde bastard had been holding back. He extended what was left of his senses with the seal on him and found that he was being carried. The gait of whomever it was uneven, but the arm that held him was strong, a ninja probably. Could it be Naruto? One eye opening, he found himself staring at the hem of black robes and the cobble-stone ground. Black robes? You're awake. Nope, not Naruto. Was that Danzo? Why was? Whatever. Untie me, he ordered. The only answer he got was a sudden sense of vertigo as he was thrown forwards and hit the stone ground with a grunt. Fuck this guy. Sasuke rolled onto his back and sprung up into a standing position. The seal was doing a number on him, he barely managed to remain on his feet. He couldn't activate his Sharingan to glare at Danzo, who was calmly staring at him. Why are you here? Sasuke asked, and why have you taken me with you? I will make you an offer, Danzo said, ignoring his questions, and I will only make it once. I offer you a place in Konoha at my side. We will make it stronger than it ever was and see it rise above the other villages, rise to the top. He extended a hand to him. Tsunade will soon lose her position and I will become Hokage. With you, the last Uchiha, our reign would be eternal. The hell? You are a traitor, he said. He himself was as well, but that wasn't the point. I do not think you have any ground to make such an assumption, Danzo drawled, but I am not a traitor. I am loyal to Konoha. Sasuke sneered at him, just as he felt something touch the manacles that bound him. They came undone suddenly and the seal that was applied to him got cancelled out. He grinned, maybe the white Zetsu wasn't that useless after all. I know who you are. I know what you did. Lightning crackled in his hand, the screeching of 1,000 birds rang through the air. And I will kill you. The Susanoo materialized before Danzo could even think of blinking. The skeletal shroud received Sasuke's Chidori and slammed it down into the bridge where Danzo stood, crushing it into the waters below. Sasuke gazed down into the water, but found neither a body nor any blood. Blood which should definitely be there. So Itachi told you everything before he died? Sasuke whirled around to see Danzo stand a few feet behind him, the arm that usually hung in his robes rested at his side, covered in bandages. Sasuke snarled at him. How the hell was he unharmed? He had felt the impact, felt bones break and smelt blood splatter and yet? Then again. The Susanoo's fist slammed into Danzo with enough force to shatter a mountain, enough force to probably kill Naruto, and he could hear the loud crack of the man's bones. He withdrew the fist and, he was a fool to let you live. I will rectify this. Slowly Sasuke turned to the left, the Susanoo fading, and stared at Danzo, who was standing there perfectly unharmed, undoing the bandages around his arm. What are you? He questioned lowly. The bandages dropped away, revealing sickly gray skin and Sasuke bristled, the hair on his neck stood on end and his Sharingan pulsed, swirling madly in unadulterated rage. Where did you get those? He bit out roughly, glaring death at the man's arm, over a dozen Sharingan eyes that were somehow implanted into the man's skin. Danzo didn't answer, instead he made 3 hand seals before inhaling deeply. With an primal snarl Sasuke launched himself forwards, whatever measly wind jutsu Danzo had thrown at him didn't even make the Susanoo flinch. In a flash, Sasuke's sword sliced clean through Danzo's neck and the Uchiha made sure to take in every drop of blood that spilled from the man's neck where he vanished. I will subdue you. Sasuke didn't turn around to look at the man. And you will serve me. One way or another. What the hell? Kakashi was now moving faster than the rest of the team and only Anko seemed to be keeping up. Pakken had told him they were close, the scent easier to find because of the blood. He raced up the river, his nose now also alert to the blood the water carried downstream, fearing the worst. Of course Sasuke would pick a damn fight with Danzo. There was just no way the brat would go quietly just about anywhere. Anko was pulling up at his side. I call dibs on the old fuck if he's still alive, you take the Uchiha brat. He merely nodded as the collapsed bridge came up in front of them. They barely managed to survey the situation when a purple skeleton exploded out of the water and fired a flaming arrow at something high up in the air. It missed what Kakashi assumed to be Danzo. Holy dash. What was that skeleton? That couldn't be Sasuke's Susanoo, right? I am growing tired of you, Uchiha. Danzo shouted before vanishing in a body flicker. Kakashi's uncovered Sharingan eye followed his pat down to Sasuke, where he collided with the Susanoo's arm using a wind blade that created an infernal screeching sound upon impact. He glanced at Anko and nodded. Time to engage. Raikiri. Kakashi's hand ran clean through Danzo's side and for a split second, Kakashi was surprised. Then, the body faded, the warm, slick blood that covered his arm disappeared and even the warmth of it vanished as if it had never been there in the first place. A genjutsu? That was goddamn impossible, he had his Sharingan uncovered. Kakashi, Danzo's voice called from atop the bridge, I should have guessed that Tsunade would send you. Konoha truly does have the fastest messenger hawks in all of the elemental nations. He stood back and looked at Sasuke, who had cuts in various places and looked overall pretty roughed up. His former student gave him a cold look. Come to finally get me yourself, huh? Sasuke sneered. Has Naruto finally grown tired of it? You and I both know that he never would, Kakashi answered evenly. You look like shit, Sasuke. They both looked up as Anko and just about 5 dozen snakes attacked Danzo on the bridge. Kakashi looked back at Sasuke, whose Susanoo was fading. You have grown strong? Sasuke spat out blood into the water. Not strong enough yet, he growled back. Strong enough for what exactly? Kakashi asked nonchalantly. You have killed your brother. What else is there for you, now that you burned it all with your hate? Sasuke laughed. Not going to offer Team 7 as my family this time around, sensei, he mocked. He sighed. What keeps your rage burning, Sasuke? Kakashi looked sadly at him. Is it because there is nothing else you feel you have? You are a fool, you damn brat. Sasuke scoffed scathingly. Konoha was responsible for the death of my clan. He glared at him. That keeps my rage burning. A snake fell into the water beside them and exploded into smoke. You will not get away this time. War is coming and we don't need you attacking other villages like you did with Killer Bee. Kakashi unfurled a scroll, a containment scroll for prisoners. Tsunade had to officially brand you as a missing nin and not even Naruto has the time or the nerve to deal with your hate. He pointed at Sasuke with one hand and tapped his neck with the other. And all that because of the mark you choose to use? Sasuke's hand wandered to the curse mark and for a second, he looked very lost to Kakashi. Anko told me what it's like, he continued, the whispers, the pain and power that doesn't let you go. Naruto removed it from her neck. Does she seem weaker to you? Have you, too, not outgrown the power it offers? The Uchiha looked up to the bridge, where Danzo was fending off thousands of probably poisonous needles with a wind chakra shuriken. Kakashi hoped that his words would reach. You know, if I were to take a guess, I could imagine Danzo being very much responsible for ordering something like killing off an entire clan, though why he thought that would be a good idea, I'll never know. He could see Sasuke's jaw tense. They were planning a coup, he whispered, almost to himself, Itachi, he did it under the condition he could spare me. Kakashi didn't know if Sasuke's brother had told him that or if he was making it up along the way, but Kakashi knew that Itachi had loved his little brother very much, that he would do everything to keep him safe. His Sharingan took in the tiny flicker of chakra on Sasuke's neck and instantly the scowl returned. That damn mark. It doesn't change anything. Sasuke roared, the Susanoo flaring to life. I will have my revenge. And I will start with that old man. He was running out of eyes, at this rate he might as well die for real. There were yet 8 left to use, so nothing too bad. What was bad on the other hand was the quick response from Tsunade. While he was, somewhere deep down, proud that the ninja of his village were so effective, it didn't help at all that they were already there to stop him. He had hoped to break Sasuke in, slap a few seals and a contract seal of servitude on him and at least use him as a puppet while they backtracked to the root base just underneath the first Hokage's head, but this didn't seem possible anymore. Not only did he not have the time to apply those infernally complicated contract seals, he was now also hard-pressed to escape the clutches of one of Orochimaru's former experiments, namely Anko Mitarashi, who was throwing more snakes and needles at him than he had ever seen in his entire ninja career. Maybe he shouldn't have cut around on her so much. Die you goddamn cripple, she hollered, out of the sleeve of her trench coat, a huge, absolutely enormous fang rushed at him and he flicked backwards out of the way, just in time to see the stone corrode and melt away underneath the fang's poison. He was getting too old for this stuff. This must have been how Hiruzen had felt, fighting Orochimaru back then. This plan was falling apart fast and Danzo realized that he needed dodge out of the way of the flaming purple skeleton fist of Sasuke's Susanoo. Yes, definitely falling apart. He was, of course, not stupid enough to have ignored the possibility of reinforcements, so a group of his root shinobi should be somewhere up ahead. He simply didn't think they'd be that fast. He activated the Izanagi again, even though it would do a number on his chakra reserves, but now that Hatake was here as well, he'd rather sacrifice a few eyes more than dying here now. The good thing about the Izanagi was that he could rewrite reality with it, and the cells of Hashirama in his arm ensured that the time span in which he could undo his own fate was extended. The only backdrop was the loss of a Sharingan, as the Izanagi would claim the light of the eye whenever he used it. Fact was that he had a lot more Sharingan eyes stored away in Konoha. His body simply couldn't support that many powerful eyes at once, and 17 was simply his physical limit. A limit he now cursed extensively. He was just about to retreat down away the other side of the bridge when his way was blocked by none other than Tsunade Senju. A royally pissed one at that. Well, good thing he had sent the evidence ahead with a hawk. Hopefully it would reach his base before he ran out of eyes. And he really didn't want to use the one in his own eye socket, given how special it was. And his last resort would, a bit too early to use. Then again, he really needed to get out of here. Preferably with the last Uchiha. There goes nothing. Tayuya stirred with a low moan, waking up for the first time since she fainted dead away in the forest. She felt sore, really sore, but was also quite comfortable in what she assumed to be their hotel bed. The memories of their fight with Orochimaru came back to her and she frowned. He was alive, sadly, but apparently unable to mark her again. She'd see that one as positive. Strong arms tightened around her and she sighed in content, the warmth that pulsed on her neck pleasurably stirred her further awake. "Mornin', lover boy," she mumbled. "Got any breakfast yet?" He chuckled, the vibration going through all of her body. "I could offer you dinner. We'd have to wait for breakfast until tomorrow and I had actually hoped to back home by then. You know, wedding and all. You forgot about the baby making," she purred, digging her nails into his arm. She wiggled her hips against him. "Never mind, you didn't forget?" He groaned. "How could I ever?" "That's good, 'cause once this ring is on my finger it better be the only thing on me aside from your hands." He almost whimpered. Tayuya was immensely proud of herself and would have probably gone down on him if not for the fact that she was still so goddamn tired. "You know it. Now, food." "Yeah, right," he breathed. "Let me just catch my breath." She laughed loudly. "Need some ice?" "Please." Tayuya slowly got out of bed, naked of course, and yawned, stretching sore muscles. She glanced over his shoulder and noted how Naruto's eyes were glued to her backside. "Not gonna happen," she told him before she bent down to pick up his shirt. Naruto made a choking noise and Tayuya knew that this was going to be a great day for her. Others, not so much. Tsunade obliterated what was left of the bride with a single punch. "Get out here Danzo so I can skin you alive." Her eyes fell on Sasuke, whose Susanoo just faded away, leaving him panting on one knee. "And you," she growled, "you will come with me so I can beat some sense in your duck butt head?" "Duck butt?" Sasuke wheezed, glaring at her with one eye. "She is right, you know," Kakashi commented from behind him, "it does look like one." Danzo stood a fair distance behind Tsunade, on the other side of the bridge, or its remains, really, and eyed them coolly. Anko came to stand at Tsunade's side and they both readied to fight him. The situation was clearly in their favor, even now when Team 8 wasn't even here yet. She and Anko could easily disable Danzo and Sasuke. That, no matter how you looked at it, was Sakura, shouting so loudly, Tsunade was sure the water must have vibrated. Of course Shizune had allowed her to go with them. She chanced to glance down the river and sure enough, there was Sakura, closely followed by Team 8. Kurenai immediately spotted Danzo and ordered her team into position. The Jonin herself joined her on the bridge. "Lady Tsunade," she greeted, eyes on Danzo. "Kurenai," Tsunade replied, "fancy meeting you here. Now let's put this old geezer in his place. He will stand to trial once we get back." Something about the fact that Danzo did not even twitch unsettled her greatly. Kurenai leaned over to her. "There's something you need to know." Tsunade nodded. "Go ahead then." In the end Danzo decided to take the easy way out. Revealing too much of his resources and skills was foolish and the Uchiha had probably no idea what Izanagi even was, so this particular secret was yet safe. He would never win this fight, not with all the eyes of every Uchiha out there, and so surrendering without actually surrendering might just be the best idea. He couldn't just lay down arms, that would be suspicious, so he needed to be defeated and taken in. He had forwarded the evidence already and, if he was lucky, the council was already discussing it. Hamura and Koharu would never tolerate such grave misjudgment from Tsunade, and once his agents started spreading the word, everything would still go according to plan. The best thing was, they were probably taking the Uchiha back with them, just where he could reach him. Now he could only hope that Orochimaru had taken the rebellious redhead out of the equation and all that was left then was set the Uzumaki up with one of the other two, no, both of them. A wedding was planned anyway so that wouldn't cause much trouble. Danzo mentally prepared himself to take some hard blows before going down when suddenly the air above one of the debris pieces began to swirl madly and Madara Uchiha appeared on the stone. "Sasuke! You are hurt?" He really wanted to roll his eyes right then, but they really hurt from overusing the Susanoo. He was glad that he wouldn't go blind, having Itachi's eyes implanted by Madara undid this nasty bit, but they were still hard to master. Sakura couched down at his side and, much to his surprise, slapped him so hard across the face that he was thrown into the water. "Okay, that hurt. You idiot. Why did he feel like Naruto? We all could have dash. We were your friends, we dash." She didn't make any coherent sentences as Kakashi pulled him out of the water. He coughed a few times and looked up to Sakura with bleary eyes. His head was hurting. The mark on his neck felt strange, almost as if it weren't there. "I didn't think." What? What didn't he think? It felt more like he hadn't been thinking at all. Sasuke brought hand to his neck. The skin around the mark was cooler than normal. It felt almost as if a right had been taken from his shoulders. Had something happened to Orochimaru? He took a deep breath and stood on the water surface. Suddenly his abused ribs grew warm and he blinked lazily at Sakura, who was healing him, her hands glowing a soft green. "Why are you doing this?" he asked, but his voice sounded wrong. She smiled weakly up at him. "Because Naruto isn't your only friend, you know." He didn't say anything in return, couldn't think of anything to say. Once he could breathe freely again, Sakura stepped back. He looked from her to Kakashi and back to her. They didn't attack him, not counting the slap across the face. He wanted to ask why they hadn't, because he didn't understand, when he heard the rasping sound of Madara's appearance on a piece of debris before them. "You do get yourself in quite interesting situations, young Sasuke," Madara drawled, casually sitting down where he had appeared. Kakashi immediately flung a kunai at him, but just as Sasuke expected it, the weapon just passed through him. The glare that Madara sent Kakashi's way was one of fury and pure loathing. Sasuke briefly wondered if they knew each other. "We are leaving," Madara said to him, and Sasuke found that he didn't know what to do. Going to Konoha would see him in prison. Going to Konoha would mean that he had to stay in the village that murdered his entire family and forced his brother to do it. Going back to Konoha would mean that he would have to face the shame of having betrayed them. No. He shook his head. They betrayed him, they. He remembered how Naruto called him his brother. He remembered that he offered his aid in hunting Itachi, to grow stronger. He remembered Sakura? Sasuke grit his teeth, clawing at the flame of anger that burned in his heart, holding onto it for all he was. He stepped forwards before he could grow weak, and immediately he was swallowed in Madara's Sharingan. He looked back one last time and the look of hurt in Sakura's eyes stole his breath. What the hell was wrong with him? Danzo was slammed into the ground hard. Kurenai apparently did splendid axe kicks, and remained motionless. Tsunade eyed him for a second before stepping closer and putting her hand on his forehead. Immediately it glowed blue and she nodded. "He's out cold," she said. "Let's pack up and head back to Konoha." She turned around to see what the others were doing and noticed a distinctive lack of duck butt. "Where is the brat?" Kakashi and Sakura jumped up to them. "Madara," was all the silver-haired Jonin said, his voice almost bitter instead of his usual lazy drawl. She sighed. "Well, at least we have Danzo down and he doesn't have his grasp on the last Uchiha." She reached into her cleavage, which drew a scandalized noise from Sakura, and withdrew a scroll which she threw to Kurenai and her team. "Seal the old coot inside. I want to go home. Naruto and Tayuya should be on their way already." No one disagreed with her and they reached Konoha in a day's time, given that no one was sprinting this time. Shizun was there to greet them and Tsunade barely dismissed them before Anko was already dragging Kakashi off to her den and do unspeakable things to him. Kurenai merely rolled her eyes and went to eat something with her team. Hinata bowed her head before leaving. Ever the polite young woman. Tsunade called for Yugao and ordered her to take the scroll into the sealed prison chambers, coincidentally the ones where Tayuya had spent her early years in Konoha. "How far along are the preparations?" she asked Shizun. "We are as good as ready, the invitations are already sent and most are already on their way," Shizun replied. "The Kazekage has, in fact, already arrived." "What?" Tsunade asked. "How did he get here so fast?" Shizun shrugged. "He left as soon as the danger was dealt with and apparently both Naruto and Tayuya were fast asleep by then. That was 2.5 days ago." She sighed. "My head? I have lost any feeling for time. That means that the two lovebirds should arrive soon. Let's dash." "Lady Hokage." Tsunade turned around and found that the Raikage, with a small escort, was just entering the village. Things were definitely going too fast for her. Maybe she was really getting old.